How did Greenlaw look today, and what are your thoughts on his status moving forward?
Yeah, he practiced today. It was good.
Coach, when Dre Greenlaw does play, what does he bring to this defense?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them. No, I can't say anything about injury. He practiced today. He practiced today. He's been working out, like he's been rehabbing, and today was a good day. Next question.
He's an angry elf.
Look, the way that Sean Payton answers the question aside, it's great that Greenlaw is back and practicing. It is, if you have a weakness on this defense, which is tough to say right now because the defense is very, very good, it's probably at linebacker. He was a big part of your plans as you sort of entered this year. You know, we all had these sort of grand ideas of what this defense could be, but they were largely revolving around what that guy was going to be. He is very, very, very good.
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them.
When he's healthy. And this applies to a lot of guys that you've signed this offseason. New acquisitions to the team, like Hufanga, is another example of somebody who's very, very good when he's healthy, and he's been largely healthy. Evan Ingram's been on and off the field. It's been a mixed bag with him. But Dre Greenlaw is someone that can absolutely be a difference maker and be somebody that when you put him on the field, you know exactly what you're going to get. You know what job he's going to do, and you can trust him in ways that maybe you couldn't with some other guys. But you're also throwing that into a defense that is already one of the best in the NFL. Well, let's be honest, the best in the NFL. They're top 3 in every major category. Yards allowed, points allowed, sacks. The only thing that they haven't really done yet is get turnovers, takeaways. They only got 4 of those on the year, 1 pick and 3 fumbles. So here's the only teams that have less than that. Obviously, the Jets, who got their first one last weekend against you. The Packers only have 2. The Commanders and Ravens only have 3. So that's maybe the only thing that you aren't doing a stellar job of defensively is trying to get the ball out of the hands of the opposing offense. But I am so unconcerned with the takeaway part because I feel like the sacks are making up for that. They act almost as if it's somewhat of a substitute for it. But you think about what Dre Greenlaw's been able to do in his career as a healthy player. When he was in San Francisco, it's always something to keep in mind. When he left in free agency, there was 2 guys on the same team in San Fran that left. And when they did, the 49ers were racing to try and bring them back. They did not voluntarily let these guys go. And that was Greenlaw and Hufanga. And we saw why they didn't want that to happen with Hufanga. I think we can all admit he has been an absolute missile all over the field. Making plays. He plays with his hair on fire. He's willing to get his nose in the middle of some physicality. He's willing to jump into the pass game and make a play. He's willing to hit somebody. He's got it all. And I think we all kind of recognize that. But with Greenlaw, I think he can have the impact of a Hufanga and immediately be a contributor. To where you start to think about this, you're like, okay, well, how much better can this get? The Broncos have already been shutting down all of these teams week after week. And have they played the most grueling offensive schedule in the league? No. But when you hold teams to 12, 3, 11, that's a trend. And they're going to have some bigger tests as the season goes along. But I think Hufanga is the guy that can be a difference maker when you play against some of those better offenses. Like, I think he would have made a world of a difference in one game that you lost this year against the Colts. You played pretty well against the Chargers, but they were still able to get some things done on you offensively. I think it could help against them. Once you play against the higher-end competition, I think that's where you see him kind of separate. You see him start to make the big difference against the better teams in the league. So for games in, a couple of weeks, like the one that you got against the Cowboys are not a good football team, but they have a good offense. That's the kind of stuff where that matters. Now, I don't know if he'll be ready for that game. He just got back to practicing. Again, he is somebody that has not practiced really since, I want to say July, because he was out towards the end of training camp in the preseason. Didn't do anything for the first couple of weeks of the year, then was put on IR. Now has waited the 4 weeks, and they've opened up that window. If he's not going to be ready to go soon, then you almost think about, is he going to be ready at all this season?
I don't look at windows.
Well, the practice window opened up. There's a difference between being a veteran who's been on a team for a while and kind of knows what the system is, can jump in and just sort of plug and play. It's why Stafford, for example, who was out the entire offseason with his back injuries and elbow stuff and the million other things that he had, he was able to, a week before the season, they're like, yes, Stafford's going to play in the opener, despite not playing at all, practicing at all in the offseason. It's because he's been there for years. He's got the same guy calling the plays. He knows his personnel. He knows what this offense is supposed to look like. And so he's able to jump in and just play. Greenlaw still has to learn, I think. He's got to get more practice time in learning Vance Joseph defense and what his responsibilities are. But the good news is that it looks like he's going to be somebody that can jump in and be available at some point soon. But I'll tell you what, I am insanely excited. We talk a lot about the offense and how frustrating the offense can be. Got it. And it's worthy of that conversation. What I would tell you, though, is this. If you have a defense that plays to this level, you are going to be a contender for all of the goals that you want. You will be a contender in the AFC West. You'll be a contender in the AFC. You will contend for a Super Bowl if your defense continues to play this way. It's a flat guarantee. You have a top 5 defense in the league, odds are your team's pretty damn good. And that applies throughout the history of this sport as it's evolved and offense has become more important and passing the football has become more important and quarterback play has started to really shine and take over. If you're a top 5 defense in the league, you're probably in the playoffs and doing something. It's just how it's always kind of been. You would be hard-pressed to find a team that won the Super Bowl that was not top 5 in defense. The 2 teams that played in the Super Bowl last year were number 2 and number 4 in scoring defense. The teams that you consider perennial contenders are constantly in those categories. And the Broncos made the playoffs last year because they had the number 3 scoring defense in the league. It's not as if their offense was insanely impressive and was pulling their end to the extent that most other teams were. But I think this is all the strategy of what Sean Payton did. It's why I gave him credit in the offseason. You play to the strengths of your team. you play to the situation that you face. And in your situation in particular, you play 4 games a year against Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert. Your in-conference games are against guys like Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. Those are really good players. We all know it. Your defense was already good. Why not make it better? Like, you can't tell me that Hufanga doesn't make a massive difference. Because he does. Where you've spent your money, Zach Allen's, Nick Benito's, Jonathan Cooper's. Do those guys make a difference? I think so. They saw the strength, and they said, we're going to make it a superpower. And I just think that Dre Greenlaw can be another guy that you throw in there and you say, see, it's even better. It takes less stress off your offense. And let's be honest, they aren't even that stressed right now. They might seem like it just because of their performance, and we'll get to this in a little bit. Like the way in which the offense has gone about their business for now the last year and a third, it's really reliant on the big play to bail you out because they do have the capability of doing that. Hit the big 50-yard bomb downfield or whatever. It doesn't happen consistently enough, but that's the only way that they can be even an okay offense if they aren't able to sustain drives and pick up third downs consistently, which they have proven not the case. You know, you can kind of look over the numbers over the last couple of years, and that third down conversion rate, it's one of those things that is top of mind for a guy like Sean Payton. He knows that an indicator of good offense is, are you able to move the sticks, because it keeps time of possession in your favor, it keeps your defense off the field, and it also just moves the football and gets you in scoring position. But right now, the Broncos currently sit 24th in the league in third down conversion rate. They're at 36.6%. The teams beneath them are Jacksonville, which is a weird one, but Cincinnati, Philadelphia, Cleveland, Washington, Minnesota, the Jets, and Tennessee. Outside of Jacksonville, not good offenses.
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them.
But Jacksonville's playing with the same sort of fire you are, where it feels like they need a big play to be able to put up some numbers. That's the stuff that I want to see improve. You know, the conversation around Bo Nix has been I think it's been incredibly fair. And there's some guys that come out and they want to defend Bo Nix and say we're being too harsh on him. I would love to know what that means. I get it. It's a year 2 quarterback. It's somebody that is still maybe finding his way in the NFL and finding his way within the offense. I don't have, expectations to the moon for a guy like him. But what I do expect...
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
I expect something very simple. Are you playing good football? And I think that should be just sort of a baseline expectation for every single person that's out there. Are you playing well? And what's the answer so far for Bo Nix? That's the problem that I have. And so I'm going to get more into this in a few minutes. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. So a lot to get to today. Between this, the Avs back at it tonight as they take on Columbus. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You have Russell Westbrook finally finding a home. So there's a lot to discuss. A texter says Sean's play calling doesn't help Bo at all. And that's something that I want to talk about because I've seen that text come up repeatedly this week. I have a thought on that, but if you think that way, give me a little bit more specific. What do you think is the issue entirely? If you don't think it's helping Bo, then what's the problem with it? We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. So I've heard a lot of this about Sean Payton's play calling isn't helping Bo Nix. I want more specifics on this, on what you think is actually the problem, because I'm not sure that's the case. I think at times this year, they have called, and Sean Payton specifically, has called a good game, has called plays that have gotten guys wide open that Bo Nix has missed. And I don't blame Sean Payton for that. Now, you go back and you look at those plays, and it's like, what's the reason why the play didn't work? And sometimes it's Nix is just missing a guy. You know, there is a balance here between understanding that a guy is still learning, but also he needs to make plays when they're available. You know, and that's sort of the thing when I look at the rest of that draft class, and I think that is a totally fair and healthy way that you can look at this. I understand that Bo Nix was the 6th quarterback off the board, and he was last of all the blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter if you take a first quarterback, first overall, or you take him 18th. The expectations are the same. You used a first-round pick on a quarterback. What's the translation? That guy's going to be my starter for a decade, and he is going to lead us to wins. You know, we get really caught up in the where was guy X drafted. Number 1 overall pick should have higher expectations than guy. Not true. Lamar Jackson was the 32nd pick of his draft class. Last pick in the first round. The expectations are no different for Lamar Jackson than anybody who was taken first overall. It's the same thing.
Can I play a bit of audio from Bo Nix yesterday that I think may inform some of this? So this was a question from Jeff Legwold where he asked him, when you're throughout the week leading up to a game, Sean Payton, of course, has his list of plays that he wants to call, and he's this offensive genius, self-proclaimed, right? So he probably takes care of most of that. So Legwold asked him, how often do you, Bo Nix, bring plays to Sean Payton and say, I would like to run these, and what does that process look like?
As many as I like. So I go through and thought the ones I feel comfortable with, and, you know, hopefully there's more than less, but I'm definitely, you know, picky. It's because the worst thing to do is dot one that, you know, you get to play and then eventually, you know, come back and say, well, I guess I didn't really like that one because of this look. But so you got to make sure that, you know, you're paying attention to it and really detailed to the ones that you like. Because if you shoot that you like it, then, you know, he's going to call it and expect you to go out there and execute it. So, you know, there's a good responsibility that goes with that. But also, I think it allows us to get on the same page, and, you know, he feels good in the calls that he's calling. And then, you know, say I don't love one, he, you know, can communicate it and explain, you know, why he likes it. And usually, you know, my mindset flips, and, you know, we're, you know, good when he calls it. So it's just the communication, the constant communication that we, you know, got to have as, you know, play caller and quarterback, and how to execute at a high level.
Yeah, I don't think that when Bo talks about stuff like that, that there's some sort of battle between what the play call is going to be or what he likes as opposed to what Sean wants to do. Sean, I think Payton understands as much as anybody that your success is directly tied to Bo Nix's success. And if Bo Nix doesn't work, then Sean Payton probably doesn't work. I think they know that. He is certainly aware of it. He has every incentive in the world to make sure that this thing is going to run smoothly. But for some of the texts are saying, what's the problems that you have? And someone says this. It's all the constant personnel changes. Stop subbing 5 guys every other play. Run, hurry up. You could. And do I think that he subs a little bit too much? Yeah. I think you can allow guys to get into a rhythm. You don't need to take them out every other play and whatever. There's somebody that's talking about, oh, here it is. So too many substitution packages with that disrupt timing, trick plays that don't work with the personnel. See, that's one that I'll push back on. They ran a flea flicker against the Chargers that was wide open, and Bo Nix just missed it. Now, did it look a little bit clunky? A little bit. But that was the play that Bo Nix had two guys wide open downfield and missed both. It was Mims and I don't know if it was Sutton or Franklin. Somebody else was more towards the middle of the field. And missed them both. And like I said, this is where you can put this on Sean Payton if you want to. It's free country. I think this comes down a lot more to you got to execute the play. And there's just been a lot of times this year where it feels like Bo Nix has just missed. You hit some of those big plays early in the year. Maybe that builds confidence and the offense looks different than it does right now. But is the reason why the Jets game and the way that the offense was playing, was that a result of Sean Payton not doing the right things, not calling the right plays? I don't think so. I think it's a matter of execution.
Well, and to that point, PhD, I was listening to PhD yesterday. They played that clip, and one thing that they brought up is maybe the solution here is Bo Nix said, oh, I have some plays that I like, and I bring him to Sean, but he has plays that he likes, and, I don't want to bring a play that's not going to work, and then Sean's going to get... Just let Bo cook, man. Maybe Sean just needs to take the leash off and let him just uncork a can of whoop-ass. Like watch the New York Giants. Those guys look like they got nothing to lose, and they're just having fun playing football. Maybe Bo's a little bit too in his head. Sean Payton spent the whole offseason talking about how this was the greatest football franchise to ever grace the earth, helmed by a quarterback that's the love child of Joe Montana and Tom Brady. So maybe everybody's a little bit too inside their heads. Just open up the playbook and have some fun.
Let Bo cook is interesting. I don't know if Bo's earned the right to do this yet. And you said the Giants are playing with nothing to lose. Well, Nelly, they have nothing to lose.
That's my point.
But hang on. The Giants aren't good. The Broncos are. And I think at times when it looks like... See, this is what concerns me. That's why I brought up that 3rd and 10 run to Prentice. Now, I don't know if that was called by Sean Payton or checked into by Bo Nix, to be fair. But I think in a lot of situations like that, why do you throw it short of the sticks on 3rd down? Why do you run the ball on 3rd and 10 with Adam Prentice? Why do you do a bubble screen? If there's one thing that is concerning that I don't have an answer to, but I had to try and read the tea leaves on this, do you think part of it is maybe there isn't trust? That level of trust yet, anyway. Is that part of the problem? We can make this about the head coach if you want to. Again, free country. Go ahead. And I don't think that Sean Payton is perfect. I've had plenty of issues with the way that he's called a game in the past.
Isn't this America?
I thought that Sean Payton's done a pretty good job, though, over the last few weeks of sticking to a run game, which is an offense I think they're more suited for. I think Ben Powers being out has really thrown a wrench in things because they couldn't run the football effectively against the Jets. And the Jets got a couple of guys back from injuries against the Broncos that they didn't have previously, so take that for what you will. To be somebody that you go out there and let the guy just roll and play, that's got to be earned first. And I don't know if Bo Nix has earned that. Because it's been good mixed in with bad. And my biggest fear now is that because the defense is so good, do you just go into a really, really conservative game plan and just trust your defense to win? Because that's kind of what I saw last week.
Do you like that? Do you like that attitude?
No.
Because to me, that feels like you're playing not to lose, not playing to win.
Exactly. And I've always thought this, man. I think this, even if you have I'm an ultra aggressive mindset guy for play calling from the jump. Like we just talked about this yesterday. I think the Broncos should be a version of the Lions, which is on 4th and 5, they go for it. Because you do trust your defense. Like the strategy that people had 10 years ago about, hey, man, play good defense and don't turn the ball over and we'll just play conservative offense and hope our defense comes out on top. I hate that strategy. I think whether you got a good defense or a bad defense, I can find an excuse for you to go for it. 4th and 5 at the 50. You got a bad defense. Should you go for it? Yeah, because your offense is the better unit. 4th and 5 at the 50. You got a great defense. Should you go for it? Yeah, because the defense will make up for it if you don't get it. Like, I think that hyper-aggressive approach is one that really confuses a defense. Again, Detroit is doing something that teams are now starting to adopt more, but when they kind of went all in on the, I'm not going to punt unless it's 4th and 20. I'm not punting. I have heard defenders talk about what that's like when they're on the field and they get a stop on 3rd and 4 and it's 4th and 1. And they know that the other team's going for it and it's a killer. They're like, but I feel like I've done my job. And my job's not done yet. And I think the Broncos should absolutely take on that mentality and aggression. They have a few times this year. I mean, to go for it, to go for the 2-point conversion against the Eagles is something that I don't think any team, including Detroit, would have done in that moment. That's 8 minutes left in the game. You probably just tie that game up and hope you get a stop and you go out and do it again. And Sean Payton went aggressive. I think they should absolutely do that. And Texas says, Brett is the quintessential 4 verts guy in Madden. I do run 4 verts in Madden all the time because it's a great play. I would not do that if this is real life in the NFL. Like, I'm not dumb enough to think you take a shot every single time. Again, from the guy who has been screaming about keep the offense balanced and run the football even if it's not effective early in a game. That's the opposite of quintessential 4 verts guy. Because I think that's how the Broncos should be running their offense. They're built for that. A lot better than they are the opposite. At the same time, I think when they get into 3rd and 5 and they're around midfield, you should have a 2-down play call. Which is, if you want to run a swing pass or you want to run the football on 3rd and 5 to get you to 4th and 2 or 4th and 1, I'm totally okay with it, and I think you should. But there are, to me, so many different examples this year of plays that could have been had that weren't because Bo Nix just missed. And does that mess with the psyche of a play caller? Like, maybe. Maybe it does. But, I mean, the main question is, do you trust Sean Payton or not? And I do. I think he's a really good offensive mind. And I think he's changed his stripes a little bit in making a commitment to that run game in a way that he hadn't for the first year and a quarter that he was here. Now, do the bubble screens drive me nuts? Yes. I don't understand the purpose of those. Guys in the NFL are too good. You have to have elite blocking wide receivers in order to make that work. And I don't think the Broncos have that. Not yet, anyway. I think there's a lot more effective in different play calls that you can run. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So Russell Westbrook finally finds a home. It is with Sacramento. And I can't tell if it's one of these two things. And I don't think it's in between. There is Russell Westbrook is such a unique and different style of player that his skill set only fits a few teams that would consider themselves in contention. A big reason why I don't think Russell Westbrook, as much as I like the signing, I thought it was necessary, and I thought he got too much grief for how he played last year. I thought he was really good for the Nuggets last year. It wouldn't have fit this year because his style is not something that this team, this iteration of it, needs. They don't need somebody who's only dominant with the ball when he has the ball. They now have a backup unit that is able to spread the ball around, catch and shoot guys, different skill sets. Everybody kind of needs a taste. They don't need Russell Westbrook takeover mode anymore on that second unit. So it didn't make sense.
It may be a turnover. It may be a missed shot.
Yeah, and the made shot and the steal and the
maybe a made three. It's going to be all of that.
You don't need that anymore. You needed that last year because you couldn't trust anybody else. I'll tell you, for contending teams, I don't think really any of them need that. And it's why they're contenders. And Russell Westbrook's in a phase of his career where there's a very specific situation that he needs to come across. And for a team like the Kings, who last year found themselves in the play-in, do they have a good team? Kinda. They got Sabonis, they got Levine, they got DeRozan. Is that a team that's going to be competing for a championship? Probably not. And maybe they need somebody like him to come off the bench and really run the show. But you know who doesn't need that? The Nuggets. Who doesn't need that? The Thunder. Who doesn't need that? Like, just take team after team that you consider contenders. The Rockets don't. You look at all those different teams and you're like, well, which contender would need somebody that has that style? And the answer is probably none of them. And so that's why I think he finds himself in Sacramento. What I don't know, though, Nelly, did he choose the Kings at this time because he was holding out for a team that was a bigger contender and it just never came? Or did he choose the Kings now, knowing he was going to do this for months, and he just wanted to miss all the nonsense of the offseason? He didn't want to do training camp, and he didn't want to do preseason. Now, you see a lot of NFL guys who are veterans in the league do this, where they hit free agency, they know they're going to find a team, and they're like, yeah, I'll sign with you, but it'll be like the third week of August. I'm going to avoid all of that camp stuff. Because to some extent, they've earned the right to. But it's one of those two reasons. And whatever it is, I just knew that Russell Westbrook was going to have a hard time finding a home. It's part of the reason why I was pretty surprised that he opted out of his contract with Denver. But part of me thinks even if he opted in, he probably would have been traded. So 303-504-0925. There is potentially a really big scandal that is not being discussed. And I think I have the answer why. We'll get to it next. You can head to Stoney's on Lincoln to watch tonight's Thursday night football game with Pittsburgh and Cincinnati, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew and hang out with, who's going to be there? Me!
I'm very important.
Enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football, and we'll see you at Stoney's on Lincoln at 6. Again, hope to see you guys there. Should be a fun time with both that game on and the Avs game. So come on down and say hi. There is something that it's still weirding me out. And I want to be clear about something. It's not because my stupid football team was involved in this, but it is a big deal. When you have, for a few years now, people have been noticing a trend within Kansas City games that they just seem to get the benefit of the calls. And there's a study, this is on the New York Post and a couple of different sites. A study out of UTEP where they conducted some research about Chiefs games and penalties and blah, blah, blah. And what they found is that the Chiefs benefit from calls more than any other team in the league. And part of this is, are you a good team that's always in this situation? Do those teams get the benefit of the doubt? Yes, but this is coming straight from this research. The fact that postseason penalties consistently favored one franchise while similar dynasties showed no such pattern points to the powerful role of financial incentives in shaping supposedly neutral decisions. That's a conclusion that this research came to. Again, is it totally accurate? Probably not. But there is a perception that's out there that the Chiefs get the benefit of calls in clutch and crunch time moments. We played audio yesterday from 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit. Dan Campbell was doing his weekly radio show there. They asked him about the play on Sunday night that after a minute and a half, like the offense is sitting on the bench, and then the referees got together, huddled, and threw a penalty flag. Opening drive of the game, touchdown, trick play to Jared Goff. And I'll play this for you again.
I want to ask you one, and I want to go back to it. I don't want to harp on, just like we had talked about earlier, but when we asked you, did that call come from New York about overturning the Goff touchdown? Are you guys inquiring as to why you were told that, or inquiring as to what happened in that situation, why they went back a minute and a half later and threw the flag?
Yeah, we asked on all of that. We asked on all of it, and I can't tell you any of that.
But it was an official that told you it came from New York?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, always gets me. Here's the problem. The ref in the pool report after the game said, no, it didn't come from New York because that's not allowed. On that, New York is not allowed to buzz in and say, hey, that was a penalty. New York can buzz in and say the guy's toe was out of bounds. They can do that. They cannot do it with penalties. And after the game, the lead official, Craig Rolstadt, said nothing came from New York. He said there was a little bit of confusion in our discussion whether he had stopped talking about Goff initially or whether he had stopped at the end. And what we were talking about, that's why the flag came in so late. We did not have any assistance from Kansas City or New York. So who's lying here? That's a pretty big deal. If you're getting interference from the league office in New York for a primetime football game featuring two of the better teams in the NFL, and it's 100% influencing whether a touchdown is called or not. Again, it's not the reason Detroit lost the game, but how many more times is this going to be happening? If the official is lying about getting buzzed in from New York, that's a problem. And here's the other thing. And Nelly, I know I'm going like full conspiracy brain on this, but I hate Kansas City, so whatever. Let me ask you this question. It's just what I'm laying out. And textures, be honest with me. Throw out the straw poll.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Is what I'm discussing, does it sound like an important matter to you? That the league office would get involved in a call?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them.
Does that seem like something that's important? To me, it seems very important. It says something about the integrity of the game. Refs make mistakes. We all know that. But I think that's a big deal.
I think what's important here is why we don't know what happened. Like, that is the most concerning part. This is like when you as a parent come downstairs and you find your whole living room covered in mud, and you've got the dog and you've got your daughter, and you're like, well, who did this? Well, and then they both point at the other one and say, I didn't do this.
This is the thing, though, Nelly. This is why I think it's so important. Somebody's lying. And I'm pretty sure it's not Campbell. Because what would he stand to gain out of calling out the league? But here's the more important thing, Nelly. How many times have you guys been on ESPN over the last couple days? Have you been on CBS Sports? Have you been on Fox Sports? Have you been on any of those sites or any of that stuff? You know what I've noticed, Nelly? I'm on the front page of ESPN's NFL section. Tua apologizes for comments. Bears Caleb Williams could care less about criticism. Outrage over the surface at Steelers Field. Lions safety Brian Branch, 1-game suspension upheld. Panthers face running back conundrum with Hubbard return. You know what I don't see? Refs controversy over whether they overstepped their bounds. And I don't, look, I don't want to sound like tinfoil hat guy, but do you think part of it, maybe just part of it, why this isn't a bigger story, is because every single network that covers sports is in bed with the NFL? And if they have a controversy like this, are they told not to mention it? I'm just asking the question. I don't know. But again, when Kansas City is already on the beneficial side of a whole bunch of calls that come this way, and I got a head coach in this league that's saying, hey, they did something they aren't allowed to do. The refs did in favor of the Chiefs. And nobody's talking about it is really weird to me. So call me tinfoil hat guy if you want to. But there was already a narrative surrounding Kansas City before that. And again, this isn't about the game over the weekend. The Chiefs soundly beat Detroit. That's not the problem here. The problem is integrity of your sport is important. And somebody's lying about how that went down. That's all I'm saying. Hey, if the Nuggets are playing against the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals and there's a block charge, Nelly, and it's initially called a block, initially called a charge, Aaron Gordon takes the charge, it's Nuggets basketball. And then they reverse the call. And you find out that maybe the call got reversed because somebody in the league offices of the NBA said, you got to change that to a charge call when they aren't allowed to do it. Wouldn't you be like, well, that's a little bit weird?
You like getting nailed by the king?
That's all I'm saying. So you can always watch the show live on Twitch. We can get back to this later. Again, I don't want to sound like I'm too crazy. Another straw poll. Do I sound crazy? Yes or no? 303-504-0925. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. It's a Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel today. And don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
How did Dre Greenlaw look today, and what are your thoughts on his status moving forward?
Yeah, he practiced today. It was good.
Coach, when Dre Greenlaw does play, what does he bring to this defense?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them. No, I can't say anything about injury. He practiced today. He practiced today. He's been working out, like he's been rehabbing, and today was a good day. Next question.
He's an angry elf.
God, do I love when they ask him about injuries. Just to get that one. It just sounds like he wants to plant one right in the suck hole. By the way, good to see Moses going from his phone today because he broke his computer after chucking his headphones at them.
Moj, turn your phone horizontal so it's a horizontal picture. Attaboy.
Now throw your headphones at it.
Yeah. Look at his jowls. Look at everybody watching right now on Altitude Television, Twitch. Look at the man's demeanor. Look at what he look at his look. The look that he's giving us this morning. What does that say?
I don't know how insulting me is going to make this a better segment.
When you see that man, what comes to mind now?
It's a man who broke a $1,000 piece of equipment. I mean, that's what it looks like to me.
And he doesn't know what to say about it.
Yep.
He let his anger get the best of him.
Anyway, good morning, Moshe.
Hey, Moshe, I've got an iPad here, company iPad, which I guess I could use, but I don't have the password to this iPad. But it's some dude over at Altitude. And
hey, Vic, I got a Chevy Camaro in my driveway. Don't have the keys.
Yeah,
but it's there.
I've got a house in Vail. I don't know how to get in it, but
anywho, game tonight. Avs and Blue Jackets, so 4:30 pregame with 5 o'clock puck drop tonight. Also Thursday night football that you can hear on AM 950 between the Steelers and the Bengals. But the big news from yesterday is Dre Greenlaw is practicing. He is doing football. He's footballing. And here's the thing about Greenlaw. If the Broncos defense has a weakness, which I don't even know if you can call it a weakness, but the weakest part of their defense is linebacker. If they're already playing at this level and you can infuse Dre Greenlaw into it, I'm down with that. Makes him only better. Because I would say this, in the 2 games that you lost this year to the Chargers and the Colts, I think Greenlaw could have been a difference maker between that L turning into a dub.
Yeah.
I think Jonathan Taylor running for 165 yards probably doesn't happen if Dre Greenlaw's in the game.
Well, it's a bold assumption, but I think, we'll see what he does. We haven't seen him in a while. He doesn't know what he's going to do. When's the last time he played in a football game?
Yeah.
I understand, we've all understood that he's been injured and that it's been a long summer into the season for Dre Greenlaw. But why is it some big badass question to even question, is the guy okay? Are we ever going to see him? Is he why he gets so defensive about it and so grumpy? It's a legit situation. You signed him in the offseason for a specific role. You paid him a lot of bread. We haven't seen hide nor hair of dude.
Yeah.
So is it not fair just to kind of wonder? You don't have to be so defensive and
I think I know why.
Well, let me.
Well, maybe he's annoyed by it too. Maybe he is as well.
I don't know who asked those questions. There is absolutely nothing unfair about asking those questions. And in the grand scheme of things, a coach sets whatever barometer he wants to set, whatever rules, whatever legislation, he sets those. And according to Sean Payton, you are not allowed to ask him about injured players. However, an injured player who's coming off IR, who is practicing this week, in my humble opinion, it's okay to ask, how's he coming along?
Totally
Does he
agree.
look like he's going to play? There's nothing off limits about that. You're not saying, oh, how much is he going to play? What role is he going to play? Whose position? None of that. How's he looking? I think every football fan, every Bronco fan has that in the back of their mind. They want to know, why is that so off limits?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them.
By the way, he was probably your biggest free agent acquisition. If it wasn't him, it was Hufanga. And he's going to be vitally important to what you want to do defensively. It's only going to help that much more. I guess for him, Vic, it has to be like, all right, for example, my beautiful baby girl, baby Jamal Kale. So every night before she goes to bed, she gets 20 minutes with her iPad to watch some videos, right?
Yeah.
But at 6:30, it's 7 o'clock is when she gets it. 6:30, she starts asking. It's very annoying. Can I watch my TV yet? Can I watch my TV yet? And maybe that's Sean Payton. He's like, how many times do I tell you I don't talk about injuries? And you're going to ask me about injuries.
Sure,
but I'm right.
sure.
I think you're right, Vic. Like, this one's different. This guy has been on IR, and we haven't seen him.
Well, it's about breaking his protocol.
Yeah.
His protocol. And that's the one he has over the media. But this whole thing about coaches and injuries drives me nuts. And it has for years, because it's not just Sean Payton. It's every sport. It's every coach, trying to hold this off, doesn't want that information to get out there, don't want the other teams to be prepared, as if the other teams don't already know what's going on. You think the other teams don't have an inkling? Same thing happens like when I cover the Nuggets, and you can't even project anybody being injured until the starting lineup is released. I mean, everybody knows, everybody sees. We're not blind. I've never understood that. I've never understood it.
You know what's surprising is that, Moj, hockey coaches, they treat injuries as if it is the Pentagon Papers. They'll redact information. They'll give you a sheet, and it's just all blacked out everywhere. And surprisingly, we asked Jared Bednar about somebody who's been hurt for the Avs. Look, he doesn't give you the full detail, but he kind of gives you an update. He'll tell you, this guy's going to be out for another few weeks, or he's week to week still or something.
If he wanted to play this game, if Jared Bednar wanted to play the game, Moj, when we asked him about Brock Nelson the other day, he could have said, we're lucky, but you never know going forward. We don't know what, keep the other teams guessing. You never know. But he's not. He's not playing those little reindeer games. He was fine. We dodged a bullet. Go on. Coach your team. Quit playing reindeer games. Coach your team.
One thing that coaches do, though, I think in any sport, while you wish you had that injured player available to you, if they're not available to you, they're dead. Like, they don't exist, right?
Yeah.
You've got to coach the guys that are in front of you. So I mean, I get it from that standpoint, that point of view. I just don't see the need for all the theatrics regarding Dre Greenlaw. Okay, he's back, good, fine, let's move on. Hopefully he can play at a high enough level, and hopefully, what is it, a groin? Is it a hammy? What is it again?
We're not even sure. It was a quad.
Quad.
Yeah,
that's what it is. Just a piece of quad.
Yeah, and
well,
that's
hopefully
fine.
his quad will hold up.
I fully expect you don't ask particular injuries. Like, where is the injury exactly, Coach? Can you identify it? That's off limits. I totally get that. Whatever. But to ask the coach a simple question like, what do you expect him to bring to the team when he does return? That's not a hypothetical. That's just a question relating to, why'd you go get him in free agency?
Because he's
What
good.
is he? Yeah, I mean, so why is that so hard to answer that? I need a lesson. I need a 101 in coach speak. Why is that so off limits?
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
I don't know. The big thing here is, and this is what makes me excited. Now, I don't think Dre Greenlaw is close to coming back and playing. Like, I don't see him playing this week. Guys, he hasn't practiced since July? I think it's going to take him a little bit of time before they're comfortable just throwing him out there. Maybe I'm wrong, but you guys remember when Stafford was out the entire offseason for the Rams? And like a week before the season started, they're like, yeah, he's going to play on Sunday. They can do that because Stafford's been in that offense for 5 years, and he knows the ins and outs of it, and he can just jump in and play. Greenlaw has not played for this defense before. I don't think that this is one of those, you haven't practiced in 3 months, just go in there and play. I don't think that's one of those situations, but I think we can all agree on this. The two guys that you acquired from the 49ers this offseason through free agency are two guys that the Niners did not want to lose. Mm-hmm. Remember, they did not let them go voluntarily. They put up a fight to try and keep them, and they were pissed when both Hufanga and Greenlaw left. Do you guys think Greenlaw's a pretty good player? Or I'm sorry, Hufanga's a pretty good player?
Well, yes, he's a hit.
Player.
Yes.
He's a hit.
I think that's the same type of impact that a guy like Greenlaw can bring to the table. Again, we haven't seen it yet, but I know that the 49ers, they wanted him back for a reason, and it's because he's good. So him practicing again, beyond all of the Sean Payton keeping things behind closed doors stuff, I think you got a player that's really good that's going to be on the field right around the corner.
Somebody said, like, asking the coach, what do you expect to have when he does return? They call that a hypothetical. And by nature, you're exactly right. But isn't every question then a hypothetical? Isn't every question? I could come up with 30 questions right now at a coach's press conference and claim they're all hypotheticals. Right? Mm-hmm. Hey, what do you expect the Giants to do after winning 2 of 3? Hey, how do you expect your team to bounce back after a tough offensive game plan and execution in New York? Hey, does the jet lag bother you? How do you expect your team to recover from jet lag? All 3 of those questions are hypotheticals by nature, correct? Correct? You're hypothetical.
Correct. Yes.
Every question's a hypothetical. Every question. You could turn down all of them and call them a hypothetical. Unless you want to go yes, no with me. You want to go yes, no? Will your team be there Sunday for the game?
The thing is, you've said hypothetical so many times, I don't know if this happens to you, where I'm starting to question what the word means now. I know what hypothetical means. But now you've said it so many times, I'm like, hang on.
Hypothetical is another way of saying I'm not answering the question.
Yeah. It's a different translation.
It's speculative. This is not a jury. We're not in the court of law here. It's just football. It's just football. It's not that hard. It's just a football game. Yeah, you know what? Not going to answer that question. We don't want to talk about injured players, so appreciate it. That's it.
The texter says the weird part is that it wasn't even a question about injury that set him off. Yeah, can I hear this again, Nelly? Play the clip again. Let me hear the beginning of this. Because I want to.
How did Greenlaw look today, and what are your thoughts on his status moving forward?
Yeah, he practiced today. It was good.
Coach, when Greenlaw does play, what does he bring to this defense?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them. No, I can't say anything about injury.
Okay, stop for a second. They're actually right. It was when Greenlaw does play, what does he bring to the team was the follow-up, and that's what he was like, I don't talk about injuries. It's like, no, I'm asking you about the player. Like, what does he bring to the table when he is going to play, assuming he's going to play?
Well, I'm just curious, for those of you online who agree with Coach Payton, and listen, he has his rules, and if those are his rules, we have to abide by them. I have no problem. But I'm just curious, if you were in that scrum, and I'm glad I'm not, thank God, because it would go crazy. What would you ask? If you wanted the public to know about Dre Greenlaw, and that's your job as a beat writer. I feel bad for some of these beat writers because all they're doing, they are the conduit to the fan. They are the conduit to you. All right? What would you ask? How would you ask it? Fire away, pork chop.
Honestly, I think it was Zach Stevens from DNVR that asked that follow-up. I probably would have asked something like that because it's not about injuries. It's just about, hey, what does he bring to the table when he is playing?
Moj, give it your shot. How would you ask the question? And I'm dead serious. If somebody has a better way of asking these questions, by all means, we could take constructive criticism. I'll take your help.
I don't know there's a better way to ask because it was pretty direct what he's bringing to the table. I'm not talking about that.
No.
It's an affront to humanity.
You say something, Moj. Spot on, Sean Payton, right there.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, dude, you don't have to get that way. Well, look. Okay, here's what I'm going to go on. Unless he tells me different, this is what I'm going on. He is incredibly pissed that Greenlaw has not been on the field.
Yes, and it's seeping out.
And he's trying to hold it all in. He's incredibly pissed. We spent all this money, and this guy's been out since June, essentially, just on the field a couple of times since June, and it's probably incredibly annoying and frustrating to the head coach. So anytime anybody brings it up, man, he's going to lose his bacon, which is what he did.
And this is and once again, this is what it sounded like, Nelly?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them. No, I can't say anything about injury.
Perfect. Injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. The
Someone
update
said on the
is
text line,
he can't talk about it.
Someone said the proper way to ask the question is to use the term "tell us about."
Oh, I hate those.
Let me tell you something. I don't know if you're being facetious or not, but my favorite question in the media is talk about. Hey, talk about Dre Greenlaw. That's the easiest question, and it's the biggest out in all of Q&A. Talk about your power play. Hey, talk about your goalie tonight. Hey, talk about the game. When you hear a reporter use the words talk about, they don't know how to fashion the question. I'm being blunt. I've done it many times myself. You run out of things to ask.
Talk about love.
I mean, I think we can all agree. If you want to get direct answers for subjects and you want to get the real sort of nitty-gritty, raw response that every athlete and every reporter wants to get out of an athlete, I think, is it ready, Nelly?
No, but while I'm looking for it, a strategy you could do, anybody asking Sean Payton questions, is you could do the Moser method of just tell a story for about 50 seconds and then stop talking.
That would be good.
Yeah.
You go, hey,
just stop talking.
Hey, Coach, Dre Greenlaw,
He's so lucky.
when he was in San Francisco, he was such a stalwart on that Super Bowl team, and unfortunately they couldn't get it done against the Kansas City Chiefs. They fell in overtime. But, I mean, Greenlaw's a stud.
You know something?
Just stare at him.
Just stop.
He's so lucky. He is so lucky that I'm not out there.
Oh, yeah. You'd start World War III. Watch
No,
out,
no,
everybody.
I think Moser's right. Go on, Moser. I know where you're going.
Because I would drive him insane.
Yeah, exactly.
He's lucky that he's got these one-liners from Zach Stevens. These quick, straight to the point questions, and he won't answer those. Well, I'll go all day with him. Let's go, Coach. All day.
Here's one that I like and I appreciate. This is from Trent on the text line. Proper question should be asked like this. Hey, Coach, since the fans and the media haven't seen much of Dre Greenlaw, what can you and the rest of the coaching staff say about how he will elevate this defense?
I still don't think he's going to give. I think he's going to give you exactly what he gave Zach Stevens.
Exactly.
You mentioned Greenlaw. That's a sin right now.
You can be the most verbose, the most fundamentally sound, the most poetic asker of questions in the world, and he's not going to answer that question.
I think there's one guy that could probably get him to answer the question.
Yeah, it's Kay Adams.
Well, yeah, that is true. But, okay, another guy. I mean, if you want the journalistic integrity of somebody who knows what they're doing, knows how to talk to their subject, knows how to get the best answers out of them, you look no further than our friend.
How much importance was defensively for you here tonight?
Yes. Now that would have opened up the box, the diary right there.
Kyle Keefe, we need you at Dove Valley asking these important questions to the head coach of the Broncos. It's necessary to be, as Vic called it, the conduit to the fans. I don't know why is Keefe wasting his time doing anything else, Moj? We need him there. If he dropped a how important was it defensively for you tonight, I think that you would get a world-class answer out of Sean Payton.
What's the question?
Certainly hope so. I would hope so. That cracks me up, though.
Okay.
Next question.
You guys need to allow me something, okay?
On the Twitch, Kay Adams could get Sean to provide his family's Social Security numbers.
Yeah, no kidding. So,
Coach, what's your Social Security number? Just hypothetically.
Does it start with a 4, a 3? You guys got to allow me something here. And I fully admit this might sound a little out there. I don't know if you guys are conspiracy theory people. I don't believe in a lot of them. I believe in a couple. I think there's one happening right now in sports, that nobody's discussing. And the fact that nobody's discussing it pushes my theory even farther. We'll get to it next.
How much importance was defensively for you here tonight?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them.
All right, I'm a firm believer that you need to pay attention at least a little bit to conspiracies out there. You got to be aware of things. You can't just accept everything at face value. You got to question things. Now, I reject a lot of them, but you got to sort of look into it. And I went down a rabbit hole last night. And I'm going to say this on the front end. This isn't about my stupid football team. Kansas City kicked their ass. That's why they lost. But the perception out there of the Chiefs over the last few years is that the Chiefs in big moments are the beneficiaries of 50-50 calls more often than they aren't. And there's a study at a UTEP where they looked into this. Research team in UTEP did.
Okay, so hold on a second now. We have researchers actually doing the math.
You mean kids in a class at the University of Texas, El Paso?
Correct.
Yeah, kids in a class that decided, let's do something fun.
They said in playoff games, penalties against Kansas City opponents were 2.36 more yards than average. Flags were also 23% more likely to result in a first down in favor of the Chiefs. Study also adds that penalties on subjective calls, such as roughing the passer and pass interference, occurred 28% more frequently in favor of the Chiefs. So the quote in this research thing says, the fact that postseason penalties consistently favored one franchise while similar dynasties showed no such pattern points to the powerful role of financial incentives in shaping supposedly neutral decisions. And I say this. In that game in which the first touchdown of the game that was the throw to Goff got called back, and we played the audio of a very sad Dan Campbell yesterday on his radio show, his weekly radio show on 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit, where this happened.
I want to ask you one, and I want to go back to it. I don't want to harp on, just like we had talked about earlier, but when we asked you, did that call come from New York about overturning the Goff touchdown? Are you guys inquiring as to why you were told that, or inquiring as to what happened in that situation, why they went back a minute and a half later and threw the flag?
Yeah, we asked on all of that. We asked on all of it, and I can't tell you any of that.
But it was an official that told you it came from New York?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, always gets me. But why do I play that audio again? I'll tell you why. Because here's lead official Craig Rolstad in the postgame when asked about their decision to throw the flag. There was a little bit of confusion in our discussion whether he stopped initially or whether he'd stopped at the end talking about Goff. That's why the flag came in so late. We were having a discussion about it. He was asked specifically, did you get assistance from New York on the call? He said, we did not have any assistance from Kansas City or New York. So somebody's lying. And I'm pretty sure it's not Campbell, because why would he lie about that? Isn't that kind of a problem? That somebody, an official, is lying about how a call was made when the league office can't interfere on that specific call. And if they did, that's not allowed. And what's really freaking me out is this feels like an article should be written somewhere about this from one of the big publications. I was on ESPN the last 2 days, didn't see one about it. I was on CBS Sports, didn't see one about it. I was on Fox Sports, didn't see one about it. Is it maybe because these big-time publications all have contracts with the NFL? Look, I know I sound crazy, but you can't tell me that's not at least a little bit of a story here. You can't.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Kaner, but I guess where do you go to try and get more of the story?
I'm gonna start a podcast called Brett Kane Finds Out.
Okay. The league isn't going to talk. The officials are not going to talk. Dan Campbell's no longer going to talk. There's nowhere to go. There's no person to seek out to get clarification because you're not going to get it. That's it.
I don't know what to do with this information, Brett.
Well, I'm telling you this, Vic. You've seen as much as I've seen. People think that the Chiefs get more calls than a regular team does.
Yeah,
because they do. Because they do.
It doesn't work that way. It's a fact.
But
yeah,
hang on. But in this case, A head coach in the NFL just said they did something they're not allowed to do that affected whether a touchdown was called or not.
But see, Brett, I can apply that to teams in every league. You know, doesn't it feel like when you're playing the Lakers, doesn't it feel like the whistle goes the other way? Doesn't it feel that way? I mean,
it does feel that way. But Vic, can I give you an example? If this is a playoff game and the Nuggets are playing the Lakers and Aaron Gordon takes a charge and then the refs get together and they say, nope, it's a block. And then you find out that maybe the league offices buzzed into the refs and made them overturn the call when that's not allowed. Would you not think that's kind of a big deal?
You like getting nailed by the king?
That they interfered in something they're not allowed to interfere in?
Do you want my honest opinion?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's a big deal.
Okay.
I don't. I mean, what's the end game here? Do you think that the league conspires to help the Chiefs? Do you really believe that the league is sitting there, that Roger Goodell is having a meeting on a weekly basis? What can we do to help the Chiefs and Taylor Swift this week? Do you think that's taking place?
I think that you leave yourself up to really, really weird things when stuff like this happens and you don't comment on it.
But I didn't ask you that. I asked you, do you think that the league is conspiring to help the Kansas City Chiefs? And the fact that you're pausing is ridiculous. It really is. It's foolish. It's foolish.
No,
I
it's
don't
ridiculous.
I don't think they're conspiring to help the Kansas City Chiefs, but
I think if they can give them an out,
get the benefit of the doubt more often than not.
Like,
by the league or by the officials?
How about this, Vic? Do I think there was something weird that happened in that Rams-Saints NFC Championship game where there was clear pass interference that wasn't called?
So you
I think that's a little bit odd.
Sure. So in that instance, you believe that the league conspired to help the LA Rams?
What I'm saying is I don't know. Do you how about this, Vic? Do you think the league has it out at times for Sean Payton, especially when he was in New Orleans?
The league itself may not like him, but they're not going to act upon it during the game. There's nobody that's sitting in a suit with a buzzer saying, "Hey, there's Sean again." Boop, hit the buzzer, call it. It's not. I mean, what are we doing here?
Hang on a second. If I can connect two pretty simple dots, though, league doesn't like Sean Payton. That's the most egregious non-pass interference I've ever seen in my life that decided who was potentially going to the Super Bowl. You can't tell me, like, I'm not going to straight up say, like, I think they did that on purpose. But for me to question whether they did, you can't tell me I'm crazy for thinking that.
I'm in that boat. There are so many conspiracy theories in our country right now on so many ridiculous things. My brain is... I'm full of it. I'm done. I mean, come on, man.
You are full of it. I agree.
I am. I'm done.
Okay, but I'm asking people, and look, I fully might be a weirdo tinfoil hat guy right now, but I do think it's a little bit odd if a head coach said they made the call from New York and they're not allowed to do that, and the ref in the postgame seemingly lied and said, no, we didn't, we made the call. I mean, I think it's a little bit weird. That's all I'm saying. That a ref lied about a decision they made. Moj.
For all of you, all right, all of you, because I'm looking at the text line explode. I'm seeing people. For all of you who believe that the league, somehow you believe the league conspires to help the Chiefs, let me ask you a fundamental question. If you believe that, and you believe that the league is slanted toward a particular team, why do you waste your time watching? Why on Sunday do you turn on your television and waste your time watching? If you know that the script is already written, what's the point? Go outside and go leaf peeping this weekend.
Again, it's...
No, seriously.
Okay.
If you believe that, and that's at the fundamental core of your heart, you think that the script is already written, why are you wasting your time?
Can I ask you a question, Vic? Did the Luka trade seem weird to you?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yes.
Why would the Lakers be on the right side of a massive generational superstar while giving away virtually nothing to get him?
Yeah.
And if I say that seems a little weird, and I'm not going to say that the NBA is like in some cahoots with the Lakers to make sure they're good, but that seems odd. I don't think you'd call me crazy for that. That's all I'm saying here.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
I also think, you know what else looks really nuts? The stuff going on with the Clippers and Kawhi and how nobody's acted upon that yet. There's a lot of stuff that looks nuts.
Without Pablo Torre, nobody knows about this stuff.
Yes. At the same time, there are things that happen where perhaps the league is involved and the league has a say in it, but to outright think that the league is scripting results is where I draw the line. That's ridiculous.
Of course, everybody does. Everybody draws the line, Vic. But Brett has a point. At least the coincidence is there. Hey, why in the world Maybe I don't know what I don't know. Why is Mark Cuban going to bat so hard for Steve Ballmer?
I don't know. I wondered that same thing. Like, he's putting in a lot of time. He's investing a lot of time.
Why is he?
Pablo's not alleging anything, but he did note some coincidences in similar investments made by the Clippers owner and Mark Cuban. And certain things that they co-own together.
Well, I don't know if you guys noticed this. This was largely nobody's talking about the final question that Pablo, in the 96-minute interview he did with Mark Cuban. It was 96 minutes. I watched all of it. Painful. At the end of the interview, he asked Mark Cuban, what do you think about some of the tomfoolery that took place when the Knicks signed Jalen Brunson and got him for the number and he said, yeah, they should have been penalized more than they were, because they were penalized for cap circumvention, if you go back and look at it. And
for
Cuban,
doing what with Jalen Brunson now? I know he took a giant pay cut, but what's
no? This was before that.
I see.
They were penalized. The Knicks and Cuban's reaction. All of a sudden, he went from very glib to cold to they should have. I wish they would have been penalized more. And it seemed like there was something there.
Well, here's what's there. Jalen Brunson was a Maverick before that. He played for his team, and so he feels like his guy got poached illegally. And so, of course, that changes. But I thought the same thing. Like, why is he stumping so hard for the Clippers in this? And I'm like, perhaps it's because he has similar investments with the owner of the Clippers, and it's a friend of his. I have no idea.
Hey, by the way, when I know, and I was at a JV soccer game last night, and a couple people said they listened to the show and watched the show, and it's wonderful.
You were at a JV soccer game last night?
Yeah, my nephew. I support my family. Yeah, my nephew played. And by the way, that JV team would have trounced any of our varsity teams back when we were playing. These kids today are so good and organized, and there's so much. The genetics is ridiculous. Anyway, so I was talking. You know when some people listen to your show and they get the joke, right? Mm-hmm. It's fun. I love it. It's like, okay, we're a bunch of morons. We have fun. But the best part is when people don't listen to the show. When you know someone doesn't listen to your radio show? I had this conversation with a lady yesterday. Hey, have you gone up to see the leaves yet? We're going this week. Have you gone up to see the leaves? That question was asked of me.
Maybe she thought you were Moser.
Could be.
Could be. Confused me with Moser. That's a dangerous question to ask Vic. Dangerous.
I didn't know what to say. I could have gone on. I just like, huh?
Vic is now in prison for assault. Yeah.
Huh? Have you gone up? Have you gone up to see the leaves, Brett?
No.
Brett, Mark, have you gone to see the leaves?
No, Vic, I have not gone up. I have not gone up to see the leaves this year.
Nelly, I know, has seen the leaves. Nelly?
It's a complete crap.
Nelly, have you seen the leaves?
No, I have not specifically gone to see the leaves. I got plenty of leaves here in town. I don't need to outsource my leaves.
I will say it looks very pretty. I am not wasting 4 hours. I'm not wasting 4 hours of my life to go see it, though.
It's like it's the whole topic of Vic doesn't like fun. I love fun. Am I going to drive an hour to go look at something I could look at in my backyard?
Yeah, my trees are changing colors. It's pretty.
Help me understand that.
You know what? Maybe I will go leaf peeping. I'll sit there, look at the leaves, and it'll give me more ammunition somehow in this conspiracy theory I have. I need to nail these Chiefs any way I can. And maybe it's going to be a good thinking space.
You get together with that elective class at UTEP, and you put together a nice little...
Exactly. I'm not kidding.
Are we sure it's a,
Moj,
are we sure it's a class at UTEP?
Moj, the more I thought about that stuff, though, I just kept going down and why am I the only one talking about this? Where's the article on ESPN? They're all in cahoots. Anyway. You can come join me tonight for Thursday Night Football. It's going to be Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, and it's presented by Tullamore Dew. I'm going to be out at Stoney's on Lincoln starting at 6 o'clock. You can enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football, along with watching the Avs game tonight. So come down and say hi to me.
I'm very important.
Stoney's on Lincoln at 6 o'clock.
See Brett.
I'm a pull. I don't know how else to break it down to
That'd
you.
be
I
very
go
funny.
somewhere, the people come.
If a couple students from UTEP showed up with like data.
Just listening to your show today, you brought up points we didn't even consider. Thank you, sir. Yes. All right, back after this. Oh, I love this. Look, I'm just going to bend into this now. You guys are just going to have to live with this. I am now the league is rigged for the Chiefs guy. Texture says this. He goes, Kaner should work on a 3-part Netflix documentary called Chiefs Kingdom. How far does it reach? I'm going to. It's my next. It's my next sort of lot in life. People write books. I'm going to make a conspiracy. Did you guys see that our old pal Russell Westbrook found a new home yesterday? He is going to Sacramento, the long-rumored team that it sounded like he would go to. My question is this with Russ. Do you think it took him this long to sign with the Kings? Because we heard about this like 2 months ago, that he could sign with them. Did it take him this long because he was looking for a bigger contender before he decided with Sacramento? Or was he just looking to do that veteran, I'm skipping training camp and signing right before the season starts thing?
Well, let's back up. Do you care to back up on this? Because I've got more to say about this whole Russell Westbrook thing. And if you're a Nuggets fan, perhaps you might have an interest in this. Originally, Russell Westbrook signed a 2-year contract with the Denver Nuggets. The second year was a player option.
Yeah.
It's his option. The intent for Russell Westbrook when he's out looking for teams was, correct me if I'm wrong here, he's looking for a ring. He's chasing the ring, correct? He wants one. And I don't deny that. And he doesn't deny it. I mean, good for him.
Mm-hmm.
Long, prosperous, Hall of Fame career, wants to end it with a ring. So he signs with the Nuggets, chasing their ring, a 2-year deal. You ever ask yourself, why would he opt out of the second year of a player option? What do you think it was? Because I've got my theory. I don't know for a fact. I don't have, nobody's told me this, but I've got an opinion. What do you guys think it is?
Yeah, I've got a theory too, but Mose, you go first.
Why do you think Russell Westbrook opted out of the second year of his player option with the Denver Nuggets?
Well, I played this game with you on a number of occasions. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter what I think because you're going to tell me I'm wrong and you're going to give me your own
it's
theory.
My opinion too. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I have an opinion. You have an opinion. What do you think it is?
Maybe he thought he could get another deal and tack
so
one more.
Whatever. Yeah. No, I'm kidding. You thought he can get another deal where?
Someplace and tack more money on and
so yours
get
is
paid
money
a little bit more before he's done.
All right, so yours is money related. Brett?
By the way, nice shirt. You're welcome.
The one thing you've ever given me that I like.
Anyway, go ahead.
Mine is, I think the new Nuggets front office probably told him, hey, if you opt in, that's fine, but we're going to trade you.
Trade would actually benefit him because he'd still have the contract and he'd have the security of that contract.
He was on a vet minimum.
Yeah, but still having that contract in place. And I don't deny the first part. Here's my theory. The first part of your theory is correct. I think he saw the writing on the wall come playoff time when David Adelman said, you ain't going to play like you've been playing.
Well, I don't even know if it's – yeah, go ahead.
We're going to play players that, I think are going to help us at that moment. And he didn't want to be that guy that was vying for playing time. He wanted to be part of the rotation. And he knew he would not be guaranteed that necessarily in Denver. I mean, you tell me, with this current roster, where would he play? He could be the point guard on the second unit. He could be that.
There's one thing I would throw in there, though, Vic.
Yeah.
At the time that he opted out of his contract, you didn't know what this team was going to look like.
But I think they knew. You don't think they knew that Bruce Brown was signing here? You don't think?
Probably.
You don't think that was already locked for weeks?
Probably. I guess what I'm saying is this. I think it was a mixture of two things. Russell Westbrook's style is so specific. It needs a certain situation. And I've said this before, and I will repeat this until the day I die. The year that Russell Westbrook spent here, he was good, and he was necessary for that team.
Yeah.
They needed somebody on the second unit to take over.
Yeah.
They can't have that this time.
Listen,
they need somebody who's going to share the basketball.
My theory is really simple, and it comes down to one thing. At the end of the year, when the Nuggets held their end-of-season press conference and every press conference in the playoffs, the one thing that my ears started ringing when I heard this is when the coaches, when everybody said, we can't turn the ball over. We have to protect the ball and be better in half court. When they say that, you're thinking, well, I got one way you can get better in doing that.
Moj, I think for a team who is competing for a championship, having somebody who comes off the bench whose entire strategy is Leroy, like, I don't think they need a guy who does that. You know, they don't need the wild. It's either
it may be
really,
a turnover, it may be a missed shot,
all this,
but it may be a steal, maybe a dunk, maybe a missed three, maybe a made three. It's gonna be all of that.
I think that what they're looking for is, how about just level play?
Yeah.
How about just somebody
Just
that I know is
predictable?
Yes,
please
predictable.
be a little bit more predictable so that we can win. Look, it was an experiment. I was happy to have him here. It's all good.
Yeah.
It didn't work. They weren't going to win it anyway. It's okay. They got their team now, and he's not going to get a ring before he's done. That's pretty apparent, unless, man, I don't know, he signed some vet minimum and is the 12th player on a team someplace.
Well, he's in Sacramento now, so it's not going to happen in Sacramento.
Right.
He's not.
Yeah,
I mean, he went to one of the worst spots. If he's aspiring for a ring, it's not going to happen there. But I knew, Moj, the second he opted out of his contract, and he did so before he was required to do so. That was the other clue. There was still deadline time. They're like, okay, when he did it before the deadline. That told me everything I needed to hear. That told me he knew he wasn't going to be able to play on this team. Not the minutes that he aspired to play. He knew. So rather than face, and I hate to use this word, the humility of a situation where he's not playing, right? Mm-hmm. Rather than face he was proactive and said, I'm out.
Okay, can I throw something else out there that I don't know if anybody knows the answer to this other than the people directly involved? Is there anything to the Ramona Shelburne thing that she put out in the playoffs about that there might have been a tiff between Westbrook and his personality and the way it gelled with other people in the locker room?
I don't know the inner workings of player chemistry beyond what I see. And I can tell you, it didn't bother them during the series. They took that team to 7 games, and if Aaron Gordon doesn't get hurt, they have a chance to win in 7. So you tell me.
They're professionals.
Yeah.
I'm just saying personality fits. Was his personality something that fit that locker room or not?
Well, I think any locker room is going to be hard to fit Russell Westbrook, his personality.
What's I'm saying?
He certainly runs by a different drum.
This is very much a locker room of people are, and I'm not saying that he's not this, but I'm just saying when you have one of the greatest basketball players who's ever lived, that is the leader of your team, whose number one concern is always everybody else needs to get involved, and it's not about me, it's about the team, and Aaron Gordon certainly thinks that way, and Michael Porter Jr. thought that way, and everybody thought that way, and Russ is kind of like, when I'm on the court, I get mine.
Yeah, but what's sad about that, listen, the fit is, it's easy in hindsight to say it didn't fit, but I thought there was some parts of Russell Westbrook that were perfect for the Nuggets. And
me too.
Ironically enough, I think that Nikola Jokic wanted that bad boy in his room. He wanted somebody to
He went to the front office and requested him.
He wanted a guy like Westbrook to come in and show some tude, right? Show some attitude. He needed that. The team needed that. Now, it worked sometimes. It worked. And then sometimes it was extraordinarily
the T-Wolves
bad.
game.
Yeah. I mean, the times it worked, you could sit there and say, great fit. The times it didn't, you could sit there and say, what is going on?
Mm-hmm.
But that's what you knew you were going to get. All I'm saying is he knew he wasn't going to get that opportunity here, so he took the opportunity to get out of his contract, and I think he was waiting. Why it took so long? He really wanted to go to a contender. That's what it was.
That's
he wanted
fine.
to go to a
That's
contender.
fine. Listen, let me back up Russ here a little bit. The Nuggets also really didn't have any other choices. They didn't have. I mean, they needed somebody. What'd you do?
Like cramp.
They needed somebody, Brett. They needed him to. They needed him to come in. I'm not laughing anymore. They needed him to come in and play for them because they didn't have anybody else for that role. They couldn't get anybody else for that role.
It worked last year.
You know what? So thanks, Russ, and good luck to the rest of your career, however long that may be. We've got what we've got, and this team is a contender, and this team should be one of the massive favorites to win it all, and that's where we are.
But you know what, Moj? I'm not going to be one, again, this is sort of your calling card. I'm not going to be one of those bitter fans that does this. good riddance. Thank you. My reaction is thank you.
I
Russ.
just did. I know.
I know.
They didn't have anything else.
I know. I'm just talking about in general, not you in this specific situation. In general, I want to thank Russ for his contribution. And at times it worked. At times it was a glorious explosion. But thank you. We're going to move on. And it's not going to work out here. And I hope you find success elsewhere. He wants to chase a ring. You're not going to find it in Sacramento. Hate to break it to you.
High-pitched voice Moj is my favorite Moj, I think. Just did. You're incensed. It's like, do you guys remember when Steve Ballmer came out after that aspiration thing, did the interview, and he's like, I got conned. You're just like, all right, dude, relax.
On the text line, Vic has given you a company answer. He was a soaker and wore his emotions on his sleeve. Where's my company answer?
I don't.
Somebody help me identify the company answer I just gave you.
Are they alleging that you know that he was horrible in the locker room and you're just not saying it or something? Is that the allegation here?
I told you everything I know about what I saw in the locker room.
Yeah.
He did abide by a different set of rules. He did abide by his own set of rules. The biggest problem with bringing in a free agent who's a future Hall of Famer, whose best years are behind him,
and was an MVP.
Is that a lot of times they still think they're that player.
Of course.
When they're not. And they want to be handled like that player. The Russell Westbrook of 10 years ago is not the Russell Westbrook the Nuggets got. He was acting like that many times in how he wanted to be handled.
Yep. 303-504-0925. Keep in mind, guys, Thursday Night Football, Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One, including this Thursday Night Football game between the Steelers and Bengals. It starts at 5:30 on AM 950 tonight.
How would I be able? Look, they conned me.
Conned me?
Is that what Moser sounded like?
I didn't sound like that, did I?
No, it wasn't quite like that.
I just did defend him.
But that is one thing. Look, I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not a judge. I didn't study. I didn't take the bar. But if I accuse somebody of something, their reaction is, I got conned. They conned me. I'm like, that's dead giveaway.
How would I be able?
Dead
They
giveaway.
conned me.
Dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway.
All right, back after this. Okay, as we look ahead to the Giants game, again, some weird sort of quirks within what we originally thought it would be before the season started to where we are now. The comeback from London without a bye week in between, playing against a Giants team that is seemingly rejuvenated with energy, with Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo kind of running things for the Giants right now. And our boy over at Denver 7, Nick Rothschild, was able to talk to a couple players yesterday and asked them about that crazed man, Cam Scatterbo. Here is first Nick Benito on Cam.
Boy, crazy as hell, man. He just be trying to run everybody over. And it's not just DBs, linebackers, it's D tackles too. So, man, you got to give him credit. He's a tough guy.
I heard these interviews. It was a clip from the Pardon My Take guys where they were relaying stories that Giants teammates have told about Cam Scatterbo. They said, he said 3 words to me when we first met, and then he headbutted me.
Dude, don't do
that
this.
That he's
because
legitimately a crazy person.
Don't do this. You'll waste an hour of your time. I got up really early this morning because I can't sleep, and I went down the Cam Scatterbo tape rabbit hole, highlight tape, and I was looking at some of his high school stuff. I put some on Twitter. It's insane. Do you understand the insanity of this man?
Yeah.
He had a run in high school. I counted. He broke 10 tackles on the way to a touchdown, 65 yards. 10 tackles, 2 of which he was almost horizontal down on the ground, and he still managed to keep his feet and run.
So Nick Benito said he's crazy as hell. What does John Franklin Myers say?
Yeah, outrageous. Nah, physical. He's a physical player. He's looking for contact. Young running back, so you see it a lot in the younger guys. The older you get, you realize that you probably shouldn't be ducking your head. You might want to run out of bounds every now and again. But, young guy, full of energy, full of juice. And, truth be told, that running style is the reason that they're playing the way they're playing, because, he's a good player. He's getting them going. And, you run a couple people over, you get a little momentum. And, momentum is a game changer.
He is so right on that. Like, we were just talking about Russell Westbrook. And, Vic, you mentioned something about him. That Russell Westbrook, good or bad, you play to the energy of that player. If Russ makes some big play and the crowd's amped up, it provides an insane spark for your team.
Yeah.
He does something wrong, it takes the crowd out of it a little bit, and they start to do the boos. How many times did we hear the boo when he lined up for a 3 and then he'd make it and the crowd would erupt, right?
Sure.
Cam Scatterbo, I feel like, is the exact same thing for the Giants. It'll take one play where he trucks a guy over, and it feels like he gives that team life. I know some people don't believe in momentum. I do. I think momentum's a real thing in sports, and he can provide that in a hurry.
One thing we're not seeing is Scatterbo provides the highlights, obviously. He looks for pain. He looks for contact. That Giants offensive line is pretty good. Their left tackle, he's an all-pro, Andrew Thomas. He's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And if you watch that Eagles game again, they dominated the trenches. They got off the line, man.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a challenge.
Especially late.
Yes.
Late in that game, that's when, they were trying to get that final dagger drive in there, and Scatterbo had 6 carries. Each one of them went 7 or 8 yards. That's when they really took over.
They were 3 for 3 in the red zone. When they get in there, they run it in there. And they're able to, part of that is because Jackson Dart's not afraid to run it in there.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to have to take care of himself a little bit better because he's going to find something in this Broncos defense that he hasn't seen in the NFL yet by a mile. They're really really good, right? I was reading Legwold's stuff about the Broncos. I'm going to try to find it here right now if I can get to it. Jeffrey, where's all your crap here? Okay, here we go. Dre Greenlaw's back, right? And so coach doesn't want to talk about it. That's fine. But the Broncos are number 1 in sacks. They're number 1 on third down. They're number 1 in the red zone. They're number 1 in defensive EPA. Number 2 scoring defense after 6 games. Dudes, they are flat out dominant. And this kid likes to run. He's going to get himself rung up at some point if he continues to do that. But I don't even know that he's going to have a whole lot of room to run coming up on Sunday because the Broncos are going to be all over that young man.
Well, you know what's going to happen,
him.
too? His calling card is to put his head down and run people over.
Yeah.
Every linebacker, safety, every defensive player on that Broncos side is going to want to hit him hard.
Yeah.
And do that thing, right? Now
everybody wants a piece.
Yes.
Everybody.
They want their Atwater Christian Okoye moment.
It's going to be fun to again. Hufanga and Scatteraboo. Singleton's going to try. I guarantee you, Singleton's going to try. And when I say try, they're going to line him up and say, "Let's go."
Yeah.
Brett, you saw Cam Scatterbo live and in person, if you recall, that 41-10 win up in Fort Collins. You recall that?
Yep.
He was playing for Sac State at that time. And Vic, you mentioned your little videos that you put out there of his high school stuff. Wasn't really recruited out of high school and went to Sac State. The Hornets were smart enough to get the hometown kid in. And then Arizona State goes, "Oh, yeah, that kid runs pretty good. You want to come down here to Tempe and run the football for a couple of years?" He said, "Sure." I guess the rest is history. But he's a guy. His total talent I think is probably pretty good, but he seeks out the contact. Like, he's happy to do it. He's happy to oblige you. Puts his head down and tries to run right through your human being.
If you just run through somebody's face, a lot of people ain't gonna be able to take that over and 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 over again. They just not gonna want that.
I don't know where to step in on that anymore. You know who?
Just at the end of it. Is there a deeper message to that? Run through a mother bleep
Think there's
face.
a deeper metaphor there? Run through a mother face.
You know
the great
don't have to worry
philosopher.
about him no more.
The great philosopher, Marshawn Lynch.
Who he physically reminds me of. I don't know how closely you guys watched Mariners and Blue Jays last night, but did you happen to catch the Toronto Blue Jays catcher going yard? And when I saw him round the bases, I said to myself, if there's ever a body type for a catcher, it is that of Alejandro Kirk. Did you see that, man?
He's a big
He's
boy.
a total pork. You talk about pork chop. He is an absolute pork chop.
He is the definition of a pork chop. When you
is.
think of like a cartoon for a baseball team and how do you want to shape your catcher, that's him.
Oh, hang on a second.
That's it exactly.
There's a guy on the opposite side of the field. You've seen Josh Naylor, right? So Josh Naylor's 5'10", 250 pounds. You know what's amazing about him? I'm going to blow your guys' mind with this. 5'10", 250. Does he look like an athlete to you?
Probably not.
He doesn't move very well.
Yeah.
First baseman. Do you know he has 30 stolen bases this year?
That's crazy. Yeah.
Wow.
Athletes come in many shapes and sizes.
Well, his isn't so much, he's surprisingly fast. He's incredibly smart. He stole third in the Tiger series because he just jumped the pitch. He was halfway down the baseline by the time the guy let the ball go.
So if you saw a Cam Scatteraboo, and by the way, you guys care to guess his dimensions? Cam Scatteraboo? I mean, he comes across as a Mike Allstott guy. Mike Allstott towers over him.
Is he 5'11", like 230, something like that?
I think his dimensions are
5'9".
He's 5'9", 220 pounds.
Yep,
5'9", 220. He's just he's Alejandro Kirk is what he is. But to be 5'9" and 220. Here's the part that I can't understand how this happens. He has a 40-inch vertical leap. He does those backflips. You've seen him do it after he scores a touchdown. He'll do a back handspring into a backflip. If you saw Cam Scatteraboo walking around, would you ever think he could do a backflip? He's carrying some girth now.
Yeah.
That is the product of a 40-inch vertical leap.
Texture says, Scatteraboo is a human-smelling salt. Yeah, kind of.
He's listed at 5'9" and a half right here.
Can I say something that's going to be a little weird? I know this is what we do all the time in sports. Why are the only comparisons that people make to Cam Scatteraboo, Mike Allstott, and Peyton Hillis?
Let's think.
Let's all put on our thinking hats for a moment.
Let's
try
go
and
to the
figure out.
University of Texas, El Paso.
Scratch our noodles for a second and think Mike Allstott and Peyton Hillis. Why are those the comparisons for Cam Scatteraboo?
They got to have something in common. Hold on. Let me think about this for a second.
One
went to Arkansas.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they're transferred. Did Allstott or Peyton Hillis
Yeah, they both
transfer?
started at Sac State. That is correct. Yes.
That's what it is?
Yeah.
Because I was trying to figure out all this time. I'm like, it's the same two guys I see over and over again. Because I thought maybe like a Brandon Jacobs type of runner. You know, like somebody like that. No, not quite Brandon Jacobs. I don't know. I guess we'll never figure out that mystery. Just bizarre, huh? There's only two people that guy can be. That's it.
But there's only one Alejandro Kirk.
That is true. Yeah.
Nelly, give me a good hero shot of Alejandro Kirk and tell me this guy isn't the epitome of a catcher in baseball at any level.
You know what my wife had the gall to say to me, because we were watching a game the other day, and Kirk, he like doubled or something. She goes, "That's a professional baseball player?" And I go, "Yeah." And she goes, "He's like kind of fat." And I go, "Hey, honey, I've seen you watch the College World Series in softball. Okay. I've seen the way some catchers look, okay? We don't need to all kind of be in the same shape."
Okay.
That doesn't even do it justice, because that's
when
that's
he was.
You want to talk about rounding? Dude, we got two big dumpers in this series. Look at that thing.
Yeah, when he was rounding third base and coming home after his jack, I just watched him run down the third baseline, and I'm like, that is an absolute. Yeah, he's a pork chop. He's just an.
But catchers defy the law of physics. Like,
Pudge Rodriguez was nicknamed Pudge for crying out loud.
Yeah, but Pudge was also on steroids and ripped.
Dude, Yogi freaking Berra, who is perhaps the most decorated baseball player in the history of the game, he wasn't exactly Adonis, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, well, guess what? Yogi Berra wants to step into the plate against Mason Miller and face 104. See what happens now.
All right. Yeah, you going to be that guy? Tell me that next time Mason Miller wins 10 World Series. 10.
Yeah, look at that big boy. Look at that swing. I love it. See, I need people to understand something. Like when you watch the movie Moneyball, there's the phrase of that movie is, how can you not be romantic about baseball? This is why I love baseball. That human being is elite. Mm-hmm. Look at that body and understand that's an elite human being at his sport.
So is Jose Altuve.
And Jose Altuve. And Aaron Judge. They can all be really, really good.
Yogi Berra, 5'7", 185 pounds.
Yeah.
5'7", 185, 10 rings. Count them. 10.
Yogi Berra was also a gunner's mate.
He was.
On the USS Bayfield on D-Day, shooting at the shore and getting shot at and whatnot. Pretty interesting cat.
Did not play in 44 or 45 because he's obviously in World War II at the time.
Yeah.
Began his career in 46.
Oh, by the way, guys, it's happening. It's happening to me. You know what I did yesterday, Moj? Was watching multiple episodes of World War II in color. The transition's being made.
My man.
I'm going old man route. I saw that and I was like, wait. Not only is it World War II, it's in color. I got to see some of these battles.
You know what I started to do now? You want to sort of combine old man with young gen? I've been watching docs on YouTube. Not even on traditional
you're there
television.
Too. Yeah. Those get me caught up. I get caught up in those a lot.
Because if you go to YouTube, the amount of documentaries that don't even make it to traditional broadcast television that are out there, it's amazing.
All these people that talk about how expensive streaming services are, I don't think you understand. There's 18 trillion things that you can watch on YouTube for free. I'm not saying all of these are great. But, Vic, that's why I get lost. I go to YouTube for 1 second. I'm there for an hour. It's very easy. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Tune in tomorrow night at 7 for a high school football game of the week. Justin Adams and Jake Heaps will have the call for Cherokee Trail at Grandview. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Sport Clips, proud supporters of Chessa. Going to talk to Chad Brown here in just a few minutes. Did you guys hear, by the way, Zaire Alexander, Colts linebacker, he was on the Club 520 podcast. Everybody's got a podcast. And they asked...
What's it called?
Club 520? I don't know who's on there. Who's on there, Nelly?
That's a great question.
Oh, he has no idea either. Okay.
What could that mean? Club is that an area code?
I have no idea. But they were asking Zaire Alexander about Brian Branch, who got suspended for smacking Juju Smith-Schuster in the face after the Sunday night game. Here's what Zaire Alexander had to say about it.
First of all, Juju needed his ass whooped.
Damn.
Let's just go there. Number one.
Why does everybody say that?
Him specifically really needs his ass whooped.
What's wrong with Juju?
Bro, he been needing his ass whooped for a minute. Brian Branch doing the work of the Lord, bro. Whoop that man ass, bro.
That is, by the way, that's Jeff Teague's podcast, and he's hysterical, by the way. Hysterical. I don't know what it is. I think that people get really sick. Remember when Juju was doing TikTok dances on the field before games and stuff like that?
Yeah.
He's rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Now, again, you can't just haul off and hit somebody in the face after the game. Can't happen. But I think I've heard a lot of people say that about Juju Smith-Schuster, including his teammates in Pittsburgh. They've all said that. Just thought it was funny. He's
Really?
like, yes. They don't like him. I don't know why. I don't know what he did to anybody, but it's pretty obvious. Moshe, he said he needed his butt whooped 4 times in 19 seconds.
Well, I guess he probably needed his butt whooped then, I guess. If that's the case.
He must talk a lot of trash.
Yeah.
But didn't Chad Johnson do the same?
I think there's a difference, though, where Chad, I don't know. Chad was it was playful more than annoying, maybe. I have no idea.
People could see the difference?
Yeah, who would you consider...
Like a playful trash talker?
Who would be that in Denver?
A playful trash talker in Denver.
Yeah. Who's the most Ocho Cinco-ish guy you can think of?
You're a fat guy. Go worry about that. Leave me alone.
On these current rosters, we don't have any.
Well, Malcolm Roach was the guy that was stirring stuff up that got Marvin Mims to say that. You remember Roach chirped his way.
Talk about a fat guy.
He chirped his way through camp. That's what they said.
Yeah.
We don't have any.
Who possesses the most personality here?
Well, personality is one thing. Talking trash is another.
Yeah.
Chirping is another.
Let's just say personality. Because I think it was MPJ.
Yeah, but he wasn't a chirper.
No.
Guys, during the course of game action, none of the Nuggets really chirp. I mean, sometimes they'll go back at you. Remember that Clippers series?
Well, okay, it was Russ then. It was Russ.
But
is
really...
Bruce a chirper?
Who?
Bruce?
Bruce is not afraid to shake things up. Do you remember when, during the championship season, he broke into the Suns' huddle like it was game 2?
That's right. Uh-huh. Yeah, I guess that's the closest example we'd have.
Jamal will only chirp when prompted.
Yeah.
Jamal will get in your face when he knows another guy's doing it and it gets a little heated, but he won't initiate it. He's not that kind of guy. He just not his style.
Hey, before we get to Chad Brown, did you guys hear Bruce Boudreaux? He was asked which team has impressed him most to start the year.
All right, Bruce, which teams impressed you in the early goings?
Well, I mean, with me, it's been the Colorado Avalanche. I know they're a good team. They're 3-0-1, but Nathan McKinnon, Martin Nekash, Kel McCarr, they've come out and they've been gangbusters. They still haven't got goals from Landeskog and Brock Nelson and Nikushin, and they're still 3-0-1. Scott Wedgwood in net has got a goals against average under 2. It just looks like they're saying, I'm on a mission this year. We're not going to start off slow. I think they were 0-4 last year or something to start off with, and they're coming up, and I think they want to end up in first place, and I think they've started off the way they want to start off.
Okay, let me ask you something, Moshe. First of all, put the hockey to the side for a second. Do coaches not know people's names?
Martin Nekash.
I don't know. That's just what coaches.
That's how Bednar pronounces it.
Betsy says
he does the same
Nekash.
thing. Yeah. Nekash. Yeah, whatever. Zad or up and Nekash and all that.
Nikushin. So that's first of all.
You'd think he'd be a little bit more sympathetic to the correct pronunciation, talking about Bruce
Boudreaux.
After that lady butchered his name, right?
Boudreaux and Tukit.
Seriously, I've never seen such a short name pronounced so many different ways.
Bruce Boudreaux.
Really? I'm talking about neckish.
Really? Peart?
That's true.
Part? Fart? Whatever you want to call his name? Yeah, that's another one. Bagged on? Exactly right. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined as we are every Thursday by Chad Brown. Chad, how you doing?
Simplest name in the world.
Yes.
Chad Brown.
Good morning, fellas. Happy Thursday to you.
Happy Thursday. So first we can start with the Buffs, who get this good win last week. My question is, do you think this could be a springboard to them rattling some off? Because I think they got to go, 3-2 the rest of the way to make a bowl game, but they got some tough opponents coming up. Do you think that there's something that they found in the game last week against Iowa State?
I think they found some confidence. Obviously, Caden Salter had his best game as a Colorado Buffalo. I think there's a lot to be said for the ability to beat a ranked opponent, to do it at home in front of the home crowd. Obviously, the kids rushed the field and all that. So there's something there. But as we talked about last week, about the Broncos beating the Eagles and that being a springboard game, it's only a springboard game if you can follow up on it. If you can take the things that you've learned, you can take the momentum gained and put that into action. This has been a very, very uneven Buffs team, not just from game to game, but from quarter to quarter and half to half, sometimes series to series. And offensively, while they put up some good production this last game, there's still some of those same issues plaguing this team. The inability to be consistent offensive. When your offense exists of explosive plays and not sustained drives, well, that's really not something you can replicate week in and week out. When you give up 177 yards rushing to Abu Sama, that's something that you don't want to have replicated week in and week out. So there's still issues up there. Stoked about the win. That's fantastic. There's something to be gained, but there's still lots of work to be done. And to have this bye right now, hopefully, is something that they need because they got the win. They can go into the bye positive, still with lots to focus on and get corrected.
Well, I'll give you my macro view of the Buff season so far. Clearly, they would want more wins, but they've been in every game. Outside of the Houston game, which got a little out of hand, they've been in every game with the chance to win every game. That includes the teams they've lost to that are ranked teams. And that gives you a semblance of the right there. That the quarterback, shuffle early in the season, which probably cost them. Do you think if they had to do it all over, Chad, do you think having a quarterback identified early in camp would have saved them some of this distress?
Vic, I 100% agree with you. When everyone knows who the guy is, there's a sense of confidence in the locker room, in the huddle, that this is a guy we're rolling with. And so there's not always the immediate need to question, do we need to go with a different guy? Is this other guy ready? We're more willing to roll with the punches a bit. And I think that confidence that we talk about with quarterbacks so often, that was robbed of Caden Salter because of this quarterback shuffle that they did. But it's more than just him that's affected. The entire offense, and in some ways the entire team, gets affected by that. We all know in professional sports, confidence is a real thing. At college football at this day and age, it's kind of professional sports. And so for the team to believe in somebody, to know we have the guy who the coach puts all his confidence into, there's something to be said there. And I've been on teams where there's been a quarterback shuffle and there starts to be division. And it can't help but get into those quarterbacks' heads that certain guys want this guy or they want that guy, or the defense prefers this guy because he's cleaner with the football and the offense prefers this guy because he's more explosive. And you start to tear apart a bit. So I think there's something to be said for that. I don't think their record they wouldn't be undefeated right now, but I think one or two more wins would have resulted from that deep-seated confidence of knowing going into training camp, this is a guy we're hitching our wagon to, and we're going to roll with him and support him.
I guess my question would be, who is the best quarterback up there, though? Is it Caden Salter? I mean,
well, they've established that.
I suppose we have, but I mean, obviously you have a huge recruit there, just turned 18 or is turning 18 or whatever it is, waiting in the wings. I don't know. I guess if he's your best option, Chad, just go with him and roll with him and don't look back.
Yeah, I think that's what they've got to do. I don't think Juju Lewis is ready. Now, again, I haven't attended enough practices to give you a detailed dossier of why and why not he should or should not be the guy currently. But from what I've seen on the field, what we've all seen on the field, Caden Sullivan gives him the best option to win football games. And yes, maybe Juju Lewis is the guy next year, and maybe he becomes what we all expect and hope for him to be. But for right now, it's Caden Salter. So to reluctantly hitch your wagon or tie yourself to him, I think that's what needs to be done. So while he may not be Coach Prime's ideal guy under center, and there's certainly holes in his game, even in the win against Iowa State, that were pretty easily identifiable, if he gives you the best option to win, then as a fan base, as an alumni, and as a football team, you put your support behind that guy so you can try to get the absolute best out of him as you can. And if his best is only a 81 out of 100 or a 75 out of 100, then everyone else has got to raise their game up so we can get as close to 100 as possible so we can win some football games and get ourselves into another bowl this year.
Chad Brown with us, going to the Broncos. What's wrong with their offense?
Wow. Well, last week, it was amazing to watch the domino effect of not having Ben Powers. Matt Pert that scared Sean Payton enough where in the second half, outside of essentially 2 play calls, he went super conservative. He went with the Hippocratic Oath. He went with do no harm.
Yeah.
Now, of course, the pass call right there in front of the end zone, that was not a do no harm call. That was a major mistake. I think Sean Payton would love to have that call back. But I think that's frightened him enough. This game is probably going to be so close, I'm assuming Sean Payton thought, that I can't put my quarterback in a position where he'd get a strip sack or maybe a strip sack and a fumble, and this is how the Jets score their only touchdown of the game. I can't put my offense in that position.
So I was just sorry to interrupt, but to your point, it's one thing that I talked about. There was a 3rd and 10 in that game from their own 18-yard line in which they ran the ball with Adam Prentice. Is that a part of it,
Yes.
you think?
That was definitely part of it. And I've been a part of defensive-led football teams where the coach recognizes if we don't make a mistake, we'll win. And so when I was with the Pittsburgh Steelers and we had the number 1 and number 2 ranked defense in the league, I know the fans hated it, but we won a lot of games, 21-17, 14-10, and it wasn't poetic football offensively. It wasn't beautiful. But once we got enough of a lead, then Bill Cowher was willing to go super conservative. And if it was 3rd and 12, we ran a screen or a draw. Maybe we'd pick up the first down. Chances are we wouldn't, but we would give ourselves 7 or 8 more yards of field position to punt better and to lean upon our defense. And I don't think that's going to be the Broncos' style all season long. I just think Sean Payton found himself in a situation that they were not prepared for. They were not prepared to deal with Matt Pert being, I guess, injured in the end and ineffective as he was. And there was nothing on his play sheet that was going to change that. And he was unwilling to draw up plays in the dirt. And we've seen bad coaches start drawing up plays in the dirt and they start to do harm rather than do no harm. So it's weird to say that was a really well-called game from a Sean Payton perspective because there's certainly those 2 plays, the trick play in the second half and the pass play that ended up being the safety that I'm sure he would love to call back. But the thinking behind that conservative nature, I understand completely from a football perspective what he was doing.
All right, this week the angry mule arrives at Mile High Stadium, and that is Cam Scadaboo. He runs like an angry mule, a little bit of reckless abandon, and you see the highlights. He wants to run everybody over. Put yourself in a Broncos linebacker's body right now as a former backer yourself. How badly do these boys want to earhole this guy just because it's Cam Scadaboo?
There are certain backs, let's go with a former Giant, Brandon Jacobs, who run people over, but he was 260. It made sense for him for that to be his style. So there's backs who want to run people over who you're like, okay, I got you make sure every buckle on my chin strap and my shoulder pads, heck, even my shoelaces, everything's tied as tightly as possible just to give me a chance to get this big dude down. Scottaboo's not that size, but he plays with that mentality. So what you don't want is for him to somehow embarrass you at his smaller size and actually run you over and actually be able to play his style. Now, the run defense for the Broncos defense is probably the weakest part of it. And the inside linebacker group is probably the weakest group on this defense. It's an incredible defense. So that's not some diss. That's just kind of categorically ranking these guys. And we even saw the Jets. First drive of the second half, they were able to come out and run the football down the Broncos' throat and get the ball to the red zone. Of course, we knew the field was going to compress and they were going to make a Jets mistake or the Broncos were going to limit them. But I'd imagine the Giants are looking at that and recognizing there's an opportunity to run the football. And our quarterback is playing at a much higher level than Justin Fields is. So if we can run the ball as the Jets were able to run the football and have some success in those limited opportunities, then we can do a much better job. Then our quarterback can take advantage of the defense stepping up in the run and get some play action pass or take advantage of man coverage and escape the pocket and be able to pick up a first down or run into the end zone. So the Giants have to view some of the things that the Jets did in a positive way going against this really good Broncos defense.
There was no flag penalty on the play. The entire Broncos linebacking core was simply overwhelmed.
Yeah, we played the clip last week.
Overpowered.
Overpowered. Yes.
Whatever.
Just overpowered. Yes, I got the term wrong, but it doesn't make it any better. But I played long enough and played well enough where I recognize I can have some fun with myself.
Yes.
Like, everything was not an all-pro play. So I am working on a podcast with somebody that you guys know well, and it's probably going to be called Simply Overwhelmed.
Oh, I love it. Chad, last thing real quick. We just played a clip from Zaire Alexander, Colts linebacker, and he was asked about the fight that took place after the game Sunday night between Brian Branch and Juju Smith-Schuster, and he said 4 times in 20 seconds that Juju needed his butt beat. 4 times. I'm just curious, who's the player in your era that you said that guy needed his butt beat?
Ooh, Keenan McCardell. He was a receiver with Jacksonville, and he gave me a couple of cheap shots. Obviously, Jacksonville and the Steelers were in the same division. So I went after him after a game and was held back by my teammates. Now, I've known Keenan a long time. He and I have been on Pro Bowl teams. He's now a coach in the league. And I never let him forget that at some point, retribution is coming. I'm going to get you back. I know we are old men. I know we're not wearing pads anymore, but it's still coming. Because you can't just accept somebody cheap shotting you and getting away with it, particularly a 185-pound receiver. Are you kidding me? I'm going to choke you out at some point, man. It's coming.
I look forward to that during the broadcast.
Yes. So if you were Brian Branch, you're like, I get it. I get why he did what he did. It might not be smart, but I get it.
You prefer to get him back in, between the whistles.
Yeah.
And you would obviously love to get him back in a way that wouldn't cost you a game suspension or $100,000 or whatever's going to happen to him. But yes, I understand. I get it. I saw the cheap shot. It was a cheap shot directly in the back. Bad things could have happened. And he's got to know that that's never going to be okay. And you will pay for this, my friend.
By the way, Keenan McCardell, you're on notice, pal. You guys could be a borderline on your deathbed. Chad will find you. Okay? Chad, always appreciate the time. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
I love that. It's just like, I will hold this grudge until I die. And
so when I see his ass in LA, I'm going to beat his ass.
Yeah, exactly right. Chad Brown joins us every week. Back after this. Big thanks to Chad Brown. We'll be joined by Jeff Legwold at 9 o'clock. Yes, Moj.
Hey, you guys like Bill Barnwell from ESPN?
Yeah, I mean, I love his information. Sometimes it's a lot, but I think
it's a lot. It can be a lot.
Yeah, I think he's incredibly insightful.
Yeah, I was reading through. He's got his latest article talking about deals that he thinks should go down in the National Football League before the deadline. And the Broncos are on there. Who's the guy that you think Barnwell wants to get to the Denver Broncos?
That's a great question. Let me think. What's necessary right now? I wouldn't touch the defense. Wouldn't touch it.
Yep. It's not on that side.
So it's obviously an offensive player. Is it an offensive lineman?
It is not.
Moser,
that's where I would go.
I saw this, and all I'm going to say is it sounds like something that I said last year. And then everybody said I was an idiot.
What is it?
Yeah, okay. He says Broncos get tight end Taysom Hill and a 2028 7th-round pick for a 6th-round pick in 2028. He says, quote, "Let's reunite Hill with his biggest fan." Sean Payton's Broncos have plenty of playmakers, but they can always stand to add another threat on short yardage and in the red zone. Evan Ingram has been a bit of a disappointment so far. Blah, 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 blah.
Totally
Cost
agree.
much.
I totally agree. And by the way, everybody says, oh, Bill Barnwell, so smart. Look at the big brain on Bill. And then I say it last year. Everybody's like, oh, you're so stupid. He's 34 years old. He's a tight end.
He's 35 now. Okay, you got a 35-year-old, quote, tight end coming in.
And he's coming off injury.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he had a torn ACL last year, but he's in the last year of his 4-year, $40 million contract. So I don't know.
Yeah.
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them.
But I just think it makes a lot of sense. First of all, I think that Taysom Hill is better than most people give him credit for, and I know he's like the Mr. Versatility guy, and he got to the league when he was 28 years old or whatever. Bottom line is this. Taysom Hill has good hands. He's a good blocker. He's super dynamic. And if you need somebody to make a play happen with the football in his hands, I think he's still pretty effective at it.
Yeah, but I don't think the Broncos' problems on offense are a lack of talent. Yeah, I don't think that's the issue. It's the lack of consistency.
That's an interesting question.
You just hit on something I would like to delve into
just
a little bit. Just a little bit here.
That is very interesting.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Vic.
I don't want this segment to sound as if I'm down on Bo Nix entirely, because I understand how careers in this league, especially at the quarterback position, I understand how they work. Even the greatest quarterbacks had their ups and downs. The arrow is never always pointed up. Never. You're always going to have some twists and turns in your career. I get it. But I want to ask you guys something. Using the word development, what you always want your quarterback to do, your young quarterback, you always want development. Live and learn, right? Can you identify something here at the 7th game of this season in the development of Bo Nix? Is there something he does better now than he did last year at this time?
No.
And that's what concerns me a little bit.
Me too.
That's what concerns me a little bit, because he doesn't run it any better. Hell, I remember a couple games where he ran the ball freely. He doesn't throw the long ball any better. I mean, pull up last year's tape. He doesn't throw it intermediately. They're 20th in the league in intermediate passes. 20th. 29th on passes of 20 yards plus. 6 of 22. So what does he do better this season? There's one thing. I can identify one thing he does better, because he already did it in Philly. He finished a game. He won a game for him. He provided a comeback, something he did not do last season. He provided a comeback when they were down. That's one thing.
Some do that in KC. It's not his fault they missed the kick.
I know.
I'd say this. Mose, you said this offense has talent. How much? The running back room is better. J.K. Dobbins, I think, is a really good back. Cortland Sutton's good. But remember,
I think the wide receiver core is better.
Why?
I feel like it's better.
The only thing they added was Pat Bryant, and he's barely played.
Yeah, but Franklin's a better player than he was. He's a better player than his rookie year.
It's not
hardly played at all.
Not consistent though.
Yeah, but guys, forget the rest of the offense, because I think it's all It's all predicated on your
Vic,
quarterback.
the reason why I'm asking the question, though, is if Moj believes that the offense is talented and better than last year, then why doesn't the offense overall look better?
I agree.
Because then your other options...
The tight end catching situation is better.
Well, then your other options, though, Moj, are that Bo Nix just hasn't been good, or that Sean Payton's play calling is bad. Like, that's your other options. So which one is it?
Here come again, this is what I wanted to stay away from because you can't possibly say anything critical with people jumping ship. 4572 writes in, so in the middle of year 2, we're already out on Bo Nix, really? Who said you're out on Bo Nix?
Nobody's out on Bo Nix.
Who said that?
God. Nobody.
I understand how quarterback development works. Some takes more time. I get it. I am not out on him. I think I've seen enough. See, the thing is, what even makes it more frustrating is that I've seen it. Oh, my God, there it is. Where'd it go? Oh, my God, look at that. Where'd it go? You've seen it.
Like, here's the place that I hoped Bo Nix would get better over anything else was just the consistency of the offense, that they wouldn't have so many consecutive 3-and-outs. And that's the one thing that hasn't gotten any better this year. Do you know where the Broncos rank in third down conversion rate?
Where?
They're 24th in the league right now.
No,
I'm going to give you
near the bottom last year.
I'm going to give you the teams that surround Denver, and you tell me if these are good offenses or not.
Okay.
Cincinnati.
Quarterback carousel.
Houston.
CJ's not had a good year.
Philly.
Wow, that surprises me.
Interesting.
Cleveland.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Jets. Titans.
Yuck.
Minnesota. Like, that's where you're surrounded by. That's what is freaking me out. And it's not being out on Bo Nix, but it's acknowledging a reality that, guys, 6 weeks into the season is not a small sample size. You're over a third of the way through. You should be seeing some positive signs right now.
Mm-hmm.
And are you more concerned or happy with how the offense has gone so far?
All I'm asking for is objectivity out of Bronco fans. Just be objective. I try to be as objective as I can, man. I give the guy all kinds of shine when he shines. He won you that Philly game. He helped. The defense helped, but without him, you don't win that Philly game. He has looked good at times on the road. I'm like, wow. But at the same time, I don't want to hear excuses like this. Well, the Broncos, this is from 8736, Broncos have no receivers. I don't know. Cortland Sutton just got paid, and the week prior against Philly, he was a game breaker, and last week he caught one pass. Is that his fault?
See, this is...
Hey, give me Buffalo's receivers. Give me Buffalo's receivers. Who are they?
Keon Coleman, Khalil Shakir.
Are they heads and are they that much better than Denver's receivers?
We're going to say, are they heads and tails above Denver's receivers?
But the excuses, they don't work. Just let's go. I need to see consistency in some of these departments, and it's not just me. You know, everybody who thinks you're harsh. What do you think they're talking about in the Broncos meetings rooms? Do you think they're going through film? Because I guarantee you, they're going through film and they're saying, hey, in this situation, Bo, we can't have you leave a clean pocket. The pocket's clean. You got to throw it now. You can't shuffle those feet out. You don't think they're having those conversations? You don't think he knows? Of course.
You know,
they are. I mean, they definitely are. And Vic, I see where you're coming from. I made that point, I think it was on Monday, that I had sent out a tweet on Sunday saying, hey, listen, we got to talk about, you know, the coach and the play calling and this offense and the quarterback. People are like, hey, man, people just, they're hypersensitive to any sort of discussion about their quarterback, and I don't get that because it's right there in front of you to see. You can bury your head in the sand and pretend you don't see what you're seeing, but it's still happening, whether or not you pretend it doesn't exist. So I don't get that. It's okay to have this discussion as well. And again, back to that one earlier texter, nobody's out on Bo Nix at all. I've maintained day after day after day that I believe in this guy, and I think he's going to be better. And I just predict he's going to be better. He has to be better. But at the same time, I don't want to see any regression. I want to see more consistency. And like you said, Vic, I want to see progress in the guy's game. It's not too much to ask.
Yeah.
If you come into the league as a 24-year-old, but you're already a finished product, that ain't good.
Yeah,
And
well,
I don't think he is. I don't think he is, but we got to have more.
Here's a counter, 9-4-0-3. Again, this is why I invite your opinion on this, people. Through the first 6 games last season, Broncos averaged 227 yards a game. Through 6 games this season, 337.
He was a rookie last year.
Yeah, but that's improvement, though. That the texture's right. That's the numbers don't lie. That's improvement.
And that's obviously they're much better on the ground. Much better on the ground.
But let's just use your eyes. Use the eye test. And what do you see? That's all I'm saying. I get it. Analytics are great. I love stats, but use your eyes.
Games like the Jets game last week shouldn't be happening still. That's the truth.
And I think that's the bottom. That is the bottom line. I thought we were past this.
And again, Moj, it's not to say you aren't allowed to have a bad game. Every offense, even great ones, have bad games. Mm-hmm. Do you think the Rams' offense is pretty good? And they were playing against a god-awful Ravens defense last week. They put up 17 points. It happens. The point is this, though. When I ask you, is the Rams' offense good, what do you say?
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's because that's the outlier game. Because they're good outside of that. And if we're arguing talent, Baker Mayfield's throwing up 38 points with wide receivers you've never heard of.
Austin from Wyoming says, what does Jaden Daniels do better this year than last? And you guys glaze him.
It's funny. I can tell you don't listen to the show. 2 days ago, I just said Jaden Daniels is not doing any better than he was the previous season either.
That is correct. You did.
I will also answer that question with this question to Austin. You had to pick one quarterback to run your team. Who would you pick?
Well, he's just better.
I think
who would you take right now?
I think Daniels is pretty. I think he's pretty.
I'm just
special.
asking the question. Who would you take?
We'll get to this in a second. Got to get to Jeff Legwold. You can head to Stoney's on Lincoln to watch tonight's Thursday night football game between Pittsburgh and Cincy. It's presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew and hang out with me. Also can win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. See you at Stoney's on Lincoln at 6. Jeff Legwold next. Buenos dias.
How did Dre Greenlaw look today, and what are your thoughts on his status moving forward?
Yeah, he practiced today. It was good.
Coach, when Dre Greenlaw does play, what does he bring to the team?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them. No, I can't say anything about injury. He practiced today. He practiced today. He's been working out, like he's been rehabbing, and today was a good day. Next question.
He's an angry elf.
And with that, we go back out to the Ramos Law Hotline, and we're joined by Jeff Legwold, as we are every single Thursday at 9 o'clock. Leggy, how we doing this morning?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Good. I guess there is no news on Greenlaw. We're not allowed to say anything, and this is all redacted information. But my question to you, Jeff, is the Broncos' defense is already good. Can they be even better with Greenlaw on the field?
Well, I think he helps them in their in a variety of ways. I mean, they pursued him in free agency because they loved how he played in the middle of the field, and he would give them more size and more physicality. Now, that said, Justin Sternad has played much better, this year. I think he played pretty well last year, but he would have some bobbles in run defense in particular, and I think this year he's been much better in that regard. But they pursued Greenlaw because of the kind of player he is that, when healthy, this is one of the best inside linebackers in the league, and there's no getting around that, no matter how well the Broncos have played. It's just a question of, the whole chemistry thing and all of that. But, he and Singleton both said all through training camp that they had a good working chemistry already. So I think it would be seamless. I think it would be a lot of, base and some of the heavier nickel snaps. I still think they'd find a way to get Sternad on the field once in a while, especially in rush situations.
Jeffrey, do you think Sean Payton bristles over the Dre Greenlaw question because he's frustrated over his recovery, or because he's trying to keep you animals in line?
I think injuries are one of the things where he likes to assert control. And I think that's part of the dynamic and all that. He likes to repeat all the time. I'm not going to talk about injuries. And then he often talks about injuries. So, the flip side of that is we have to ask about it, and I've told him and other coaches, look, you've got a boss who says you have to do things and you do them, whether you think it's in that moment the best thing. And, every person out there asking him questions has a boss saying, hey, you got to ask about Greenlaw. So, whether he wants to talk about injuries or not, we're going to keep asking, and that's just how it is. And he doesn't like it very much. And it was a much easier thing for him to deal with in New Orleans, I think, than it is here.
It probably was, but Jeff, it's a legit question. And number two, I'm sure he's annoyed by it. I mean, we haven't even seen this guy at all, right? I mean, a couple of days of practice here or there throughout the course of the summer, then into the regular season. So I'm sure that all of this just probably annoys the living crap out of him. Listen, coaches know that players get injured, but they also get annoyed when guys can't get on the field. I get that. So, maybe I just did advise him to take a chill pill a little bit because this is the way it is.
Yeah, and I don't, if I'm him and I'm the head coach of the team, obviously he doesn't care what I think about this, but
right.
I think your defense is doing okay right now. So I think you should have a low stress moment, talking about your defense. I think it's very easy to say, hey, Dre Greenlaw is working as hard as he possibly can. I think when coaches, it irritates me in all my years of doing this. I think when coaches don't talk about injuries, they put it on the player. And I think that's wrong. And I will always think it's that wrong.
I agree.
And I will die on that hill.
I agree.
And it's not competitive. There is no competitive value to not talking about injuries. It's the dumbest, silliest thing that goes on week to week in the league. And it just has no impact on how you prepare for a game. If you didn't prepare for a guy to play, then don't tell me you prepare for everything.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com with us. Leggy, what happened to the offense last week?
I think they're very disjointed right now. I don't know if it's, I've charted it. I've looked at it many times. I've talked to as many people as I can possibly talk to. And I don't know if it's they're using too many personnel groupings, if they have too much volume in the game plan, if they're just not getting the performance from specific people they want. I mean, it's all very unclear right now, but they're very disjointed. Personally, I think pare down the game plan a little bit and then stick with some of the groupings a little more and just see what happens. And if you get the same result, then okay, that wasn't the problem.
Would you put
but
this?
I don't think they've kicked the tires on that part of it. Is all I'm saying.
Would you put the bulk of this, like if you had to rank what's the most pressing issue with the offense? Is it Sean Payton's play calling? Is it just Bo Nix isn't playing well enough? Is it an overall talent thing? Like, what do you think is the keyest area, I suppose?
Yeah, I don't think they always do what they do best enough, which is, I think, either let Bo play in tempo more often. Now, look, you're putting your defense at risk when you do that, and in the NFL, when you get such limited possessions, those are some quick 3 and outs if it doesn't go well. And I think that's always a concern for a team that already has a lot of 3 and outs. If you pick up the pace, those 3 and outs are now suddenly 40 seconds, instead of full possession. So I think that's the worry. But I think Nix has shown more comfort in tempo, but it may be just because the rest of the stuff isn't going as well, so it looks better. But I think they run the ball better, and I think they're better off when they do play under center more and they have a little more of a run presence. But they really seem to dislike a couple of those 2-yard runs early in games. And I think they fall in the trap of a lot of NFL teams, which was, they'll throw 11 incomplete passes in a row and throw again with no problem. But you have 1 2-yard run and people act like you shouldn't hand it off for the rest of the game.
Paint me a scenario in which the New York Giants can come in here and upset the Broncos in Mile High.
They've got some pass rushers, got some people up front, a couple strip sacks, and suddenly it's a ball game. And, turnovers are always the great equalizer in the league because, again, it's not college. You're only going to get 60 plays, and if you have turnovers on 3 of them, that's going to have some impact. So I think turnovers, and again, they do have some pass rushers that have had impact early on this season.
Scatterbo, Scatterboo, Scatterbay, Scatterbuy, whatever. Cam, this guy is becoming, I guess, a sensation. Did not have a great start to the season in his rookie year, but he's a human battering ram. What did somebody call him earlier, guys? Human smelling salt.
That's human smelling salt.
It's great. Are we making too much out of this young man right now, Jeff, or are we just looking, to latch onto a guy who's exciting to watch play the game of football and likes to run into people?
Well, I think that's the Giants' motif. I mean, Tommy Cutlets a couple of years ago, the Illinois quarterback, where is he now? I mean, you couldn't have walked down the street in New York without asking somebody about Tommy Cutlets.
He's doing commercials.
Well, I'm just saying,
he's doing commercials. He is.
He's not doing a lot of football. So this happens around that team quite a bit. And I think Dart and Scatterbo are the next two. From a personnel standpoint, he's a high contact runner, and over the long haul, I'm not sure that's the way to go in the NFL, but he's certainly going to, he's going to test people now, with business decisions. How much do you want to go in there and tackle them? But it's a physical style. That's a hard way to live, over the long haul for a running back. But as a young player, I'm sure that's not on his mind in any fashion.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com with us. All Conversations with Leggy brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, Vic was making fun of me earlier because I put my tinfoil hat on, but I do think it's a little bit odd that The ref in the Sunday night game said they did not get a call from New York about the Goff touchdown that was called back. But Campbell said a ref told him they were called in from New York. Somebody's lying. Is this a big deal?
I'm not sure. I mean, a lot of times players call every official on the field the ref, when in reality there's only one ref. And he would get the call. So unless the ref told him they got the call, I'm not sure, what's said in the heat of the moment in the pile from an official. I'm not sure that holds a lot of weight. But I mean, again, that there's not a lot of transparency in that process. I mean, I've participated in many, many pool reports over the years where you talk to the official to get an explanation for everyone about a call, and those calls don't happen instantly. There's a lot of discussion on their end before you get to talk to the officials. So, I think if there was more transparency, nobody would have to put tinfoil hats on, but that's not something they've gone with over the years. I mean, hell, in college ball, they're having live audio of the replay reviews and a lot of
that's cool
telecasts now. Yeah, I mean, I think, the UFL or whatever has done that as well. So it can be done, but just not something the NFL has done over the years. I think with the influx of gambling and the league's embrace of that revenue, you better make sure there's enough transparency in your officiating and the rest of it, because that is the one scandal that could knock the NFL off its forever podium. Is that would take a long time to recover from.
Well, there was one guy that put $5,000 on Goff to score the first touchdown of the game. It would have paid him $450,000. I'm sure he has a lot of questions about what went on there.
Are you serious?
Oh, that's crazy.
I can't. This is my 40th season, and I can honestly say I have seen enough NFL football where I would not bet it at any point in my life. I just have seen too much happen in too many weird ways to let my mortgage ride on the third quarter.
40th season, my God.
God, you're elderly.
Yeah, no, get a hobby or something, right?
Oh, my Lord. Hey, speaking of that.
All I think is just proof I don't have any other skills. I think that's all it is.
You've been around for a while. When was the last time, and we probably have, what was the last time we had 81 years worth of quarterbacks going head-to-head on a Thursday Night Football?
The Icy Hot Bowl. I love that nickname.
That's one of the funniest lines I've ever heard. One of the Steelers defensive linemen shouted it out during Rodgers' media thing the other day.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
That's an awesome line. So I wish I'd thought of it, but
Did you hear Tomlin and how pissed he was about the trade? Like, he called out Andrew Berry by name and said he must be smarter than me to trade a quarterback like that in division. But my whole thought process was Cleveland knows they stink. What do they care?
I love Tomlin. I wish coaches would just, hey, everybody's thinking it. The old trade in your division's one of the most heated, talking points about from anybody in the league. So I'm glad he went public with it, but he's got the kind of security very few people have in that gig. And I'm not sure he worries too much about what he says and how he says it. But, I like that he aired it because every coach in the league feels that way when they see a trade in their own division.
Last thing for you, Leggy. Always appreciate the time. We've been struggling with this one this week because Philly's lost 2 games in a row and Buffalo's lost 2 games in a row. Who the hell's the best team in the league?
And that's an excellent question. I'm not sure we know yet, because I don't know that you can be the best team in the league rolling through September. I think you want to see who's really got the moxie. Like I might be nuts, but I think when it's all said and done, I think Kansas City's still going to be kicking around in December because you just watch the quarterback do his thing from once in a while, and it's hard to escape that. But there's a lot of people, doing it well right now, and again, I don't think the AFC is any easier just because the Ravens are struggling a little bit.
Go ahead, Vic.
I just was reading. What happened to Tommy DeVito? Where is he now?
I don't know. Paul Chesky, the Broncos lineman, He's really good friends with DeVito. So
he is?
That's usually where I go for my DeVito updates.
He's in New England right now.
Well, he is.
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
The reason I ask is because I have a co-host here who hates Italians, so any chance I get to bring it up.
Wow.
These are all very, very unconfirmed reports that Vic throws out there. There's nothing confirmed about that at all.
I've confirmed it.
Well, can you confirm something else? We were all, as a show, we were trying to figure this one out.
Mm-hmm.
And for the life of us, we couldn't figure out why this was happening. Because Cam Scadaboo is a big topic of discussion, and we keep saying that he's being compared to Peyton Hillis and Mike Allstott, and I just can't figure out why those are always the comparisons for Scadaboo. Do you have a theory on this?
Well, I mean, those guys were fullbacks, so they don't even play the same position. So I'm not even going
so
there.
Why would they make that 1-to-1? For the life of me, I can't figure this out.
You really can't figure it out.
It's such a mystery.
We've been battling.
then you've all got brains the size of brontosaurus brains, and
we have been. I tell you what, for 2.5 hours, I mean, throwing idea after idea.
Like Vic, I just saw another one. I just saw one.
I like how you picked out fullbacks. It's.
But Leggy, I'm just reading this on the text line from people. That's who they're comparing him to. Like, I've seen John Riggins too, and I just I don't know why.
It really reminds me of Tom Rathman.
Yeah, why is that? So weird.
It is odd. I don't know. I'm glad you guys can consider such earthy questions as you move through your day.
That's an excellent insult, though. Brontosaurus brain is an excellent insult. I'm going to use that, Jeff, and give you full credit.
Jeff. Leave us, Brontosaurus.
I look at it on a bigger scale. To me, I compare him to all the other 4.66, 40-yard dash running backs. So that's how I do it. But,
so Rex Burkhead?
You guys can do it any way you want.
Yeah, Rex Burkhead comes to mind. Exactly right.
Burkhead was faster. So, get your research.
Oh, sorry.
Do your research.
I think I've run out of my bank of guys to throw out now. I don't think I have much more left. Jeff Legwold joins us every week. Always appreciate it,
John Capoletti. Why does he remind me of John Capoletti? I can't figure it out.
Turn back the clock. Pre 1960, the whole league was that way. So
that's
just
true.
do that. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Frank Gifford. Why is he so much like Frank Gifford? I don't get it.
Leggy, you're the best. Thank you.
See you later, fellas.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, and all conversations with Leggy brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Not a lot of Danny Woodhead, though.
No.
Different
Danny's
type
small,
of runner.
but
yeah.
I think a lot of Brian Piccolo. And I just trying desperately to find.
Mm-hmm.
You're right, though. You run that. Hey, bro. You run out of options. I mean, you get to 5 or 6, and you're like, okay.
I hit Burkhead, and I go, that's it. That's all. I think that's all I got.
Toby Gerhart, good one. The Stanford guy.
Wait, no, there was a dude in Cincinnati back in the day. Somebody help me. Come on. He was like a backup running back, but he got a little bit of run.
Well, I could give you a bunch of former Broncos back in the 70s. Dave Preston, Rob Lytle. I mean, you can go up and down that list. John Keyworth. I'm talking about post-1990. Post-1990.
Yeah.
Make those miracles happen.
Yeah, again, I defy you.
Craig James.
Huh?
Craig James.
He was pre-1990 though.
I know.
Doesn't qualify.
Dude, there was somebody who played in Cincinnati for sure, and I can't remember his name. It's driving me nuts.
A guy who played in Cincinnati.
Yes.
That reminds you of Cam Scadaboo for some reason.
And I don't know why he reminds me of him, but I know he does. Somebody, a texter's going to find this.
Devin Glover on the Devin, how you doing? Devin says, "What about Maurice Jones-Drew?" Devin,
no.
I don't think you're kidding.
He is absolutely nothing like Maurice Jones-Drew.
Real Kyle Juszczyk type player.
Nah, that doesn't work because Kyle Juszczyk's more of a, Swiss Army knife guy. He's not a running back per se.
Brian Leonard is who I'm thinking of. A real Brian Leonard vibe off of him.
I barely remember a Brian Leonard.
Oh, wow. I wonder why. Back after this. Circa Sports available everywhere, and no better time than right now because Circa is the best in the game. Best odds, no doubt about it. Not to mention the actual sports book out there in Vegas. If you ever get a chance to go, it is beautiful with that stadium swim on that rooftop. So download the app right now with all the things going on, whether it's NFL football with the Thursday night game tonight, whether it's the Avs game, or anything else. Circa Sports has you covered. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. What if I told you what you're watching has already been decided? That conspiracies can reach new heights. That sometimes zebras can change their stripes. What if I told you the biggest Chiefs fans carry whistles? Brett Kane Finds Out presents Chiefs Kingdom. How far does it reach? Coming to streaming platforms near you soon. We're in post-production right now.
Should be fantastic.
Yep.
Can't wait for that docu-series. That'll be. Hey, you guys, you have neglected to ask me about my stick. I thought you were going to ask me today about my stick.
Often don't ask other guys about their sticks, but hey, Moj, how's your stick doing?
It's broken.
Thus the commercials.
Sam Malinsky broke it.
So now okay. Do you really want to accuse Sam? I mean, what are we doing?
My 1998 Wooden Bauer Supreme 3000 stick that I brought on the road trip. After practice yesterday, Marty Natchez tooled around with it a little bit, and he's like, this thing's crap. I said, yeah, I know. And so I gave it to Malinsky, and he shot a couple wristers with it. Then he took about 4 slap shots, and on the 4th slap shot, it exploded in his hand. It broke in half. It's so funny.
You said your stick exploded.
I can't do this show. I'm not doing the show. I'm off. I'm off this show. I'm gonna take a 2-minute timeout.
Here,
2 minutes.
I'll send you a photo right now. I'll send you a photo.
No! No!
What is wrong with you people? You're idiots.
I know.
There we go. There, it's right there. It's going to be a feature tonight. Not feature. It's going to be like a minute during the broadcast. We're going to show the video of those guys goofing around. I'm sure
you're used to that.
Moser, your stick bends pretty sharply to the right there.
Yeah, it does, man. Right there. Snap.
Okay. Speaking of the Avs, play tonight. Pre-game's going to be at 4:30, 5 o'clock puck drop right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, if you guys missed it, Bruce Boudreau had this to say about the Avs.
All right, Bruce, which teams impressed you in the early going?
Well, I mean, with me, it's been the Colorado Avalanche. I know they're a good team. They're 3-0-1, but Nathan McKinnon, Martin Necas, Kel McCarr, they've come out and they've been gangbusters. They still haven't got goals from Landeskog and Brock Nelson and Nikushin, and they're still 3-0-1. Scott Wedgwood in net has got a goals against average under 2. It just looks like they're saying, I'm on a mission this year. We're not going to start off slow. I think they were 0-4 last year or something to start off with, and they're coming out, and I think they want to end up in first place, and I think they've started off the way they want to start off.
Pronunciation aside, I do think that you could totally make the argument the Avs are, so far, 4 games in, short, but playing as well as anybody in the league.
Martin
the one game that they did lose in the shootout to Dallas, they were by far the better team in the game. I mean, they outshot them 2-1. They out-everythinged them in that game and just got a little bit unfortunate. The Stars had something buried, horseshoe someplace. I don't know where it is, but they're playing good hockey, man. They're a good hockey team overall, top to bottom, and it's great to get off to a start like this where you're not having to play catch-up. But listen, this game tonight against Polumbus, it's no walk in the park. I mean, more than any other sport. And I know I get on Vic's bacon about this.
Oh, no. You stop dead in your tracks. You are not allowed to say anything remotely like this.
See, in this league, Brett, you can get goalied. Did the Avs get goalied on Saturday night against the Stars? Did they?
Yes.
Well, then shut it.
You're not allowed to do it. I will not accept it.
Well, I feel like I'm allowed to do it. Anyway, but they are the favored team coming in. It's a heck of a hockey club right now, and I'm excited, man. Can't wait to get to the rink.
I mean, Columbus is
I was
good.
told not to come over do not come over for morning skate. I don't need to be there today. We did a bunch of stuff yesterday after practice, so I don't need to be there today. But Cale Makar's 400th career game is tonight. Third all-time defenseman in points through 400 games behind Bobby Orr and Paul Coffey. I mean, this is
I looked at that list. It's
amazing.
Royalty. He's got royalty surrounding him on that list.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I guess I probably should, recognize what it is. It's hard for me. When you see the names all stacked up, you're like, wow. I mean, he's right there. It's Orr, Coffey, Makar, Leach, and Potvin. That's ridiculous. That's points. Goals, it's Orr, Coffey, Potvin, Bork, Kale, and it's just, you're right, Vic. You're talking about the very best to ever do it, legendary figures, Hall of Famers clearly, and he slots right in with all of those guys. It's remarkable.
Texture says, thanks, Moser. Hot tea almost came out of my nose, and I damn near choked when you said your stick exploded in Sam Malinsky's hand.
Phrasing?
That sounds like a you problem, bro.
No.
Hey, question.
That is not a Moj problem. I can assure you of that.
Question. Because you brought up the Stars. Is there any team in the realm of Avs, Nuggets, Broncos, I guess Rockies if you want to, that is the bane of their existence more than the Dallas Stars right now? I know the T-Wolves are up there. I think Dallas is worse.
Vic made the T-Wolves comparison the other day. I don't know that Minnesota. Well, how many of the Nuggets lost in a row to Minnesota, Vic? What's the total now?
6.
They've lost 6 in a row to Minnesota. The Avs have beaten Dallas. I mean, they can beat them. It's not like they can't beat them. They can absolutely beat them. It's just that, man.
I'll tell you something that makes it worse for me.
Every time you look up that stupid team's in your face.
That makes it worse for me. Like when you lost to Minnesota and you have for 6 straight now, part of me is just like, yeah, well, maybe they were just better than you were. And that's a lot easier to live with than it feels like you can be better than Dallas and you just don't close it out. That bothers me more. But I don't think, do you guys consider anybody with the Broncos part of that discussion? Like, are the Chiefs up there? Or are you like, no? I know that they won the game last year.
Well, let's get to the Chiefs game and we'll find out. I mean, look, man, you'd lost, 15 in a row before you finally got the one game where they rested everybody and put the B team in. Yippee skip. I mean, if you're hanging your head on that, then that's ridiculous. I mean, they got to beat them with regularity, they got to beat them in the regular season when something matters.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess Kansas City's probably that for the Denver Broncos, yeah. And it's everybody for the Colorado Rockies. any team that you put in front of them.
There's always that team, though. Always that team that you look at and say, you bristle at that team. You know the team.
Sure.
You know the team when you mention them. It's just that team.
Is it the Chiefs or the Broncos?
Well, the Chiefs' A team.
Yeah.
Not their B team.
Yeah, but
is your wife up and about? By the way, is your wife up and about now? Is she with her knee? Is she mobile?
Barely, dude.
She's making a lot of racket. I can hear it. Yeah.
I've been in this prison 2.5 weeks, and it's a prison that no man should be in.
Taking care of your wife when she's ill?
Yes.
She's not ill. She had a new knee.
Oh, whatever.
She's not sick. Maybe she is sick.
When she's in need, I suppose.
I want to say this, and I say this from the bottom of my heart. I really appreciate and respect the hell out of caretakers because I've seen some that are so good. I am not one of those. I'm just not one of those. I can't be one of those. I'm not designed. They didn't design me that way. Whatever computer chip they put in me, I did not have that chip. I can't do it.
I love that Terry does everything in that house. She cooks. The only thing you cook is oatmeal. Mm-hmm. And for like a week and a half, she's like, hey, my knee hurts and I can't really move all that well. Can you help me out? And you're like, is this a joke?
Get that shot out of here.
Well, you know what? What's the worst thing on this show, guys? Guys, it's funny because this came up. What's the worst thing you can call another human? That we've come to a conclusion. What's the worst thing you could call another human?
Slow healer.
Slow healer.
Do you know how many times I called her a slow healer?
Dude, you're lucky she just can't track you down and club you over the head. I would be terrified to say that to your wife. I would be absolutely terrified.
Vic's just about to leave the house and just
But
make her fend for herself.
It's the micromanagement. You can't micromanage me if I'm not built for this. I'll give you an example. Yesterday, I stacked the car wash. What's that called? The dishwasher.
You call the dishwasher
whatever.
A car wash?
All the same crap. I stacked the dishwasher real nice. I've packed it up real good.
I want Vic to walk into a car wash with just a handful of bowls and plates.
Yeah, exactly.
Just be like, is this
some
where I take it?
silverware?
Let me finish my story. So I stacked up the dishwasher real good. She comes down, limping all over the place, just limping. Slow healing. She opens it up and gives me about 30 seconds of criticism about how I stacked the dishwasher and restacked it in front of me, and the entire time, hushing me and throwing me that thing. If I want to stack it a certain way, I'll stack it a certain way. You can't. I'm doing the work here. You don't have the right to come in and restack what I stacked.
I hate to do this. I kind of agree with you.
Thank you.
If you're going to make me do the task.
Thank you.
I'm going to do the task my way.
My way.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, no. I want it this way. You got to put all the tall glasses in the same row. No, I'm not doing that. I don't believe in that. I didn't go to that school.
Car wash school?
You need help stacking your wife's dishwasher?
Yeah.
No, car wash.
Car wash. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe I'll go to Sam Malinsky for some help.
I bet you know what? I bet he could help you out. I bet he could.
I'm sure. 303-504-0925. Reminder to you guys that you can kick off the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packed with powerful new features. Enjoy a 7-day free trial with the promo code AVS7FREE. Claim that code at altitudeplus.com, then download the app and start streaming today. Fact checker next.
Marty Natchez tooled around with it a little bit, and he's like, this thing's crap. I said, yeah, I know. And so I gave it to Malinsky, and he shot a couple wristers with it. Then he took about 4 slap shots, and on the 4th slap shot, it exploded in his hand. Just it broke in half.
Just a little post-practice information from yesterday with the Avs. Again, you can hear them tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can also tune in during halftime of tomorrow night's game between Cherokee Trail and Grandview on Altitude AM 950. We'll honor the Athlete of the Week presented by Backus and Schenker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222.
What happened with this Broncos line? Broncos started out minus 7.5. And then it went down to 6.5, and now it's back to 7.5. What's going on there? What don't I know about the Denver Broncos this weekend? I think they're going to win by 10 or more. Mm-hmm. That's my own personal opinion. I will lay some stuff down tomorrow.
Why? After what you just saw against the Jets, who are worse than the Giants, why would you assume that?
Because I think the defense at Mile High in front of that crowd against a rookie quarterback is going to make his life a living hell. They're really going to, Vance Joseph and company are going to come up with a game plan to really bust the kid up. And Scatterboo's not going to be, he's not going to be running. I mean, they're going to try to run it with him, but he's probably not going to be that effective. This is just my thought, and I'll get into it more tomorrow as to why. And I think the Broncos will score enough, even with that offense that's incredibly inconsistent. I feel like it probably should have an up week, to be honest with you. I think it should probably have an up week. When you ask Jeff Legwold what's the scenario where the Broncos would lose this game, well, he came in with, they got a couple pass rushers that can get there a little bit, blah blah blah. They're gonna tear him up. I think they're gonna tear him up.
You've lost all credibility when it comes to predicting anything, so just know your role and focus on your sticks. If I told you that in 2 of the last 3 weeks, the New York Giants have defeated the Philadelphia Eagles and the LA Chargers.
Yeah.
What makes you think they can't beat the Broncos if they put it together?
They also went down to New Orleans and got their asses kicked against a winless team.
But exactly, they're a topsy-turvy bunch. I respect all opponents. What makes you think you have the right, the gall, to assume anything about this game?
I just think the defense is, I gave you the numbers earlier. They're number 1 in so many different categories, number 2 in scoring behind the Atlanta Falcons, or right there with the Atlanta Falcons. I mean, they're incredibly elite. And when you have a rookie quarterback facing that, it's going to be a very, very difficult time for him. Very. They're going to make his life miserable on Sunday.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right. And if everything were according to plan, that is exactly what happened. How'd your plan work last week, by the way? You had a plan last week about what would happen. How'd that plan go about?
Are you kidding me, Vic? The Broncos defense held the Jets to minus 10 yards.
Yeah, but what was your offensive plan?
And 82 yards overall, and you barely squeaked it out. I almost said squawk. You barely squawked it, man.
You squawk it.
Who could have envisioned that?
Everybody has a plan until you get hit.
Come on.
We'll get back to this tomorrow. I got a few quick things I want to get to. Number 1, pull it up on the board behind me. This man's name is Alexander Karmenov. He is going to Penn State on a hockey scholarship. He's 17 years old. He is 7'1", 280 pounds.
No, stop. Nope.
Wait, what?
No, stop this.
He's a hockey player?
Hockey player. He's a
D-man.
Stop
everything you just said.
7'1", 280 pounds.
I want you to restart your sentence.
He's Moldovan.
How does he skate?
I don't know.
What's his name?
Alexander Karmenov.
At what point will every pro athlete...
He was 7 feet tall when he was 15, by the way. That's him standing next to Brent Burns.
Oh, my good Lord.
So Wembanyama, did you guys hear Victor Wembanyama actually grew 2 inches in the offseason?
Yeah.
So what is he now, 7'5" instead of 7'5"?
5'7", something like that, yeah?
Yeah. When are we, as a society, going to put... When are we going to put the brakes on genetics? When are we going to say, enough?
I'm begging you, as a short man.
No, I'm serious.
Stop this.
When are we, as a respectable civic society, when are we going to say enough? You can't have 7-footers skating around.
7'1", 280 pounds. He's a D-man.
Dude, Zdeno Chara.
He's 6'10", right?
6'8".
6'8"?
He's 6'8". 6'8". And he was a giant on the ice.
So that's 5 inches. He's got 5 inches on him. Right now, he's 17. He could probably get bigger.
7'1". Unbelievable.
Yeah, so that's one thing.
That's crazy.
Here's the other.
By the way, speaking of Zdeno Chara, I got a text from my buddy Martin Leskowitz last weekend. And he ran in the marathon. And apparently he had to just slide in there that he passed Zdeno Chara during the marathon. Said he's really big. Okay, good.
Hustle up, Tiny.
Speaking of something that's tall, this list is tall. Here's Kyle Shanahan at the podium yesterday.
All right, injuries for today. We got Yetur knee, hamstring will be out. Ricky, knee will be out. Sky Moore, ankle will be out. Trent Williams, vet day. Christian, vet day. Jordan Watkins, calf limited. Brock Purdy, toe limited. Mac Jones, knee oblique limited. Pooney, knee limited. Kevin Givens, pec limited. Juwan Jennings, ankle, rib, shoulder limited. Bernardo Green, neck limited. CJ West, thumb limited. George Kittle, hamstring limited. Clea Davis, hand limited. Michael Williams, thumb. Oh, wait, those guys are full. Go ahead.
Jeez Louise.
I mean, is that unbelievable?
That's simply remarkable, the amount of injuries that those guys have had to deal with, and the fact that they continue to win games.
They have a winning record.
It's to me, that's crazy. That's crazy talk, Brett.
How many names was that, Nelly? Did you count them? It had to be, 15? Something like that? I mean, it took 31 seconds.
Like that. Sheesh.
He didn't even count the guys that are on IR.
Well, he had one guy in there. He's like, this guy, head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Like, everything was wrong with him. Hips, knees.
So if
back.
you had a body part right now that was limited, what would it be?
Lower
a
back.
limited body part.
Lower back.
Yeah. Well, you play golf a lot.
And right knee. And right knee.
Yeah. Lower back. I did a bunch of lunges the other day. My butt, it aches doing lunges. I did like 300 of them. Have you done them? Like just body lunges?
Was Luka also out for rest?
What a coincidence.
I'll never forget that. It's the wildest tweet I've ever heard. Luka out
you
for
really,
rest.
You really liked that tweet, didn't you?
LeBron out glute strain.
No, honestly, the doc says, if you want to fix your lower back, right, get your glutes going. Fire them. Fire your glutes.
Dude,
So, okay, I said, all right, that's what I'm going to do.
I got that old man frog butt. I really do.
I'm going to fire my glutes. So I made an effort. You go outside, instead of going for a jog, just start doing a bunch of those lunges. So I said, I'm going to go over. I'm going to do 300 of these suckers. Dude, I can't even move.
Oh, I have a question, by the way, just quickly before fact checker. So I saw this tweet. It's from somebody who is, where is he from? Where does Everton play? Where's that at?
It's in England, isn't it?
It's in England, yeah.
Okay. So he sends out this picture, and he said, a pint in your seat. And he was at a soccer game, and he had a beer at his seat. Is that not allowed in England?
No, it's not.
Never been more proud to be an American. You're saying I'm not adult enough to take a beer to my seat while I watch a game? If I go over to Europe?
It's got to be on the concourse. Yeah. Same with hockey. We were in Finland, and everybody's pouring out of the stands before the period's over because they want to be first to get to the concession stand and drink beer. You can't bring it into the bowl. It's got to be on the concourse.
What's the reasoning behind that?
Just the hooliganism.
Hooliganism.
Don't you recall they went through decades of just utter. It was they
throwing
would play
beers on the pitch and everything. Yeah, mess. Total idiots.
God, it's good to be American. Imagine that. They hand me a beer and they go, sir, you have to stand in this corner. Go ahead and finish that.
Dude, some of those European sporting events, again, every time we think, yeah, we had some fun with the CU crowd last week rushing the field. It was fun, right? It was a fun conversation. By the way, CU did not get fined. Fine was rescinded. So good for the school. If you think our crowds are unruly at times, I challenge you. In fact, I want to walk you to any soccer or basketball game in Europe, just take a seat. Take a seat, enjoy the spectacle that you're about to see.
At EPL games, Brett, they segregate the opposing fan base.
Oh, of course.
They have their own little section that they have to stay.
I've seen the movie Green Street Hooligans. I know what goes on.
It is absolute lunacy what takes place at some of those games. We're mild-mannered and nice here. Philly fans would be considered soft.
Nelly, fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
You guys remember your Sesame Street. Sometimes you learn that one of these things is not like the other thing, and Vic needs a refresher course on something he said earlier.
You can't micromanage me if I'm not built for this. I'll give you an example. Yesterday, I stacked the car wash. What's that called? The dishwasher.
Vic, a car wash washes cars. A dishwasher washes dishes. They're very different things.
Same concept.
It's just like
Same concept.
It's just like the mystery we were trying to find out about Cam Scatterbo and why he reminds me so much of Mike Allstott.
We forgot Merrill Hodge.
Oh, you know what else Toby Gerhardt was another one we forgot.
We mentioned him.
Oh, we did? Okay. Something about him. Don't know what it is. Real Rex Burkheadian vibe. Come hang out with me. I'll be at Stoney's on Lincoln tonight for the Thursday night football game and the Avs game. And it's presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew with me and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football. See you at Stoney's on Lincoln at 6. Have a great Thursday. We'll talk to you all tomorrow. Go Avs, 5 o'clock here on 92.5. Early game today. So tune in for that. Love you. See you.
How did Dre Greenlaw look today, and what are your thoughts on his status moving forward?
Yeah, he practiced today. It was good.
Coach, when Dre Greenlaw does play, what does he bring to the team?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them. No, I can't say anything about injury. He practiced today. He practiced today. He's been working out, like he's been rehabbing, and today was a good day. Next question.
Some people are really stupid.
Wait, who you talking about, KJ? You taking a shot at Sean Payton, or you taking a shot at the media? What's that? What you trying to say, KJ?
I'm taking a shot at the media, baby.
Just no. Just because he doesn't want to talk about it, and we know he won't talk about it, no matter what you say, doesn't mean he shouldn't get the question. I'm more than if you want to ask a crazy question, go ahead, man. This is America, man. You know what I mean? You don't get to tell me what I can and cannot ask. But you're right. Yeah, you know exactly what you could get from Sean when you start talking about injuries. Dre Greenlaw, though, back? Question mark? Maybe? Kinda? Hopefully? Who knows? Welcome to the Morning Sprint. I'm Mark Bertinoli. That's Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson on the ones and twos. And we're coming to you live from the Baxter Shaker Studios. Their passion is justice on this Thursday. NFL football Thursday. We got an NFL game tonight. We got the Avs play and the Steelers and the – who the hell is the Steelers playing tonight? Bengals, Cincinnati. That's who it is. But
it's the Ben Gay Bowl, and is that what it was called? Joe Flacco versus Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
It's two quarterbacks who we both know in the locker room's environment that gravity has taken hold of several aspects of who they are as humans.
Yeah.
When they get the old, that both Joe Flacco and Aaron Rodgers do the old leg up on the bench, talking to the guys.
Old man. Yeah, give me some more old man stuff in the locker room. Old man stuff in the gym.
You know what else happens? Old man stuff in nude calisthenics and nude stretching in the locker room.
I don't know what it is. Like there comes a point in a man's life where they're just like, I don't give a damn anymore or something.
Yeah, they're done.
And they're just like, because I can imagine Vic like doing exactly that.
Totally.
Right?
Vic is right in that space, right? It's also so say you're working out at whatever gym you're at. Let's call it just Globo Gym or whatever it may be. It's also it's the old man that either has this is Southern California for you, but it's where I grew up, that has the gold pendant necklace, and that's it. And it's propped out. And so typically the gold pendant is either a cross or a Star of David. And it's propped out on top of their chest meat. And then they walk like long walks from maybe where their locker is to the steam room or to the sauna, completely stark naked. And they actually have a towel. But the towel is just slung over the shoulder.
Right.
And they're just making their way, kind of slouched shoulders. And they're just slowly making their way.
Nobody wants to see that, man. Nobody wants to see that,
man.
Yeah, they're always doing weird things, and then lifting like 700 or something. You're like, man, that dude's been lifting the gym for 45 years.
It's naked old man strength, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But either way, hopefully Dre Greenlaw ain't doing that.
Gosh, I hope
whatever,
back.
Right, whatever it takes to get back, although I guess whatever it takes. If you got to walk around the gym naked, go ahead and do it, man, as long as you can play on Sunday. So, what's the difference? Because, the more and more I think about it, I would put Dre Greenlaw in the top 5 linebackers when he's healthy. That dude can disrupt a lot of things defensively. But is it tough to throw him directly into it's exactly what the Broncos are going to do. But how much, I guess the question is this, how much do you expect? How much do you think you can get out of Dre Greenlaw this season?
Well, it's got to start somewhere.
You got to play first, right?
If it doesn't happen this coming week, it's a big one. It's a big game, right? And soft tissue injuries, if you give them proper time to heal and you give Dre Greenlaw or whoever the victim is of the soft tissue injury, like they should be able to function and come back and be a contributing member of your team. How long has this been? Are we talking end of July?
Yeah. Because
insane.
You're right, because that was when the mini camp was happening.
Was that what you like? Because, yeah, it was.
Well, so minicamp, I remember this all kind of starting back in May, but then Dre Greenlaw we were promised by Sean Payton, if we go back to the timeline, after OTAs or minicamp or whatever it might be. And then there was a lot of this, I feel like the Niners side of things was making sure everybody knew that's the reason we got rid of this guy. Not because we didn't want to pay him, not because we're cheap, but because he's always hurt, and he was hurt. And so Broncos, you didn't get a great deal like you think you did.
But that's just them doing that CYA thing, because didn't San Francisco come after they found out that Greenlaw was going to sign with the Broncos? Didn't they call his agent and be like, no, don't do that yet, And he was already in there like, tough, he's gone, man, he's gone. So that they were. I'm sure they would love to have him back, but I need to see him on the field, man. I want to see it because it's exciting. It's exciting. He's one of those guys you love to watch play football because he will smash you.
He will smash you, and he's got an unbelievable feel for the ball, a nose for the ball, propensity for a tip ball is a Dre Greenlaw interception, or he's the kind of guy that would peanut punch a football out like Peanut Tillman used to do.
You know what?
And that's what this team needs so bad.
Yeah.
The defense is great. I get it. Defense is phenomenal. But if there's been any weaknesses at times, it's been the Jonathan Taylor game, right? Coverage from the backfield. Saquon Barkley, even if he didn't go off because, frankly, his ridiculously unintelligent offensive coordinator decided not to put the ball in his belly ever, he did get open in some of the wheel routes. Like, you need somebody that can cover and has the football intelligence, the IQ, and the athleticism to be able to cover in space. And that's what Dre Greenlaw has shown to do throughout his career. But the big caveat is when healthy.
Yeah, when healthy. If he's fully healthy. So, man, I'm excited for it. If he can come back, when he comes back, whenever that is, I'm excited for it.
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them.
Yeah, you love them, Coach. You know what? I heard, what's that? It's Pavlov's dog? You know that thing where as soon as Coach hears the Rally House, his ears perk up. He's like, Rally House, looking around like that. You know what I heard Brian Daboll hit us with yesterday? He hit the media with a relative to. He was like, you know what? Relative to our game against the Broncos. And I was like, Sean Payton's infecting all of them with this nonsense. He hit me with a relative to yesterday. I got a question for you, Coach. You know what? And this is a question for KJ. You can answer this question, too, if you have it. And the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Who's your favorite meathead athlete of all time? When I say your favorite meathead athlete of all time, is it like Mike Allstott? Like, well, Bill Romanowski was a meathead, but he was also kind of a bad dude. But, guys like a meathead dude.
Low-hanging fruit, right?
Yeah, give me one. Who you got?
Brian Bosworth.
Oh, yeah, Bosworth is a great meathead. He's a great. He got steady trucked by Bo Jackson, right, in college. But and then he went and became like an action movie. I watched some of those Brian Bosworth action movies in the 90s. Those things sucked. But Brian Bosworth, that's a good one. That's a meathead. How about you, KJ? Who's your favorite meathead of an athlete?
Oh, favorite meathead. Now, I know he doesn't. Gronk is definitely up there for me. He's definitely up there. The guy I'm going to say he's not like tier 1 meathead. He's like tier 2, James Harrison.
Okay, I get it. See, that's a scary meathead. That's a scary meathead, but you are exactly right. He is full on methead.
I was going to go with Ironhead Hayward.
Yeah. Yes.
I got some good throwbacks here.
Is that the Atlanta Falcons is right? Is that was Hayward played for the Falcons back in the day? You know what? So text line, hit us with your favorite meathead athlete of all time, because there's plenty of them. But I want to say something, because when I first thought of it, you remember Brian Cushing?
Yeah, Texans linebacker, yeah.
He was always bleeding everywhere.
Yeah, I coached against him. Now, you want to think about Brian Cushing. Not only one of the biggest meatheads I've ever been around, that's the most muscular human I've ever seen in my life.
Really?
Also, like when he's an old man in the showers and kind of walking around, and he's got his leg propped up and he's got his blow dryer. He's got his blow dryer, making sure his
valley,
his valley stays dry, gets dry quickly. You know what people are going to see in the back of his butt?
What?
a whole bunch of track marks from all them steroids that were in his body. That boy was.
Well, listen, man. Yeah, he was swole. So yeah, text line his with your meatheads, because I have a meathead for you guys, and you tell me if I'm crazy for this one. But I think my favorite meathead athlete of all time is Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods is a meathead, people.
Are you
all that
sure?
dude want to do is like go work out and lift weights and go to Shoney's and
Wait,
Denny's.
Can you say that the biggest meathead of all time is
T. Woods, man.
Is a golf.
It's Tiger Woods. Yes, it's Tiger Woods. That dude
Berto,
is a meathead.
what are you doing?
Listen, there's plenty of hockey players and football players who are meatheads.
Ooh, what about Bill Romanowski?
Yeah. See, but once again, Romanowski is just a bad dude. Like, I feel like that's an evil human being, right? But it's okay. He's still a meathead.
Give me the actual Cliff's Notes version of how in the world Tiger Woods is a meathead.
I mean, all that
he went
dude
to Stanford.
is all he did. Like, Tiger Woods is a make money, get chicks kind of guy, and that's a meathead to me, because all he wants to do is lift weights and work out with Navy SEALs and go find himself a waitress at Denny's. You know what I mean? Like, that's meathead action to me, man. I'm just saying, it's a little outside the box. Tiger Woods a meathead. It's fine. You don't have many of those in golf. I mean, isn't who am I thinking of? Another golfer just smoking darts constantly. His wife is stabbing him with kitchen knives. Who am I thinking of? He won the. Oh, come on. Come on, text line. You can help me out. Meathead golfers. Give me another meathead golfer, because he's the only other meathead as a golfer I can think of. Man, how come I can't remember that dude's name? But we'll get to it. Yeah. Text line hit us with John Rocker. Yeah.
John Daly.
That's who I was thinking of. Way to go, Josh.
John Daly.
It's John Daly. That dude is a meathead too.
Hey, another one that came in on the text line, and I really like this one. Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, that's a full meathead.
Yeah,
it's a full.
You know,
meathead.
it was a pretty solid meathead if you're going to go with kind of Denny's, Denny's waitress vibes. Ben Roethlisberger.
Oh, yeah, that's a
Big
meathead.
Ben.
Yes, that's a meathead too. Ben Roethlisberger is absolutely a meathead. And you don't have a lot of those at the quarterback position. Like Jackson Dart, we can call him, because the problem with Jackson is he is overwhelmed by the meatheadedness of Cam Scatterboo, right? Like, you can't get more meatheaded than Cam. So even though Jackson Dart's got a whole bunch of meathead in him, he can't really compete with his teammate.
Oh, who's the biggest meathead currently across all personnel in the National Football League?
Roger Goodell. No, I don't know, man. Who?
He's a head coach.
Sirianni?
He's a pretty big meathead.
Who's a meathead? Oh,
Mike Vrabel.
Oh, you go with Vrabel? Oh.
But I still think Dan Campbell's got him beat.
Oh,
Dan Campbell is a meathead, man.
Yes, Dan Campbell's a meathead. That dude is a Bryson DeChambeau. We got
Big
a DeChambeau.
Big meathead. He's way more of a meathead than Tiger Woods is.
Tiger Woods is a full-on meathead, people. Jay Cutler. We got a Jay Cutler. We got a Tim Tebow. I don't know. Is Tim Tebow? I mean, he looks like a meathead.
He's a gym bro.
Yeah.
That's in touch with his feelings and
right.
wants to change the world in a positive way, which is a little bit different than a meathead, in my opinion.
Right. There's something
But
different.
he is a gym bro.
Right. Touched by an angel gym bro. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
A Jimbo for Jesus.
We got a John Gruden. We got a Jose Canseco. That is he might be the birthplace of meathead is Jose Canseco, man. Travis Kelce. All right, Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One, including Thursday Night Football. Don't miss the Steelers and Bengals starting at 5:30 on AM 950 tonight. We'll be right back. to Stoney's on Lincoln to watch tonight's Thursday night football game with Pittsburgh and Cincinnati, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew, hang out with Brett Kane, and enter win a Hall of Fame commemorative autograph Terrell Davis football. See you at Stoney's on Lincoln at 6. Brett Kane, meathead? We did get the question, who's the biggest meathead at the station?
Yeah, who is the biggest? I would love to hear it. 303-504-0925.
Who's the
of
biggest
all of your
meathead?
favorite on-air personalities.
Who's the most like Cam Scattaboo and Ken Caminiti?
I mean, the obvious answer today is Tyler Polumbus.
Well, but yes, because he looks like a meathead.
Okay,
but
so
that doesn't mean
I was asked what a Jim Bro means.
Yeah,
it's GYM, not JIM.
Just a dude named Jim, right? It's an actual Jim.
It's
Jim.
GYM Bro. It's kind of. This is also kind of one of these Gen Z, post-millennial, Gen Alpha. I don't even know what they call these people anymore. But it's Tyler Polumbus is definitely a Jim Bro.
Okay, right. He's not a meathead. He's a Jim Bro. He's a little too smart to be a meathead.
Scott Hastings. I got a meathead take.
Yeah, I saw somebody who's like definitely Sanford. Scotty
Polumbus
is
first,
a
then me
meathead.
second.
Listen, I mean,
Moser's a meathead, man.
Scotty played like a meathead in the NBA, but that's because he was a member of the Bad Boys. He had to just bang and smack and.
You know what, man? Here's the deal.
Who told you that?
Mark Moser. Yeah, talking to you, guy. He is the biggest meathead on this station, but he disguises himself as somebody that is very open and interested in the arts because he married the bear.
Right.
And the bear's an accomplished elite painter. And so therefore, Moser wants to make sure everybody understands his well-rounded nature and commitment to the arts as a true intellect.
No. That ain't working out. Oddly enough, my vote is for Dan Tanner. That dude's a meathead. I'm going to say that right there. Okay.
DMac.
Oh, you know what? I hadn't thought about
You know what?
DMac.
DMac's a sports talk radio meethead.
Yes.
Because
yes.
I think the definition of a meathead is somebody that is basically dumb and single-minded.
Yeah, oblivious to everything else. Oblivious to everything. You can ask about
one-track-minded.
How do you feel about peace in the Middle East? And they're like, what? Middle East where? What? How? No, give me the football. I'm going to punch somebody. Yeah. Limited in scope, but focused when it comes to doing stupid stuff with really, 100% effort. That's Kendrick Perkins, Paul Pierce, Gilbert Arenas. I'm not sure I would put any. They're all, I mean, Paul Pierce is a chucklehead, and Kendrick's a goofball, and
Lindahl.
Gilbert's just wild.
Lindahl's a meathead.
Yeah, we got a lot of Lindahl. We got a bunch of. Matter of fact, we got a bro. It's got to be Lindahl, and it's definitely Lindahl on the tax line.
The fact that Vic Lombardi has had essentially 0 votes,
right?
Does that make him kind of soft?
Probably.
Like, if you're the exact opposite of a meatball,
right? Meathead. Right.
If you're the exact opposite, he's a meatball.
Right. What is the
we know that
opposite
Vic
of a
is a
meathead?
meatball.
Like, if Cam Scattaboo is the patron saint of meatheads, what's the opposite of a meathead? What would you know what I mean? Like, what would you consider? Like, Bo Nix has no meathead tendencies, really, or do you think he does? Do you think he has some?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's pretty one-track minded. I think that meatheadedness can come into play with the Bobot. I think there's some.
Right. Maybe you can program the Bobot to have some meathead tendencies. Yeah, maybe.
We don't have any clowns.
So, we had somebody on the text line says that DMac can't be a meathead because he rides a bicycle, and meatheads don't ride bicycles.
Very true.
So just the bicycle saves DMac.
It eliminates him.
Yeah. I mean, we can certainly come up
let
with
me ask you
different
this.
names.
For me, the fact that I am bilingual and speak Espanol, does that eliminate me from being a meathead?
No, you can still definitely be a meathead and speak different. No.
But I was not born into a culturally double language household.
The thing about being a meathead is the meatheadedness helps you, right? Like, that you're such a meathead, you don't realize that you're not supposed to be doing the things you're doing, right? And that's it's almost a superpower. Meathead is a superpower in some ways. Russell Wilson, the opposite of a meathead? Ooh, yeah. Because the opposite of a meathead isn't a genius. It's a lame-o stiff. It's a corporate stiff. Is that what it is?
I just got from the 407. Coach is a cabeza de carne. This is my favorite one from the 213. This is fun, man. Sorry, we'll get back to sports. Literally everyone at the station except Kreckman and Vic are meatheads. And I think that's fair.
Okay, I'll take. Yeah. I'll say. Yeah. We probably all
Krecker
accept
is
that.
not a meathead.
No.
He takes like hikes on the weekends.
You're right. I think the opposite of meathead is probably whatever Kreckman is. Right? It feels like when the meathead war breaks out, Kreckman's gonna be on the other side of that.
Ooh, Debo from the movie Friday rode a bike like DMac did. Debo
That's
and
true.
DMac.
And Debo is a full meathead.
The definition of a meathead.
How about this? Is Eli Manning the opposite of a meathead? I don't know. Eli's got some meatheadedness in him, man. I don't know.
Who's the most in touch with their feelings quarterback or football player of our generation?
Oh, that's Caleb Williams?
Caleb is not a meathead.
He is not a meathead, man. He is the opposite of me. Yeah, whatever that is. Caleb is the opposite of meathead. Colin says you're either a meathead or a bean sprout. All right. Well, listen, we got somebody raging on it. We got an all caps text on the text line saying DMac is not a meathead. So we got somebody defending DMac on the text line. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, see, we got some Caleb Williams. Bro, Debo rode a bike for a whole different reason than DMac stopped playing. You're right. DMac is not rolling around on the bike taking your money and weed. That's not happening. At least I don't think it's happening. Then again, I don't know what DMac does on his off time.
Yeah, so, I'm going to say
you think
something.
He's bullying people in the neighborhood.
I'm going to say something. I'm probably going to lose a couple of people when I say this, but it is true. The biggest meathead in the NFL right now is Tua Tagovailoa.
Ooh. Well, I mean, he did have to come out and apologize for what he said after the game, which you never want your quarterback to do.
There is no world that exists that the imagery that we've all seen of Tua Tagovailoa essentially incapacitated on a football field, and then he's just back at it as soon as he possibly can be, over and over and over.
Oh, you're right.
There's some stupid.
You know what? I didn't think about that. You guys are both right on that one. You're right. But he's a meathead because his head is meat now, right? It's just too many hits to the head. That's
Tua Tagovailoa.
Nathan McKinnon is a meathead because he's so singularly focused. Nathan McKinnon. Once again, Nathan McKinnon is a supervillain. That's what I like. Nathan McKinnon will do anything and everything it takes to win, and that even if that means killing you and everyone you care about. That's the kind of supervillain that dude is. So, yeah, I mean the text line is going crazy, so keep it coming in. DMac is not a meathead; he's a bonehead. Get it right. Justin Herbert, non-meathead. Okay. Maybe.
Actually, Steve Nelson isn't a meathead. He's in a ska band.
Now, you don't get to say he's in a ska band. You got to say the brass band first.
Oh my God!
You don't get the juice from being in a ska band if you're also in a full-on like marching band. That don't count.
Wendell here from the Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour came out with my guy Matt McChesney. His entire brand, though. Think about the name of his gym.
Yeah.
60 Savage. That is like the definition. That's a good one. And it's a good brand. Hey, guess what he's doing? He's training people to be violent and physical.
Right.
Offensive line, defensive line.
The perfect job for a meathead. Right.
I need some help, please.
Yeah, we got some crazy text coming in. I love it. Keep them coming. Aaron Rodgers is the opposite of a meathead. Derek Wolfe is a meathead. Yes, way to go. Yes, Derek.
Jim Harbaugh, yes.
Yes,
I worked for him. Yes, this is true.
See, but that's crazy because his
true
brother
meathead.
is not a meathead at all.
Nope, John, not a meathead. In fact, when I was at the wedding for Jim Harbaugh, I was in attendance when I was working for him.
Yeah.
I was at a table right next to the best man's table. And the best man for Jim Harbaugh was, guess who?
John Harbaugh.
John Harbaugh. When the best man speech was done, my wife looked at me and she said, I wish you worked for that guy.
Instead of Jim. That's good stuff. All right. We're going to continue this conversation. We are absolutely going to continue it. But we do want to hear from Bo Nix, who addressed the media yesterday and was asked some fairly interesting questions, including about his input when it comes to the offensive game plan.
Yeah, I think I got to pick my spots and definitely, they've been doing this for a long time. They know how to game plan. And, sometimes I'm sure I haven't been a coach yet, but I'm sure it's irritating if your quarterback just continuously brings you plays. So I just try to, pick my spots and make sure that I can back it up with the film that I'm watching, and it's not just the play that I like because I've repped it before and it's a cool play, but it's got to be able to fit with what we do and got to fit against what the opposing team is doing. So usually it just goes with film study. Just kind of look at certain plays, what we're doing, see how we can find plays that we like off of plays that we're already doing. And, so I just don't necessarily push them, but, definitely every once in a while I'll have something that, hey, I remember this was in. You think we can put this back in or something? And they're very receptive to it. Usually, what happens, but I definitely don't want to be too pushy.
Don't want to be too pushy.
Interesting. What'd you think about that?
I think it's right. I like to take there that it's not just about, I like that play because it's a good play and it's because it's my favorite play and we ran that at Oregon and that's what I should run. Mm-hmm. He's right in the sense that you can't just say, I like this play, because a lot of times that route concept is not good versus the coverage that you're going to be seeing predominantly, say, coming Sunday. But I do think having preference is a great thing. And I think Sean Payton, most West Coast offensive play callers will ask quarterbacks to give their top 10 pass concepts.
Okay.
Or top 5 pass concepts. I actually like to get it down to 5 because then I get more real nuts and bolts preference. 10 sometimes just feels like I'm going to list basically all of the new pass concepts this week just to prove to my coach that
I'm paying attention.
That I love everything that you put in, Coach. You're just the best.
Man, you're killing it, Coach.
You're so
I'm telling
good,
you.
man. This is the best game plan I've ever seen. I actually did the same thing. So I text my quarterbacks and I asked them on Wednesday after practice because, Friday game, I asked them for their top 5 pass concepts and or just overall plays in the game plan. And then they give it to me, and then guess what I do with those?
Throw them out.
That's what Sean does, apparently.
No,
I put them in the openers.
Yeah. Just to build that confidence. That confidence.
Something that they put there, I like that one.
Yeah.
So therefore, early in a game, let's call the one that they like. Now, I've also talked some quarterbacks out of some plays that they say they like, because I'm like, you're just telling me that you like that because I came up with it and I sold it. And so you're just wanting to make sure that you're a pleaser. Yeah. You're a people pleaser. Quit being a people. What do you really like?
Just
okay,
tell
Coach.
Me the truth.
I like the stuff that we've been running since day one. I don't like the new one because I'm thinking. So let's just run just good old fashioned triple right strike.
Mm-hmm. And it works.
Yeah, it does. Sometimes they're like, no, Coach, I swear, I promise, I really, really like that one.
Like if let's say that Bo Nix was a different type or a more vocal quarterback and loved to. Because, there's some people who just like conflict. They like to mix it up. And sometimes they'll hit you with a differing opinion just so they can get into that, just so they can have that argument, even if they don't really disagree with you. But I don't know how many NFL quarterbacks are going head-to-head with their head coach over the play calling.
Caleb Williams did last year. It felt like it, right?
No, you're right. But there's just some quarterbacks who are just much more vocal.
The Gen Z quarterback extraordinaire said, I don't know. Nobody watched film with me. I don't know about film. I
remember all that.
Airing it out in the offseason.
Mm-hmm. It was kind of like what Tua said, where Tua was like, yo, I should have kept all that in the building. What happens in the building stays in the building. I should not have put that out there. But how about this? We've been talking about what makes a meathead. KJ wants to know what give me 3 traits of a franchise quarterback. A dude that you're just like, this is the guy for the next 15 years. We're going to build around him. That the community's going to embrace. What is it? What do you think the most important traits of a franchise quarterback is?
This number one for me would be there are 0 doubts in the building. That's my quarterback.
Ooh. From all the coaches and the
players, coaches, general manager, scouts.
How quickly does that happen, though?
It's hard.
Is it?
I bet there's only, how many are there right now? Just with that first prerequisite.
Oh, man.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yep. Josh
Allen.
Lamar.
Josh Allen.
Justin Herbert? Does everybody
probably
for the Chargers like this dude?
Yes,
this is the guy.
I'd say right now, yes.
So that's 2 of the 4 quarterbacks in the AFC West, because you ain't putting Geno in that list. And you can't put Bo in that list yet. Do you think everybody in the Broncos building is bought into Bo?
I'm saying if you were to get everybody's pop-up bubbles that what they're actually thinking as
the-
opposed to what they say.
Yeah.
There's no doubting that anybody in the Kansas City entire building saying yes to that question about Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
Are there maybe some questions about Lamar right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
In the entire building.
There can be questions about Lamar and Josh just because of what they don't have on the resume. And that's the ring. That's a championship. And Patrick can say, Patrick's got that. So you can always say, well, he hasn't won the whole thing. He hasn't won it yet.
I mean, we all know the talent. We all know the stats. We all know that he took down the witch himself. But right now in Cincinnati, do you think everybody says Joe Burrow? Yes.
Ooh, no.
Just
because of the injuries,
he's
right?
hurt?
Yeah, because you got to have a dude who plays.
I mean, right now, today, do you think everybody's saying Jalen Hurts? Yes, today?
Oh, no, especially not in that city. No,
But he's
no,
been
in
to a
that
Super
building.
Bowl.
Yeah.
He's been to a Super Bowl. He won a Super Bowl. And he's still a fairly young player.
Yeah, no. There's
But
absolutely
right
gaps.
now, I mean, there's questions about his ability to read a defense and deliver the football in the pass game.
How about this? We know what the fans think. What do you think the Giants think about Jackson Dart, actually? Like Brian Daboll, and it feels like Daboll
They're excited.
We're right, but he feels like he's holding on to Jackson like it's a life raft. You know what I mean?
Because
It's
it's frankly, Jackson Dart and a continued ascent is going to save Brian Daboll's job.
Yeah.
But I warn you, all of you Jackson Dart Glazers, go back and watch Jackson Dart's SEC playing career. Because for, I'd say, every 3 games like he had against the Philadelphia Eagles, there was 1 game that he had against the Florida Gators, or he had 1 against the Kentucky Wildcats, where it's just bad.
Just like cheeks, buns, cakes,
as bad as it gets. And it's he kind of just, people figure him out. They box him in. They know he's an athlete that tries to get loose and run, and he's had 50 yards in all 3 of his starts here in the NFL, or his extended moments of playing. He also he does better. He likes picking apart zone coverages. He likes tempo. Frankly, there are some similarities. He's kind of a free spirit Bo Nix.
Okay, right. Like if Bo Nix was more meat-headed, he'd be much more like Jackson Dart.
If he had eye black that went north and south instead of east and west.
Yeah. Like I don't think that helps much. Like eye black on one eye, like I mean, whatever, but that's like that's a fashion statement, right? That's not helping you see anything. But let's do this. We've got let's take a time out. When we come back, we're going to dive into some Denver Bronco trade proposals and see what you think about that as we roll on the Morning Sprint. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Thursday, October the 16th. Mike Sanford, KJ Grandis, and Mark Bernoulli, all coming to you live from the Back is Shaker Studios. Serious Lawyers for the seriously injured, live in Lone Tree, just one single tree. And this weekend, the Denver Broncos host the New York Giants as the Broncos try to go to 5-2. And the Giants, if the Giants get to 3-4, there might be actual hope there in New York if this offense turns out to be the real deal. But the NFL trade deadline is on November 4th. It is coming up. It's coming up quick. It's just a couple of weeks away, like 3 weeks away, something like that. I don't know. But today on ESPN, Bill Barnwell had a bunch of trades. He was like, here's what these different teams need to do. These are the trades that they need to make. And what they had a suggestion for the New York Giants. The suggestion for the Giants was to go get Jacoby Myers, right? They were like, go get Jacoby. Go trade for him, man. But the interesting one was what his suggestion for the Denver Broncos. And I don't know how much this is going to help, but here was his suggestion, Coach. Bill Barnwell says the Broncos need to go out and give the New Orleans Saints a 6th-round pick for Taysom Hill. Now, Taysom Hill is 35, and he's on the last year of his current contract. But we know Sean Payton loves him some Taysom. Is that? I mean, you could use him as a joke, obviously, but is that the one piece the Broncos are missing? Taysom Hill.
No.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I mean,
how about a left guard?
Yeah, that's true. But can you get a left guard for a 6th-round pick? At least one that you can start.
Well, you can get him for free. His name's Alex Palczewski. You just got to be smart and use your 5th best offensive lineman.
I think they will, right? They got to, right? It can't be Throckmorton. They're going to put Paltrow in there, right?
Why would you not?
I think they will, right?
Use the Throck or Frank Crum at the now reporting eligible number 73, Frank Crum. Woo! He went to Wyoming. He's tall and he's blonde and he's got long hair.
Yeah.
But play your best offensive line men. The 5 of them.
Yeah. That sounds like a good idea to me, but we'll see what the Broncos do because sometimes Sean Payton has a completely different
Just don't
idea.
overanalyze it, man. Like, left side needs to be with the left side relative to the left side. They communicate better, and it's a situation where the left side is used to being with this.
Like, you should never do. Okay, listen. There's always going to be, in life as a man and in football as a coach, certain lines in the sand that you draw a line in the sand and you say this far, no further. Things that you hold to be sacred in the game of football, like ideas that nobody can tell you different. You have certain ideas about what makes you a successful coach and what make teams successful. And Sean Payton he's been in this game a long time, and he's got like a list of 5 things in his brain that he just never does or won't do because he feels as though those are. And I think it limits some of his options. Or do you think I'm crazy? Like, I feel like it's almost too much football knowledge in his brain.
It's all of us.
You think so?
I wouldn't say all of us. I mean, I'm a meathead.
Yeah, the text line definitely. Man, you got like 5 or 6 people calling you a meathead on the text line.
It was way more than that. It's like 50 or 60. Yeah, the most important thing is that I think are non-negotiables as a football coach, and really a coach in any sport. You got to go into a season with a plan of personnel, and then once some data starts coming back about where those players are with regards to stats, production, really good players find a way for the ball to find them, or really good players find a way to get to the quarterback and sack him, or really good players find a way to sack or to tackle in space. But you've got to be able to reassess after 4 games, maybe 5, and say, okay, this is the path forward because these are my most productive players right now. Because like even Cortland Sutton, we could say Cortland Sutton was unbelievably productive in the 23 and the 24 seasons. That does not necessarily guarantee that the 2025 iteration of Cortland Sutton is going to be that good. Now, I'm saying I still think he is going to be good, but if the ball doesn't find Cortland Sutton as a result of getting separation, then maybe you have to reassess it and say, okay, these are the guys that need to touch the football more. With the offensive line, it's hard because there's no actual stats. Mm-hmm. But it's one of those things where if you know, you know. What I would say is that
you can see it live.
I mean, let me ask you guys this. Did anybody see that there was something inherently wrong with the left guard position against your last opponent, the New York Jets?
Yes.
The whole every Broncos fan all of a sudden became a left guard expert.
Yes, they did.
Because your eyes just were showing you, and your ears, when you hear the penalties that were nullifying positive plays or explosive plays. And so you can't get caught up in, well, this is what my coaching experience tells me that the left side guys got to be with the left side guys and the right side guys got to be with the right side guys. Or tackles got to stay tackles, guards got to stay guards. Sometimes you just got to go back. Okay, let me ask you this. If you're coaching Pee Wee football, you have a 7th grade game coming up for the AYL championship. I think that's like Arvada Youth League, maybe.
Is it?
I don't know. It's AYL. It's a big deal in these parts.
All right.
Near our studio here. Lone Tree, the single tree.
Just one single tree.
Highlands Ranch, Parker. They all play AYL football.
All right.
Okay, so you got a game coming up. Are you going to play your 5 best offensive line in this championship game? Like your 5 best players?
Yeah.
Or are you going to play 4 really good linemen and then, I'm going to play this guy's not good, but it's because he's been on the left side before.
No, you can't do that, right?
Sometimes it's that simple, right?
Right. I guess I'm looking for Sean Payton to be a little more nimble in game or something. I don't know what it is I'm searching for. How about when we're talking about trades, we bring up the Taysom Hill idea, which is I can't get on board on that one. Whatever. I mean, if you want to give a 6 to New Orleans,
Arapahoe Youth League. Sorry,
Arapahoe Youth League. All right.
I've only heard the acronym. I never knew the exact reason.
But so yesterday I was trying to make the argument on the blitz, or just to ask the question before the trade deadline to go, why don't you go strength on strength then? If you don't want to trade for Taysom Hill, then trade for Trey Hendrickson. Trade for, you know what I mean? If you're gonna go ahead and just load up on the defensive side if you're not going to do it. But I think you're good defensively. So let me ask you this, Coach: what move do you make to make this team better offensively before November, before the NFL trade deadline? Is there some position that you're like, yeah, let's go get another tight end. Let's go get a Taysom Hill. Let's go get a wide receiver. Let's go get Breece Hall. Let's go get, is there an offensive player or an offensive position for the Broncos right now that you're like, maybe we get a guy there and that might unlock something for Bo?
I mean, Chris Olave.
Okay.
A known speedster that can make contested catches, awkward body, acrobatic catches.
Okay. He's probably the best wide receiver on the market right now if you can go get him. I don't know what it's going to cost you, but I mean, it's probably not going to cost you a third
that's
or a fourth, right?
That's the only one that's semi-realistic out there that I think would move the needle.
Okay. Yeah,
Taysom Hill doesn't move the needle. Like, what are we even talking about?
No, I get it.
He's 35 years old. He's a quarterback by trade. He's a fun gadget guy.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, the Saints aren't really even using him. And he tore his ACL last year.
Yeah,
Isn't he coming off an ACL year or something?
He's not explosive like he once was.
But once again, it's Sean Payton's brain that you have to deal with when we talk about these players that you want to trade with. Because Sean Payton might very well think that his wide receiver room doesn't need Chris Olave. He just wait. He's like, you just wait. Mims is going to pop, or Troy's going to pop, or Pat Bryant's going to pop. Just wait. But I think as a Bronco fan, I'm just looking for a little bit more action offensively. Just anybody who can help you. Anybody. And I don't know who that name is. Not yet, anyway. But Chris Olave would be great. Would be absolutely fantastic. Hey, look at that. A meathead in the office. We already got a couple of meatheads in the office rolling in here. But
Dan Tanner is not a meathead.
You're right. He's just dumb. No, I'm just kidding. Dan Tanner is not a meathead. You're right. I can't. You know what? There's a name for what Dan is. I can't really think of it.
You know who's a real meathead?
Who?
Our director of sales, Sean Brennan.
Yeah.
Do you think he's a meathead?
Yeah. It's weird. You're right. He might be the only meathead on the sales staff, but he's got some. You know what I mean?
I mean, I would say that
he's got meat sweats. That's for sure. That dude.
our guy Brandon Evans. I think he's a situational meathead.
Right. Okay. You know what? I was incorrect because he is also a meathead.
He's from Arkansas.
Yeah.
He loves riser bikes. He's a meathead.
Yeah. He's absolutely a meathead. Okay. Wait. You know what? On the text line, keep the meatheads coming. Your favorite meathead in professional sports of all time. Hit us with it. Who is it? Why do you love them? Give it on the Shop Mazda text line 303-504-0925. We're going to take a quick timeout, come back, and take a look at what's going on with other things around the NFL and this Broncos-Giants game. Tune in tomorrow night at 7 for our high school football game of the week. Justin Adams and Jake Heaps with the call for the Cherokee Trail at Grandview. High school football and Altitude Sports is brought to you by Sport Clips, proud supporters of Chesa.
Jackson, talk about this defense you're going to face Sunday. This is a very aggressive, high blitzing defense. Talk about the challenges when you look at them in film.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the sacks stand out as the first thing, and their ability to rush the passer at every down, not just third downs. So, first of all, they're just coached really well, and they play really well together. They play really hard. So it's going to be a really good test for us. One that I think that we're all excited for, just because in my mind I see them as one of the best defenses in the entire league. So being able to just go out and compete, and they do a lot of really good things, and they're coached really well.
Well, that's not a Meathead answer from Meathead 1B from the New York Giants, Jackson Dart.
If you are just joining the morning sprint,
where the hell you been? What's wrong with you?
We have had one of the most active Shop Mazda text lines in the history of, I think, text lines.
It's because people know in their heart, like in their soul, when we say the words Meathead and who's your favorite Meathead, people know. People have one they know immediately. They know who they're talking about. They know exactly. Yeah, we've got I can't believe we got a bunch of John Elways for on the Meathead. Like, I mean, maybe from a football perspective, I don't know. Is John Elway a Meathead?
This is all brought about because the co-host, Mark Bertinoli here, brilliantly realized that Cam Scattaboo, who is the reigning Meathead of all Meatheads.
Yeah.
In
the
sport
patron saint of Meatheads right now
today
is Cam Scattaboo.
Well, so a lot of people have been asking, what's the exact definition of Meathead? Well, I use Urban Dictionary because, of course, I do.
Yes. What's it say?
This is a definition that has stood the test of time. It was originally scripted in 2003.
Wow, okay.
And it has been the definition that has stood the test of time. Okay. Meathead. An enormously muscular guy who cannot hold a conversation about anything other than weightlifting and protein shakes. Gets upset very quickly when he cannot complete his own sentences and thoughts. Can be found at nightclubs wearing shirts that are 10 sizes too small, if at all. They are by far the most closely related human beings to that of apes, chimpanzees, and other primates. They are evolutionarily hindered and are less capable of following directions than my dead hamster.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
So, by that definition, I am second only to Tyler Polumbus at the station, according to our fine
That
texters.
definition defines Tyler Polumbus.
Oh, my gosh.
But I don't really consider Tyler a meathead. He just looks the part. Like, if you looked up meathead in the dictionary, there should be a picture of Tyler, but that's not necessarily what he is.
Like, I looked it up in Merriam-Webster, the actual. Yeah, and guess what the definition was.
It was lame. It was just like somebody.
A stupid person.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's not what
really?
I think. That's
Merriam,
not what I think
You're
of.
stupid, Merriam and Webster.
That's right.
That's
not what a meathead is. Nah, meathead is greatness through stupidity. Greatness through lack of brain cells? I don't know how to explain it, but you know what I'm talking about? Like, there's a certain amount of greatness to a meathead.
This, the whole singular, can't hold a conveation about anything other than ...
Yeah, just like, hey, Cam Scattaboo, can you hit a dude and
hold on to the masculinity, right?
Like, see, I don't even think like meatheads have toxic masculinity. They wouldn't understand the word. They don't know what that means.
But they know, like, they know to make fun of Raj for not being here.
That's true.
An hour after his daughter gave birth.
Skinny jeans, he would have caught some hell for those things, man.
Skinny
super
jeans,
tight
not the jam.
But yeah. We got an Eric Johnson. Oh no, we got an EJ is too personable and smart to be a meathead. There's a name I haven't heard in a while. Lyle Alzado. Yes. Yeah.
That's the dark side of the meathead.
Right.
Yeah,
That's the full on.
You don't
steroid,
want that side.
Dark.
Not a good meathead.
Yeah, you don't want it. Like, Gronk is almost too simple to even be a meathead. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? Like, Gronk is. Because there's also a certain amount of joy and happiness to a meathead. Like, a meathead is happy just to be a meathead. He's just happy to be here, right? That's what meathead isn't like worried about the future or the past. He's just happy to be here, and he wants to hit you in the face. And I think there's greatness in that. There's greatness in that simplicity.
Fred Durst of Limp Bizkit, notorious meathead.
Yeah.
He actually made an entire genre of music around being a meathead.
Yeah. Listen, man, those dudes still tour, right? They still like he's still doing
You know why?
that.
Because there's still a lot of meatheads out there.
I know, and those
They're
those
like,
concerts
I
are
want to
crazy.
break some.
Yeah, and they're all just in the pit, just slamming into each other, and you're like, "Yo, Fred, you're like almost 60, brother, right?" Something like that. But yeah, so yeah, if you want to hit us up on the text line 303-504-0925, your favorite meathead. Matter of fact, it doesn't even have to be an athlete. Just meathead, like if your neighbor's a meathead. Man, look at this limp. This is meathead music right here, right? You can get us meathead music on the text line. What are the meatheads?
Rammstein was German meathead music.
Like is meatheads just listening to like AC/DC Thunderstruck constantly or something? Like what's the hardest song?
Korn.
Or
Korn is meathead music.
Yeah, Korn is meathead music.
Oh, you know what's the ultimate meathead song of all time?
What?
It's "Walk" by Pantera.
Oh
my gosh! And you know what? You know what? I love the song "Walk" by Pantera.
Yeah.
Therefore, I am
a meathead. Well, we got the question: is both Kelsey brothers a meathead? Because Travis certainly seems like a meathead, but can you have an offensive lineman who's also a meathead? Because you know what I mean. Jason, I don't know. He seems like a meathead. But
I think this is a good one here. Gordon Ramsay, the chef.
Ooh,
total
you know
meathead.
what? Yes, Gordon
Screams
Ramsay's
at
a
people
meathead. Yes,
about one thing.
You're right. That's all he cares about.
And exclusively wears T-shirts from the Baby Gap.
We got a Guy Fieri. Oh no, we got a Durst looks like Guy Fieri mixed with Chris Christopherson. Man, that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Yeah, Down with the Sickness is a big time meathead anthem.
Yeah. Do meatheads eat children? I don't think so. I mean, Mike Tyson did one. Mike Tyson is a meathead, right? Iron Mike is a meathead. Am I right or am I wrong? Like that dude is. Yeah, that's a full-on meathead. Brian says meathead is an insult. No, sir. Man. No, sir. Meathead is not an insult. It's a title. It's a mantle. It's a mantle passed on from generation to generation. Josh says Garrett Bowles seems like he looks like a meathead, but I don't know if he's
there's some tendencies there.
Yeah, you think so?
Garrett Bowles' interview feels meatheadish.
Right, and then just not figuring out what holding is until like year 5 in the league or something. Yeah, so keep your meatheads coming because
Brian from Evans, Colorado here, very strong case defending Tyler Polumbus as a non-meathead, which valid.
Can girls be meathead? Yes.
Yes.
You get him some girls meatheads. Yep. Yeah.
It should not be confined. The definition I read from 2003 was from a different. It was from a different era of meathead.
Right.
2025, man. I think meathead. The term meathead goes for anybody. Really.
Yeah. You just have to you have to act like a meathead, and you're in the club, man. You're in the club.
Who's a female meathead right now?
I'm trying to think of some. Charlize Theron. No. There's a Russian bodybuilder.
Oh my God.
But I'm assuming every single Russian bodybuilder on planet Earth in the history of time is a meathead. Who?
Hillary Clinton.
Oh, damn, coach.
What do you think?
Listen, I haven't given it some consideration, but I will right now. Listen, if you spend that much time of your life in the spotlight in politics, you're a meathead to begin with.
Pretty smart. She's pretty intelligent.
Let's see.
Ronda Rousey.
There, Steffi Cohen, she has over 25 all-time world records in powerlifting. I don't know. She's also got a doctorate, though. She's got 25 records in powerlifting, but she also has her doctorate. I'm not sure I can go meathead with that. That doesn't seem like the best idea.
A lot of Ronda Rouseys.
Yeah, you know what? I should have thought of that. Is Max Crosby a meathead? We got, Brittany Griner. Angel Reese. No, Angel Reese is a Victoria's Secret model. Did you see that? Angel became the first pro athlete to walk the runway, right? I'm assuming KJ's seen it. Hey, oh no!
There's a Spotify playlist called Meathead Workout.
Kickstart My Heart by The Crew. Yes, that's a meathead song. Wild Side, Black Betty.
Headstrong by Trapped.
This is a full-on meathead. Yeah, Lose Yourself by Eminem, but
Last
that's on
Resort
everybody's.
By Papa Roach.
Mm-hmm.
Skillet.
MGK,
I like it, a little monster, a little hero.
Waka Flocka Flame, Seether, Nickelback. You got Nickel. Okay.
You know what I'm starting to see, Berto?
What?
That this playlist kind of crosses over with much of the same music as the Divorced Dad's playlist.
Right. This is meathead and divorced dad, the same energy, right? Meathead and divorced
Does
dad,
that mean-
very
I
similar
hope that doesn't
energy.
mean I'm on my way. Because I've been called a meathead, but I'm not a divorced dad today.
Man. Okay. Yeah, that's it, man. Lincoln Park, 3 Days Grace, Saving Abel, Rise Against, Foo Fighters. Yeah, that's a meathead playlist right there. That's for sure. See, there's AC/DC right there. What's up, Thunder Stuff?
Oh, I love the song Scars by I Prevail. Banger. I listen to a lot of these songs, man.
Can you throw this on at practice at Valor? Just crank that thing up to 11. See how it plays.
I've had some issues.
Right, I've heard.
Yeah.
I've heard.
Yeah.
You don't, like.
Yeah, it didn't go great. That's the problem.
It was the women's tennis team who was practicing right next door.
No, they weren't practicing. It was playoffs.
Oh,
it was
they
regionals.
were playing.
And so they were essentially in the mid-serve.
And you're like, crank it up. Let's rock.
Get down with the sickness.
And then the women's tennis coach comes over to give you a little like, hey, hey there, Coach Sanford, what you doing?
I had many people were telling me turn it down. I go, how come? Does anybody like this music?
Right, this rocks.
Yeah,
We're rocking.
I don't think this playlist probably works with the tennis regional. You know what that is? That is the age-old conflict of meatheadedness versus non-meatheadedness.
Yeah, right.
And when those two collide,
yeah,
it isn't always pretty.
Fireworks, almost always fireworks. Andrew WK. Yeah, I'm sure that is it. Let's party hard. That's gonna be party hards on that list. Kim Kardashian is a meathead.
Okay,
I'll accept it. I guess I'll accept it. Right?
Ooh, Beyonce's got meathead to her.
Ooh, but she's a legend. She's a legendary. It starts with legend, and then after that, maybe meathead. Is Jay-Z a
Britney
meathead?
Spears is queen meathead.
Good call, KJ. Britney Spears is full-on meathead. That's a good one. That's a good one right there. Okay. Also, your taste in music is horrible, LOL. Listen, man, actually, I do almost like all those songs that we just showed, but that's the meathead playlist. That ain't my playlist. That's KJ's playlist. That's what KJ's rocking out to. Okay, we've lost all control. We've gone silent.
You know what's good, though?
All right.
We have 2 more segments of the show to bring it back to Denver sports.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that after this break. Head to Stoney's on Lincoln and watch tonight's Thursday night football game with Pittsburgh and Cincinnati presented by Lombardi. Grab a dew and a brew, hang out with Brett Kane, and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autographed Terrell Davis football suit. Stoney's on Lincoln at 6. Matter of fact, go down to Stoney's on Lincoln and make Brett Kane go full meathead. I want that dude shotgunning beers and dancing on tables before that game is over tonight. Just do that for me, please, and we'll be right back.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and we are in the height of the sports season. College football, pro football, got Major League Baseball playoffs going on, as well as the Nuggets and Avs starting. So Circus Sports of Colorado, it's the place for you. And I love Circus Sports Colorado because it's not gimmicky. They're not trying to get all kinds of promotions. It's just simply about the old school nature of sports betting, and it is based, obviously, out of Las Vegas, Nevada, at the Circus Sports Hotel and Casino, which is a fantastic place to visit. It's all about the sports. It's all about class. And so that's exactly what this app does as well. What you got here is you got high betting limits, tight money line splits. You got great odds that aren't influenced by a bunch of promotions, and exceptional customer service that treats you like the VIP that you are. I got a particular game that I got my eyes on the Circus Sports Colorado app right now. Vanderbilt is a 2.5-point favorite over LSU. And this game is being played in Nashville, Tennessee at Vandy. I like Diego Pavia, and I like Vandy even bigger than 2.5. So check it out at Circus Sports Colorado. Download the app wherever you get your apps, or go to circusports.com. And as a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. If you got a gambling problem, make sure you call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Thursday. It is time right now for KJ's NFL news and notes as we take a gander around the National Football League. KJ, what you got?
Well, let's start right here in Denver as Bo Nix stepped up to the podium yesterday after practice. One of the things we've talked about, and it's been a big conversation just kind of in the media landscape as a whole, why don't the Broncos go up-tempo more often? Bo Nix talks about the importance of tempo early in games and kind of why they have to pick their spots with going up-tempo.
Just makes a defense it's tough on a defense because it limits their calls. At times it can limit their pressure because they get a little bit tired on a drive, and we start dictating the tempo instead of letting them sit back and we're catching the blitz or whatever. So I think it just allows us to get to the ball, play fast. They may not be in the right set. We may get a cheap one, just a few yards, and then just hopefully it gets them a little bit tired as the game goes on and wears them down.
What do you think, Coach? Why? I mean, because when teams look great running the 2-minute offense, but they never run the 2-minute offense, how come they don't go back to running 2-minute offense like earlier in the game?
Sean's shown that he will, just not with a ton of frequency. You want to know what the 2-minute offense is for a guy that is as advanced of a play caller and game planner as Sean Payton?
What is it?
It's boring.
Ooh.
It's what we installed in days 1 and 2. That's old news.
Interesting.
That's not fun.
Yeah.
That doesn't show how smart I am.
Yeah. Fun, sir? No, sir. Football's fun, sir? No.
2-minute is not fun, sir. 2-minute doesn't show how smart I am, sir.
Like, what does the Bobot say when you're like, hey, Bobot, it's time for the 2-minute drill?
Ooh, I like this.
Hey, Bobot, what time? It's 2-minute drill's coming up, Bobot. What do you got to say for yourself?
I am going to be executing at a elite level because I'm very comfortable with said schemes and have repped them at a much higher frequency over the course of the last 2.5 years than any other plays that we run in our offense.
Bobot's my favorite. I love Bobot. So Bo Nix, I mean, if Bo went to Sean, and because we talked about last hour we were talking about him and talking about the plays he likes and going to the coaching staff and installing giving suggestions, stuff like that. Can Bo go to Sean and say, I know it's boring for you, man, but can we crank this up a little bit?
Can I share insight in some of my experience with quarterbacks over the years? The ones that I probably respect the most from the time that I've coached are the ones that don't always have what Bo was describing earlier when we heard him say, coaches will get a little bit fatigued with just players coming up. Hey, I like this. I like this. I like this. I've coached that guy before.
Yeah.
And that guy's awful. But I like the guy that takes all the information in and then in timely spot says, hey, some tempo might be good.
Mm-hmm.
Or, hey, I think we could really get him with free access throws this week if we just build in some easy free access throws. I really like throwing Okies this week as opposed to hitches for our free access relief throws on the outside of run game. Like those types of then it helps me, the play caller, understand their frame of mind better than I like that call. I also like that call. I like that call too.
Yes, Bobot.
That's a really good call.
Yes, thank you, Bobot. Yes, thank you. So there can also be a bridge though. Like if you don't want to go to Sean Payton and be like, hey, Sean, what are you doing with these play calls? Like there's a quarterback coach there for a reason, right? Or you know what I mean? Or whoever. You make Sam Ellinger, throw him under the bus, be like, hey, go tell Sean I'm not doing this week.
As I'm having this discussion right now.
Yeah.
I got a text from a quarterback that I coach currently.
Oh.
That was adding to something that he loved. So I had asked for 5 pass concepts.
And you just got one?
Well, I've gotten 5 last night, and I just got a 6th one just now. So and you don't think that said quarterback's ears were burning a little bit?
Oh, yeah, he could feel it in the ether that we were talking about QBs in football, and you need to, yeah.
And wanting to hear input, getting solid input into what helps
he's right
a play
in the middle
caller
of
understand.
Class or whatever, and he's like, I got to send coach this play, man.
I'm feeling this, man. This is way more fun than talking about chemistry.
I just find the relationship between a quarterback and a coach is just so unique in sports, right? It's one of those things, man.
I think it's almost a bit like maybe an ace and his skipper.
Ooh.
the number one pitcher in terms of
like Justin Verlander or something.
Yeah, just there's this. How much rope are you going to give that and there's sometimes that little nod, that head nod that happens between skipper and ace pitcher, like I got this.
Yeah,
and they're like, yeah, you got this, or there's like almost unspoken things that maybe happen between both the quarterback and his coach, and also the number one pitcher. And especially in decisions about when to leave him out there or when to give him the hook.
How quickly does that develop? Because I'm assuming Sean McVay and Matt Stafford have some weird telekinesis, but that's because they've been together for years and years and years.
Mm-hmm.
How long does that take to build, or is it something that sometimes you just it's immediate?
Takes time.
Yeah,
I'd be curious to know what life with Sean is like as a quarterback in the building.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not what we know in the media. It's not even completely what we probably see on game day, because everybody's got stress behaviors that are different than their 6 a.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday demeanor.
Mm-hmm.
Monday through Friday demeanor.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to know what that relationship is truly like between Sean and Bo, and what Sean is really like. Because I think Bo's probably trying to figure that out too, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't know exactly what he probably has the leeway or the how much he's earned in terms of being able to direct game planning. Yeah, I tried some things a couple different times and tried to incorporate the quarterback in my actual process of game planning and have them sit down with me at certain hours of the day and, hey, let's watch the double wing right cut up.
How'd that go?
Not well.
Yeah.
And you know why? Because as a play caller, you have to filter out a bunch of crap, a bunch of bad looks that could screw up a quarterback's brain. Because then they all of a sudden start chasing ghosts and like, oh man, I didn't know they run that.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you just got to keep it as simple as possible and keep it pure in terms of your read and your progression, and not have the quarterback inundated with a lot of what the play caller has to mitigate, which is, man, this is an outlier look against that formation. That would make the Bobots circuits short immediately.
I don't understand.
And so I didn't like that either. And for everybody wondering about my player that just texted me, shouldn't that kid be in class? Fall break.
Oh, okay.
Fall break for, I guess, the whole area. I didn't know that.
Nice.
I didn't even know fall break was a thing.
I didn't either. Can we take fall break?
Yeah, let's just leave right now.
Can we just walk out? KJ, you got this, right, man?
It would be.
I got you.
It would be the ultimate meathead move, wouldn't it?
Right. Just be like, let's go.
We heard there's fall break everywhere in the area, so we too get fall break.
Fall break. All right. KJ, what's next?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them.
Let's head to the New York Giants meathead in Jackson Dart, because he was asked yesterday, what keeps him up at night? What makes him worry? What makes him struggle? So we have a combination of a guy who's intimidated in Jackson Dart, and then our reigning defensive player of the week, Jonathan Cooper. He talked about why he's going to intimidate and why he's going to enjoy intimidating Jackson Dart coming up this week.
Does anything intimidate you? Does anything make you nervous? Does anything keep you up at night?
Well, this week we got a really good defense to go against, so that's what's keeping me up and trying to just prepare as much as I can.
Yeah, I mean, he's a young guy. He's feeling himself a little bit. He's out there running around. He's got the chain on. He's dancing. I feel like everybody needs something. So, but we've went against QBs who have ran around in the pocket and have, tried to do stuff with their legs. So ain't nothing we haven't seen.
That's code word for, hey, listen.
We're coming for you?
Hey, listen, Utah boy. You ain't Jalen Hurts.
We're coming. We're going to kill
And we
you.
gave him the business, and you think you're a better runner than him. You know what's funny? Jonathan Cooper and most NFL players, they've seen all of these different waves of hype come through. Like, remember the Tommy DeVito?
Yeah.
The Tommy Cutlets and, giving the capiche. They've also seen Kirk Coach Haynes. Remember when Kirk Cousins all of a sudden turned into an alter ego of a trap artist from the south side of Atlanta or the west side of Atlanta? College Park is in the house. They've seen it all. And the thing that I would say, and it's true, and it's why you should be actually happy to have Bo Nix Like his over-the-top nature is announcing that he and his wife is pregnant, and that's not over-the-top at all.
Right.
That's just normal human behavior.
Picture, right? Yeah.
You don't see Bo Nix doing any of this shenanigans.
No.
Because guess what happens, man?
No.
What happened to Kurt Coach Haynes?
Well, it didn't work out.
He's humbled.
Yeah.
And it's fun while it lasts.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart, that's the thing about these immature Gen Z, Gen Alphas, whatever you want to call them, this YouTube sensation generation that we watch, is they're going to take every moment and capitalize on that. But then, guess what? It's held against you when it doesn't go right.
Yeah, it comes back
And I
around.
love that Jonathan Cooper's already citing it. Like, we've seen this. We've been around these guys that run around. We see these guys that have chains on the sideline. We've seen all these alter egos. What you do repeatedly is what defines you as a quarterback.
What was that first question, man? That first question was stupid. Like, the guy asked Jackson Dart, what do you fear?
Does anything intimidate you? Does anything make you nervous? Does anything keep you up at night?
See, that's a weird question. Like, what are you talking? Are we talking about religion, or what are we talking? Like, are we talking football, or are we talking life, man? Because he was like, is there anything that you fear? Anything that intimidates you?
Movies really
Yeah, it's
bother
like
me.
I was like, that's a weird
Leatherface
question.
gets to me every time I see him.
It's a little strange, man. But okay, I guess I could see what he was digging for. What's next, KJ?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them.
Well, after you leave the Giants and Broncos game on Sunday, you're going to need something to listen to, which is why you need to stay tuned right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, because the Sunday night football game will be the 49ers versus the Falcons. And boy, this injury list just keeps getting longer and longer and longer for the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan, take it away.
All right, injuries for today. We got Yetur knee, hamstring will be out. Ricky, knee will be out. Sky Moore, ankle will be out. Trent Williams, vet day. Christian, vet day. Jordan Watkins, calf limited. Brock Purdy, toe limited. Mac Jones, knee oblique limited. Pooney, knee limited. Kevin Givens, pec limited. Jawan Jennings, ankle, rib, shoulder limited. Bernardo Green, neck limited. CJ West, thumb limited. George Kittle, hamstring limited. Clea Davis, hand limited. Michael Williams, thumb. Oh, wait, those guys are full. Go ahead.
15.
What's going on in San Francisco, man? You both Brock Purdy's hurt. He's not going to play, right? Mac is going to play, but Mac's dealing with something too, right? You're going to have to go to Adrian Martinez.
You want to know what's happening in San Francisco?
What's happening?
Football. Football's happening.
Kyle Shanahan, meathead?
I think Kyle Shanahan loves for everybody to know just how incredibly banged up everybody on
how
his
great
team
of a
is.
coach he is,
and I
winning games with this
look
roster.
what I can do with 15 guys on the IR.
Yeah.
Wait till you see. And guess what happens if we lose?
Listen, it's not.
Told ya. We're banged up.
Yeah. But you know what? And I think they might lose. I don't know why I loved the Atlanta Falcons. Well, maybe just what happened this last week. Because it's not, they're just one game over 500. But I don't know. That should be a fun one. Michael Penix versus Mac Jones.
You knew he's a big-time meathead, by the way.
Who?
Maybe the biggest
Christian
currently.
McCaffrey?
No. Christian's he's a world-class pianist.
Is that?
Pause.
Is he really?
Oh,
I had
he
no
is
idea.
unbelievable. He is not a meathead. He's intelligent, unlike
Okay.
me. John Gruden.
Oh, yeah.
Dude.
Full meathead.
Yes.
Full-on meathead. Yes. Yes. Yeah. And you know what? John Gruden is currently suing the NFL. And I think he just won a part. He won a part of that lawsuit.
He was such a meathead that the NFL said there's no room for your meatheaded nature. And then the meathead in him is like, I'm going to get money for being such a meathead.
Yes.
And them saying that there's no room for a meathead like me.
Yeah. So, John Gruden, full-on meathead. But I don't know about Falcons-Niners, man. That game's, let's see. It's San Francisco minus 2.5. Yeah, that's going to be a good game. KJ, what you got?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance, our most complete appliance store in all of Colorado, because they have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. And they offer every major appliance line and brand. That's why they are called Mountain High Appliance.com. We're going to play a little game here, and it's the same game we used to play with Russell Wilson, as we now have another quarterback who has to apologize, and so he takes in a moment to take an extended apology, and it's Tua Tagovailoa, who apologizes for his comments about the lack of leadership in Miami. Tua, I'll let you take it away from here.
All right, so, as a leader of this team, of the Miami Dolphins, the comments that had been said, I would say I've made a mistake, and I'm owning up to that right now. I've talked to guys on the team about it, talked to the leaders about it, and that they know my heart. They know that the intent was right, but no matter the intent, the intent can be right, but when things get misconstrued or however the media wants to portray it, that leaves a void of silence and a lot of questions for the guys on our team. Now, being 1-5, we talk a lot about, all right, we got to get this going. We got to get this going. Come in excited to go to work. Forget about the noise. And I feel like I just added on to that for our guys. For myself, I got to look at myself as the leader, protecting the team. I don't feel like I did that to the best of my abilities. I felt like I let the emotions of the game get to me after the game. And, that's something that I can learn from as a leader on this team. And what happens in-house should be protected. And
Tua, I can't. Stop. KJ, stop it. Tua. Hang it up, man.
Oh.
Hang it up.
Oh. Hey, listen. Oh. Well, I mean.
Hang it up.
Here's the problem.
Hang it up.
He's still got like $180 million on that contract. He ain't gonna give up $180 million to go home, right? They gonna make him tear that jersey off.
You know what's gonna be pretty easy to find?
What's that?
A neuroscientist, neurosurgeon that would tell him.
No, you're right.
You're done.
As a human, to have a well-lived life, he should probably
if a
walk
neurosurgeon
away
tells
from the
him
game.
that, he's gonna get broke off still pretty good.
Man, I don't listen. What happens in the room stays in the room, right? That's universal. It's not just in football, it's in every sport. You don't throw your teammates under the bus.
Don't do it.
Is there ever a point though where you're like, okay, it's time to start calling people out in the media? I'm done with this because they're obviously not listening in these all players only meeting because we're still 1-5. So I'm going to call them out in the media because there are coaches that do that and there are some players who do that, but I'm not sure if that makes you a. If a player comes out and throws you directly under the bus, do you automatically tag him as a bad teammate? Or do you think, like what Tua was saying, that the rest of the team could be like, yeah, man, we know what you were trying to do, but you just did wrong?
I just think it's time, man. I think it's time. I think the Dolphins need to hit the reset button big time.
They very well
Head
might
coach and
get rid of Mike and change quarterbacks, put Zach in there. Zach Wilson's their backup quarterback in Miami. You start that dude and see what happens and see if he can spark anything. I mean, you're 1-5. You're 1-5. There's one team in the history of the NFL that's made the playoffs after starting 1-5, and the Miami Dolphins ain't going to be number 2, right? Ain't no way they're going to be number 2. But they are taking on another 1-5 football team this weekend because they are in Cleveland, face the Browns. That game is going to be a distance. Are you kidding me, man? You'd have to pay me money to watch. Nah, that's a lie. I'd watch that. Just for the train wreck, right? Just for the absolute train wreck. But either way, during halftime in tomorrow night's game between Cherokee Trail at Grandview on Altitude AM 950, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week presented by Backus and Schenker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222. Tell him Bruce Boudreaux. Bruce loves him some Colorado Avalanche, and the Avs are back in action tonight. Well, more like this afternoon. There's a 4:30 pregame start right here on the station. Nate and Andy work about 90 minutes, and they go do whatever they're going to do. And then the Avs are going to absolutely mollywop the Columbus Blue Jackets. The Avs have started strong. They have points in every single game. They have just that one shootout loss. And they play a Columbus Blue Jackets team who can't score and whose penalty kill is rolling around at 50%. That's dead last in the NHL. 50%. You have a coin flip chance of scoring on Columbus if they take a penalty. That's how bad that thing is going. So the Avs are going to roll tonight. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint, the final segment of the Morning Sprint on this Thursday. Matter of fact, kick off the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packed with powerful new features. Enjoy a free 7-day trial with promo code AVS7FREE. Claim the code at altitudeplus.com, then download the app and start streaming today. Cale Makar will be playing in his 400th career game. And Cale Makar on Monday, when the Avalanche beat Buffalo, scored the game-winning goal. And for Cale, that was his 25th game-winning goal of his career. He is the fastest NHL defenseman to that many game-winning goals. And I don't have much to say about this game because I really believe that the Avs are going to steamroll these punks. And then they come right home and host the Boston Bruins on a Saturday night, which should be
the Killer Bees.
Which should be a fun one. Your Nuggets close out the preseason tomorrow as the Nuggets take on the Thunder in OKC. And that'll do it for their preseason. And then on next Thursday, they start the regular season in Golden State. So we're about to get full on. We're about to get everything going. You know what? I hate to say it. I've said this before, but the Colorado Rockies have made me hate baseball. There's 2 playoff baseball games tonight, and I'm not going to watch either. I mean, obviously, I'm going to be locked to the Avs, but have you watched any of these playoff games in baseball? Because I've caught a couple a little, but I haven't watched one full through.
The only team that I've caught a little bit of the fire is the Mariners.
Okay. Yeah.
Although they took one massively on the chin.
They got smashed,
homer
right? They got
after homer
13
after homer.
runs, or how many? What was it? Let's see.
Bombs.
13-4 Blue Jays over the Mariners last night.
I watched, with the same type of sports fandom and passion, I watched their 15-inning classic. That was unreal.
Okay, yeah, that's good stuff.
But it just hasn't. I think there's so much football on, and I've got my own.
Yeah,
I'm a meathead, right?
Right. You're a meathead.
I have single-mindedness right now.
Football is where you live, eat, and breathe.
Football. That's all I know. My name is
Cam?
Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, you do a good
football.
You do a good Jim Harbaugh impression.
And
that and Bobot are the best.
Today, it's all about today.
Just football cliches left and right. Football
today. I do not apologize.
That's what the Florida Panthers on their Stanley Cup championship rings on the inside. They had engraved on the inside of the rings, "We apologize to no one." That's on their Stanley Cup championship rings this season. All right. The main topic of the program today has been meatheads. It has been full on meatheads. And
I will say this for anybody out there that's texted in today. This has been the most active text thread I've ever seen on any show that I've been on.
What are you people doing? You guys are supposed to have jobs or something like that.
No, we love you. Yeah. And we love the engagement with Meathead. In fact, I got a buddy of mine that covers CSU just said, Steve Adazio, does he qualify as a Meathead?
Yeah.
Oh,
sure.
He was a Meathead extraordinaire out there.
Yes, he does. Like Jay Norvell, not so much, right? Because Jay seems, nah. And Prime's certainly not a meathead.
No.
He's a diva, right? I mean,
That's
a
setup.
It is a setup, man. It's the ultimate setup, is it not?
But you know what? Give me, because we've been talking about the meatheads on the New York Giants and meatheads in sports all over, but give me a meathead on the Broncos. Like there's not, you know what? Just like there's not a whole lot of vocal.
We talked a little bit of
diva.
Garrett Bowles.
Yeah. I guess that's probably a good one. He's got a whole lot of meathead energy. I don't know if it's.
I think just when you watch them play football, I thought a combination of J.K. Dobbins and Dre Greenlaw. There was a practice where inside run felt like what football was created to be, which is a clash of muscle-bound individuals running into each other full speed and enjoying it and looking at each other, giving kind of like Latimer from the program.
Yeah. Man, that's a movie. Yeah, but exactly like you're headbutting, you're slamming your head through windshields in the parking lot because you made the team smash.
Quinn Miners.
Yeah, that's a good meathead.
Total
yeah, that's a good
meathead,
meathead.
man.
Yes, that's a good one.
He's
That's
a guy
good one.
he like carried around like he's a lumberjack,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, that's a good one. I should have thought of that one immediately. Like, we don't have very many meathead quarterbacks, but I do believe that in the mid-2000s here in Denver, you had a couple of them. Because Jay Cutler's a meathead. Do we consider Jake Plummer a meathead? Because
No.
Jake, you know what I mean? Like
Jake's not a meathead.
But he's not a diva QB either. Like, he's somewhere in between.
You know what Jake
right?
is that
What
I'm
is?
not?
Just a normal dude. What?
Thoughtful.
Caring, loving individual,
empathetic, like all really good adjectives.
Joe Flacco, meathead. Drew Lock, meathead, right?
Yeah.
Jay Cutler, Drew Lock, meatheads, quarterbacks for the Broncos.
Cutler for sure.
I see, and you can't put that tag on Russell Wilson, but Russell Wilson is something. I don't know what that tag is. Fake? Is it because you know what? Russell Wilson's problem is even when he's authentic, it's
Kareem Jackson.
Aqib Talib. How about the entire no-fly meatheads?
K just like, we need this music to roll, man.
Yeah, we got
this. We got to go, man.
All right.
Well, speaking of meatheads, who we got coming up next?
Oh, we got all the meatheads, man. We got them all. Listen, text line, keep them coming for the next show. Matter of fact, remember there was a bunch of people who were.
Let them know how big of meatheads they are.
Arguing that DMac is actually a meathead or a bonehead. We're not really sure. One of those, though.
He's a bowhead. He
Yes,
loves
he is.
him some bow.
Yeah, he does love. I love my cue. All right, for Coach Sanford, for KJ Grandison, I'm Mark Bertinelli. Thanks for tuning in. PhD is next.
What's up, boys? What a day. What a day. What a day. What a day. How's everybody doing, man? Tyler, you doing all right? Looking good, Buffaloes?
I'm doing good. Doing good. Yeah. I was just complaining to Scott about the price of jeans. That's what I was complaining about.
The big, tall world must be
I've not bought jeans
place.
in a legit 5 to 6 years, and I was shocked at the price of jeans today.
Where do you even go?
I went to the entire. I walked through every store I could possibly think of at the mall. The problem is you can get big and fat, but big and skinny is hard to come by. So, I went through every store. The only store that had jeans
Look
that
at you
fit.
with the humble brag right there. There you go.
I am what I am, DMac.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
Yeah, I am what I am.
Where do you find a store?
The only store that had any that fit, of course, was Nordstrom.
Nordstrom.
Which is going to be the most expensive ones.
Yeah, that's going to cost you.
They're like $250
for a pair of jeans.
Yeah,
but they got them.
They got them. They actually had
they
had like 8 pairs that fit me, which was like shocking because the rest of the mall had 0.
Bananas.
$3,000 gets you set for the rest of your life.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't have to worry about it.
Unless you get fat again, and then.
Although if they last me another 5 or 6 years, like the last couple pairs,
it's an investment.
Yeah,
that's what you do. You look at it. You say, okay, $200. I get, and let's be honest, we're guys. You'll get more than 5 years out of it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Unless you go, swamping in them or something stupid and you tear them or something like that. But the bad thing is you need 2, so that way you can wear one like 4 or 5 days in a row and the other pair for the next 4 or 5 days.
That's right. Yeah.
Scott, you doing all right?
Yeah, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Look, I'm doing great. This is the awesome time of the year, man. I love it.
Yeah, I love fall. You give me fall. I love the temperatures.
Yeah.
Especially Colorado's beautiful.
Still get outside, no problem.
I love the beginning of all the trees, and all the colors. And then I absolutely loathe and hate fall.
What? Why?
Well, mister, I live in a place with the people take care of the yards.
Oh, yeah. I don't do
I hate raking.
Oh, I don't do any of that.
And
we got a great raking crew.
I have like 4 monster trees in my yard.
Raking.
And
so mowing's no big deal, but raking sucks.
That's why you just do evergreens.
Well, you know what? It's funny. It's funny you say that. So I'm driving through the neighborhood yesterday, and I'm like, my yard's starting to get full. Down on those one corner, I get my neighbor on the corner, and they go, "He ain't got nothing." Evergreen.
There you go.
So yeah, they planted evergreens and hit in the corner guy's yard, and the guy in the middle of the block they planted like 5 trees.
I used to have dead aspen trees.
We just cut those down.
Yeah, eventually.
Aspens grow insanely quick and they die quick.
I know it sucks.
But they're great when you're planting your yard for the first time because they'll shoot up there in 2 years.
I had like 6 of them.
In 2 years, you've got yellow leaves all over your yard.
And they naturally spread. So you can just put in a little clump, and all of a sudden, before you know it, you got a bunch
5
of them.
Well, the root system is bananas, and that's what kind of did us in, unfortunately.
Well,
it sucked cutting them down.
The longest single cell or single living organism is like an aspen grove that goes up through Aspen or Vale and goes for literally miles. Basically, as you're talking about, one.
We do have good news out there with the Broncos. It's Dre Greenlaw. I mean, we heard reports, but he's off the IR. And I saw a video of him yesterday running around, and it's like, whoa, this dude's going to go here.
Well, I like what Andy said. I think exercise week this week, play next week.
That's what.
Or was that you said that?
I think they're going to be a little quicker than that.
Andy might have said it also, but I said that yesterday.
During the crosstalk, you said that.
Yeah. I mean, that's, as hurt as this dude has been, I might give him a little bit of ramp-up period, and if I do play him, I'm definitely putting a pitch count on him, that's for sure.
Well, Sean was asked. Sean got all tested. Sean, of course, doesn't like to talk about the injuries.
How did Dre Greenlaw look today, and what are your thoughts on his status moving forward?
Yeah, he practiced today. It was good.
Coach, when Dre Greenlaw does play, what does he bring to this defense?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them. No, I can't say anything about injury. He practiced today. He practiced today. He's been working out, like he's been rehabbing, and today was a good day. Next question.
Shut up, you morons.
He warned us. He
Shut
warned
up,
us he wasn't going to talk about injuries.
Yeah, I told you idiots, I'm not talking about this crap. Meanwhile, Pat Surtain gets...
Yeah, you know what that means that Dre Greenlaw is on right now? Double secret probation.
Wow.
I
didn't even know we were on probation.
I think for the rest of the NFL season, each week we take a classic movie and we characterize that week and
that movie?
in the teams of that movie.
That'd be fun.
This week has been Animal House all week.
It's Animal House all week.
We're playing Delta House this Sunday.
We were playing Delta House.
Yeah.
Yep. We got Blutarski. 0.0 is their running back.
And
I heard
again,
the
did I
morning
not say Sean Payton was Dean Wormer yesterday?
It's Dean Wormer,
Was that
man.
Dean Wormer talking
That's
about that?
Dean Wormer right there.
Yeah.
He's all like with the rules and stuff, and I'm not doing this and I'm not doing that. Okay, Dean Wormer, calm down. But then Pat Surtain gets up there and he's just like, yeah, Greenlaw looked great today. He was, running around. It was awesome. Oh, okay. And then we see the video and it's like, well, there he is running around doing everything. I mean, I get it, a pitch count and be careful, and of course, yeah, but like, Trey Greenlaw is going to play somehow this weekend against Animal House. The Morning Sprint was doing biggest meatheads in sports. I was like, who'd you have for a female meathead? They go, Ronda Rousey. And I go,
Oh, yeah, big meathead.
I go, okay. I would agree with that. But this Cam Scatterboot thing, man, and Jackson Dart, it was kind of funny hearing them talk about Jackson Dart yesterday.
Best meathead quarterbacks. That's a pretty good conversation.
Blake Bortles is by far the biggest meathead quarterback I've ever seen in my life. Good luck topping that one. Who do they have? I mean, did they have any nominees for?
Wasn't he the guy they asked him, what would you be doing if you were playing football? I'd probably be sitting with a beer and a
Yeah, that's Blake Bortles.
What do he call the cigarettes rolled up in his T-shirt? He called them
Marlboros? I don't know.
No, he called them sticks or remember because we were talking about that on the show.
Man, see if you can find that Blake Bortles cut. Like, if you weren't playing quarterback, what would you be doing? It was some sort of response just
ripping
like that.
cigs and doing construction.
Yeah, that's what he
Yeah,
said.
yeah, something like
Ripping
that.
cigs and doing
Ripping
construction.
cigs and doing construction.
Oh, Ben Roethlisberger's pretty big meathead.
That's a meathead.
He is, but not like that. Not like Bortles.
I'm not sure, buddy. Ben puts him back. There were some rumors about red Solo cups out in that
No, there's
facility.
a lot of rumors about Ben
Dude,
Roethlisberger.
I remember Sidney Moncrief went to the NBA, and this would be 79. And he comes back at their All-Star break, and we're in the middle of our season. He comes back to the game, and here's a guy we played with. He's the first guy we knew that played in the NBA. What's he like? He says, oh, man, it's cool. Everybody's good. I said, but there's one thing that's just horrible. And I go, what is that? He said, everybody smokes. He said, we'll sit there at halftime, and there's Brian Winters and Don Nelson and blah, blah, blah. He said, my locker's right by the door. I have to open the door at halftime because it's like a chimney inside the locker
That's
room.
pretty funny, man.
Isn't that funny? That's 79.
By the way,
If you got a misspelled tattoo, does that make you a meathead?
Totally.
You're
Brock
pretty
Osweiler,
close.
meathead quarterback.
He would seem to be pretty-
Remember his misspelled tattoo? It said, live life to its fullest, but it was IT''S. So live life to it is fullest.
Brock also has his last name tattooed on his back like it's the back of a jersey, which is another interesting move.
Yeah, that's kind of meatheady.
A little bit.
What you gonna do? Put his number underneath that?
I don't know, bro. And Brock doesn't actually come across like that, but the tattoos kind of give him away a little bit. By the way,
So would you say
hold
the
on?
meat-
Did Blake Bortles say ripping cigs or did he say ripping darts? Because if he said ripping darts, as the text line is suggesting, that's even better.
I thought it was cigs, but it might have been darts.
Darts would even be better. Ripping darts.
Ripping darts and
Ripping
doing
darts working construction.
So would you say the meathead for this? So would Scatterby be Flounder?
No, because Flounder, he's Blutarski. And then somebody on the text line.
Blutarski, okay.
Yeah, Blutarski is 0.0. He's leading the charge. He's the head of the party.
Well, Flounder was a wannabe.
Flounder's a rookie. Flounder's just new to the scene and just has nowhere else to go.
So maybe Jackson Dart's Flounder.
What do you got the Bortles thing? All right, here's what Bortles said.
What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning?
Usually just pissed.
Okay. What would you do if you weren't playing football?
If I wasn't playing football, working construction, ripping cigs.
Oh, ripping cigs. Ripping cigs.
That's a great line.
I mean, good luck finding a Ben Roethlisberger meathead quote better than that one.
Yeah, that's
taking a piss, doing construction, ripping cigs. Dude made $47 million in the NFL. I just saw him on some video about how much money he's made. Because he's fun. He's fun. He's a former Bronco, by the way. That's former Bronco Blake Bortles.
Yeah.
Who was one of the four in the COVID risk
COVID
thing,
ban.
whatever that was.
But you're thinking if you've ripping cigs, how's he catching COVID?
Dude,
didn't none of those guys have to
Who
sit out the game, and
knows?
none of them ever had the COVID?
Can you
in
name
it?
the other three? I don't know if I can. I know Drew was one of them. I know Blake was one of them.
Was it the guy from Arkansas? Was he one too?
He might have been. And I forget.
Brandon Allen.
Brandon
It
Allen.
might have been Brandon Allen. Do you know who the other? It was 4 of them for sure. Little, you win nothing here. Who were the 4
Was it Brett
quarterbacks?
Rippon?
You know what? I think it was. Brett Rippon. I think you're right. I think it was Allen, Brett Rippon.
Well, you wouldn't have 4 quarterbacks.
No, they did. They did. It was crazy times, man. Crazy times. And the one thing they didn't do, of course, is that they were criticized for. They didn't just send one of those guys to Timbuktu, like the Bills did with, I think, Mitch Trubisky. Like they never even had him at the facility at all.
We messed up one.
Oh, we did?
We messed up one. It was not Brandon Allen.
Oh, who was it?
Jeff Driscoll.
Oh, man. Oh, that's how you win the bet at the bar right there.
Drew Lock, Brett
That's
Rippon,
right.
Jeff Driscoll, Blake Bortles.
There you go. Yeah. So we had 4 quarterbacks, and we didn't tell.
And wasn't it something that they'd come in on their own just to watch film or something?
They came in to watch film. They
Yeah.
took their little wristbands off so that they could sit in the same
Room.
area as
Yeah.
they're watching film instead of being spaced out.
Yeah, and they got caught for doing that. Trust me, the whole thing was ridiculous.
Thank God they suspended him. I mean, my Lord.
But that's how the Broncos ended up in the most pathetic NFL game of all time. That's how it
Still.
happened. Yeah.
Has there ever been a more pathetic game?
No, not that I've ever witnessed. That was,
there's
unheard of.
been self-inflicted. In other words, we're going to sit the whole team out. Type
You've
thing.
had injury upon injury that's just really,
Yeah.
really bad luck, like the Niners had, right, with the Brock Purdy situation a couple years ago, which is one of the reasons why you can now have a third quarterback. It doesn't count against your roster. But there's nothing in the NFL history ever like that, not modern NFL history, where the NFL forced you to go into a game without a quarterback. Nothing ever like it.
Yeah, they very easily could have postponed that game, by the way.
No doubt. Postponed it, moved it, whatever. They were doing all sorts of crazy things that year. But that was the NFL telling John Elway to pound sand. Because they were pissed on Elway because there was borderline breaking. Well, Fangio got fined. Remember that? He got fined like $500,000 for breaking like rules and stuff. It was ridiculous. You want to talk about a ridiculous time? My Lord. The stupidest thing ever. Good trivia question, though, huh? Jeff Driscoll, Drew Lock, Blake Bortles, and who am I forgetting?
Rippon.
Brett Rippon. That is one of the more insane Broncos moments of all time right there. And Blake Bortles was part of it.
Yeah.
And why the Broncos didn't just choose one of those guys, Bortles, I don't know, and just send him to, I don't know, just go on your own, whatever. I still don't
Well, if they
understand
did
that.
it, if they went there to go do that on their own, the Broncos didn't know.
No, but don't even have that's what the Bills did. Trubisky wasn't even at the facility. They were just sending him like I don't know what he was doing, training on his own. Like he was off in Nashville, or wherever the hell he was. No idea. Anyways, we're off and rolling. I was going to say something about Jonathan Cooper. I'll save it for the other side. And he had some funny things to say about Jackson Dart. And then we got the donut story from Cortland Sutton yesterday, Tyler.
Yep.
Pretty good story for those that don't know. Really awesome story. Details and you'll hear that coming up next. Hey, what's happening? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, when dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is a little bit different, so where are you at? If you've not been a hero in the bedroom the past couple times, you think, hey, maybe there's an issue here. Well, listen, just go in and have a chat about it. Talk to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You don't need to live like this your entire life. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have treatments where the pills or herbals fail with success rates well over 90%. So give them a holler. You can call them at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You go in, get that consult. It's $99. Get the T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. It's simple. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. With a great location in Castle Rock, 4 others up and down I-25, easy to find. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We'll get to the donut story here in a second, which is pretty cool. Jackson Dart does wear that chain, man.
He wears 2 of them, doesn't he?
Is it 2?
I think so.
It's big. Is it ice or is it not ice? Is it cubic zirconium or what do we got going on there?
That's the real deal, baby.
We got some ice there?
You can spend some money on the Z, too, now.
Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. Really?
Yeah.
All right. I'll take your word for it. But what a look, man. He's dressed up as Anakin Skywalker with the smudge. And he's got the ice on. He's got the flow, the hair. A lot of attitude going on there. Jonathan Cooper. Hey, by the way, congrats to Jonathan Cooper. How about the fact that Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito go back-to-back for Defensive Player of the Week? First time in Broncos history that's ever happened.
Good deal, man. And add into that Zach Allen's got like as many quarterback hits as anybody else, and you got a hell of a trio.
I got a suggested nickname for those 3. ABC, always be closing.
That's terrible. Yeah. Absolutely terrible.
Feels like an after school.
I mean, that's like hot garbage terrible.
It's like
ABC, like that has nothing to do with those guys.
The ABC defense, Allen, Bonito, Cooper, always be closing.
No.
ABC, always be closing.
Yeah, this is not a business deal.
First place Cadillac, second place steak knives, third place you're fired.
How long do you think you thought about that just for us to come in and be like, yeah, that's terrible?
Tell me you were drinking last night without telling me you were drinking.
The ABC
He's
defense.
riding in on his bike today. He's like, what nickname can I come up with?
Oh, no, this is in the middle of that bottle of Prisoner Merlot, and he was like going,
I got to have something for tomorrow.
ABC defense. It's just as good as the no-fly zone. Nah, you guys aren't into it. I thought it was cool.
It's terrible.
Dan, you're giving it a so-so?
Why don't you call it ABCD and add DJ Jones into there?
Because it's ABC.
Because it's not 6 minutes or 7 minutes abs. It's 6 minutes.
6 minute abs. No. It's not 6 minute abs. It's 7 minute abs. Well, why don't you make this one louder? And it goes to, this one goes to 11. We'll just make 10 louder. But this one goes to 11. ABC, always be closing. How is that not a great nickname for a pass
terrible nickname.
All right, Dan.
Like nicknames need to be like dominated. Like they got to be like big and bold and powerful.
A, B, C.
I hate to be the C. I prefer to be the A.
Well, Allen Bonito Cooper. Always be closing. Do a poll, Dan, and just completely humiliate me. Just stick it up there. I'll lose.
I think we'll do it. We got to compare it and get a bigger one up there. I mean, a good one.
You can find your own one. You think of your own one, but I'll just get humiliated. He'll put up a poll. You guys will win. I will lose. And
Sounds
you can
like an after-school special. With Allen Bonito and Cooper, after-school special.
We're going to sack
Junction, what's your function? Getting the quarterbacks and wrecking their day.
Did you ever notice on those after-school specials there was a strange amount of like angel dust and kids on roofs?
Sorry? Angel dust?
Yeah, kids on roofs on angel dust. Angel dust was like a thing back in the day. Like everybody's on angel dust and they're standing on the roof about to jump off.
Is that meth? What is angel dust?
I really have no idea what angel dust was, but trust me, when I was growing up watching, the after-school specials,
there was something on the $6 Million Man. Remember somebody was on angel dust?
Something about angel dust. You don't hear much about it these days, but back in the day, I'm telling you.
I bet it was some sort of methamphetamine.
I'm just talking about Jonathan Cooper, my cool-ass nickname for the defense, but...
Was it?
I think Jonathan Cooper is badass, for sure. And it was funny hearing him talk about Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I mean, he's a young guy. He's, feeling himself a little bit. He's out there running around. He's got the chain on. He's dancing. I feel like everybody needs something. So, but we've went against QBs who have ran around in the pocket and have, tried to do stuff with their legs. So ain't nothing we haven't seen.
God, I love that. He's doing something. Everybody's doing something. He's
not the most complimentary review, was it?
No. Yeah, that guy. He's wearing a chain. He looks like an idiot.
Oh, he's a handsome feller and all, I guess.
Yeah, it just looks like another one of these dopes out there. Hey, maybe. Hey, listen. Dude, get after him. Force him into mistakes. Beat him by 20. Let's see it. I don't know if that's going to happen, but, because I don't know if the Broncos offense is going to do anything.
By the way, angel dust was PCP.
All right. Again, Okay, and
Well, it started as an anesthetic, but they found out that too many hallucinations.
Well, I'm telling you this: in the mid '70s, for whatever reason, a lot of teenagers were on, and they were standing on roofs.
Big in the '60s and peaked in the '70s.
Okay, well, I'm not going on a roof with these kids on angel dust. I was told that on every single after-school special. I learned my lesson.
Probably a good idea.
The donut story. This is pretty cool. This is actually a little bit more serious. I know we're riffing about my awesome idea for a nickname in angel dust, but
how you tied those two together? That's a little.
Well, I'm going to take a massive pivot here because this was really cool yesterday, Tyler, and I'm not sure how aware you probably were very aware of it actually, but I don't know. Who was definitely aware of it was Jeff Legwold, who kind of interrupted Cortland as he was telling the story a little bit. But let me just play it. It's a little lengthy, but it's really cool. And this is in memory of Demaryius Thomas.
I think it's the consistency of how he came to work every day, man. I got this little thing that I do, for some of the guys in the building, and it started off as like a rookie duty that he kind of gave me. He was like, "Hey, like I've been doing this, but I'm gonna pass to you. Like, this, you know about the donuts?"
I watched him do it.
All right, yeah. So. As a rookie, he passed the donut tradition down to me, and it was one of those things that, like I said, I felt like it was like a rookie thing. He was like, "Hey, like go to this place, call this place, tell them that you're gonna get the whatever it was at the point in time. They're gonna know exactly what it is. Go pick them up, bring them up here. Everybody's gonna love it." It's all right, cool. And when he left, I was like, I'll keep it going. It was something that I saw that brought a lot of joy to people in the building, and it was like a small tribute to him. And then, when, he passed, it felt like it was one of those things that, every Saturday I get a chance to call in and order donuts. It's a small, just little wink, like just he's always still around, I want him to be able to, I don't even think the guys even know where that came from. I think everybody's just like, "Oh, the donuts are here," and they just get so excited, but like they don't really know like where that originated from. But like it's one of those things that like for myself and for the people who got to spend time with him and understand where the donuts came from, it's a reminder to that he gets to still be here. He may not be here physically, but he had such a lasting impact that he's not going anywhere from this organization anytime soon. And like I said, I'm happy that he's been able to get his recognition from this organization, getting inducted into the Ring of Honor.
All right, Tyler, what can you tell us about the donuts?
Well, you know what? I honestly did not realize that Cortland was getting donuts in year 7, 8, 9. I don't know. I didn't know that he was doing that. It's definitely tradition in the NFL that on Saturday mornings, rookies got to get your positional group donuts. So, we used to send our rookies down to Voodoo Donuts. They used to drive downtown and pick up donuts, then come all the way back to Dove Valley.
Really?
And if they didn't get the right order, then they were getting fined for that, So we used to have a lot of fun with it in the offensive line room. But I did not know that Cortland was doing it. It doesn't surprise me one iota. We used to also on Fridays, we would have fried chicken or whatever because Fridays were a little bit of a shorter day. So we would have food that the rookies would have to go get on Friday and Saturday. And DT used to walk into the offensive line room. The only dude that could pull this off. But he'd walk into the offensive line room in the middle of a meeting, just kind of burst through the door, walk to the back of the room, and grab some food off of our table and walk out, right? Well, we had our little monkey court fine system where we're fining each other hundreds of dollars every single day, and nobody outside the offensive line room would ever participate in our fine system. But DT would get fined every single time he'd walk into our room and take some of that food, and he would pay his fines. You know what he also did on top of that?
What's that?
On top of paying his fines, which he did not have to do, he was not a part of our offensive line room. He would pay his fines. He would also walk in. He would take a plate of fried chicken, take Waffle House sandwiches, and he'd throw cash down on the table for the food that he took. So he would take the food, put cash on the table, and then pay a fine on top of that for taking our food. So, I mean, that's just the type of dude he was. Just humble as all get out, and does not shock me at all to know that he carried that tradition on rather than forcing some rookie to go do it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that Cortland to this
Although
day.
it sounds like he did make Cortland do it eventually.
Yeah, but that's
or maybe he knew his end was coming towards as far as his career. let's keep this going. And one, Cortland as a young guy, yes, but now Cortland's still doing it, as you said, 9 years later.
Yeah.
Well, this sounds.
He's got to grab a guy soon.
Yeah.
Right.
And teach him.
Because Cortland has held on to it this long, it sort of just doesn't become a rookie thing. And I understand there's other position groups and they do things too. But for this particular thing, because he's done it so long, it kind of is a DT thing, I think.
I do too.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever that gets handed down to, you would have to look at as being the next.
It should be a hell of an honor, quite frankly. I mean, for whoever Cortland
like the
chooses.
44 Syracuse jersey.
That's right.
Whoever Cortland chooses to pass that on to, he's got to pass that on to a guy that he feels like is going to be here for another 6 or 7 years.
The next.
Yeah.
So who's the
next?
next?
But the cool thing, wherever the donut place they go to, you just call us, tell them what this order is.
Mm-hmm.
It's the DT order now or whatever they call it. That'd be kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, I find it funny that you guys sent somebody downtown. There had to be like a dozen donut shops just within like 2 or 3 miles of the valley.
We wanted voodoo.
No, I get it. It's a little bit more of an effort.
Yeah,
that's where your craving for donuts came from.
Listen, Scott, I was a fat guy for a long time.
No, I know.
It's there.
But if Voodoo were to bring you donuts right now, you're munching a couple.
Oh, no question.
If Cortland were to hand this down, what a cool story and cool tradition. I'm glad he's carried it on. I'm glad we know about it. Is there somebody he would hand it down to right now? Is there somebody?
I don't think so.
See, I was thinking that the same thing.
I don't think there's anyone he could pass it down to.
Hmm.
Who's in that room that you're confident is going to be here in 5 or 6 years?
Who's in that room that's going to be here longer than Cortland will be here?
I'll tell you this.
Good question. Good question.
It can't be Bo because the quarterbacks don't count in this. This would not be a quarterback thing. So it's got to be somebody besides a quarterback. They're their own thing. Does it have to be a wide receiver?
Yeah. It's a positional deal.
It's got to be.
Can it be
receiver.
a tight end too, or is it just wide receiver?
No, tight ends are a different position.
Okay. Well, I don't know if there is somebody. So that's a good question. Who's on the team now that would be on the team longer than Cortland Sutton right now? Theoretically, it would be Pat Bryant, right? Theoretically.
You would hope.
That's a pretty late round draft pick to be passing that on to.
He's a 3rd round guy. Cortland was a 2nd round guy.
Pat 3rd? I thought he was 4th.
Nah, 3rd.
Dumb question, because I think I know the answer. Pretty sure I know the answer. So they're honoring DT, Ring of Famer this week. They're not retiring his jersey, though.
No.
See, I think almost you retire the jersey.
Well, I mean, it's fine by me, but, in football, it is tricky.
I know. There's
you
so
are
many
limited in numbers. But who wears 88 now?
That's what I was trying to think.
I don't know if anybody has 88 now.
No one.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to wear that if I was anybody else.
No.
I mean, that's a tough one. No problem with Benito wearing 15. Tebow wasn't that good. We've had other 15s too. Yeah. 7 would be a rough number to wear.
When you said 15, I literally couldn't even figure out who 15 was.
Okay, good enough.
His tattoo.
I always thought 30 was an interesting one, but that's been actually worn a bunch of different times.
I don't think a bunch.
Well,
I think was it?
Yeah, a few. Yeah, it hasn't.
It was actually even worn before.
But I mean, Phil asked for it. Remember?
Phil called him.
Yeah.
But I thought somebody had it the year before,
Did they?
a special teams guy. I know when I went to
nobody has it this year.
Detroit,
Nobody has it this year. Okay.
I had wore 44 for the previous 6 years. I go to Detroit, which is really funny. I'm wearing 44 in Atlanta, and you'd think that they would have retired Pete Maravich's number, but they never did.
Pete Maravich, okay.
So I'm wearing 44, but the trainer wouldn't give me 44 when I went to Detroit because it was Rick Mahorn's, and they wanted to honor Mahorn for a year. And so that was just – it was a self-inflicted, ban. Maybe the Broncos are doing a self-inflicted.
It's a tough number to give. I don't know. Yeah, maybe they can retire 88. I'd be all for it.
I think it'd be a cool tradition to start, or to start.
I'd be fine if they retired 30 too, to be honest with you.
But I think it'd be a cool tradition to start, just like Syracuse does with 44, which I think is just
to pass it down.
That it's
the Cowboys
do
that with 88. That they do that. That goes to their top wide receiver all the time.
So Michael Irvin was 88.
I
thought he was.
Yeah,
I don't
was
know.
He 88 or 80? Something.
80.
I don't know. Listen, the Broncos can do whatever. Listen, one thing with the Walton Penner group, these folks, have spent so much time keeping the past in mind, honoring things. I mean, I trust they'll get to things. But it is a fascinating concept to think, like, right now, who would get the donut duty? If Cortland Sutton were to pass it down right now, who would get it? And I can't believe he's still doing it. As late as he is in his career right now, he's still doing it. I think that's pretty cool.
Bunch of texters pointing out David Bruton wore 30 for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
But does it feel, to
That's
me,
right.
it feels different if it's a defensive guy. I think that does feel different.
David did wear it for a long time. That's good on the texters, yeah. Yeah, listen, they didn't retire it. What can I tell you? I mean,
There has not been. Well, 7 got retired, so there has
well,
been no,
yeah, because can you imagine? How about 18? Good luck wearing that. I mean, you're not. We got 2 guys retired with that number.
It's just 7 and 18, though, right?
Seems like
Floyd.
Floyd Little, yeah.
Yeah.
44, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I still think it'd be kind of cool if they did with all retired numbers. We're going to give it to, but basically you're the guy and you're the captain.
So since Terrell retired, only one offensive player has worn 30.
Phillip.
You've had David Bruton, Philip Lindsay, and Caden Stearns.
That's right, Caden Stearns. I knew there were a couple of other ones in there, I knew, but nobody on the team right now.
But Lindsay called and asked permission.
Yeah.
So nobody on the team has 30 or 88 right now.
No.
Okay, why don't we just do that? Retire them both.
Or
Seems like
those are these. Listen, I want 15. Listen, you're the number one receiver. Number one receivers here wear 88.
Well, who would that be? That's a tough one.
Well, maybe you don't give it out right now.
I don't think you could.
Cortland could wear it for sure.
Cortland could wear it. That'd be a hell of a tribute.
Yeah.
That would be kind of cool. Because he's got a cool number, 14 and all, but, 88. Wow, that would be freaking awesome if he were to do that. Change his number to 88. Oof, I got kind of chills thinking about that right now.
That'd be cool if they do that.
That would be an amazing Broncos tradition. Like the receiver, you get 88.
Well, remember
we don't retire it; we hold on to it.
You'll remember when they were what was the great boss of Celtic that was the same number Bork was wearing, and he took off his jersey and revealed he's wearing a brand new number because they were.
7 was Bork's number, and he came 77 out here.
Yeah, but he took off his 7 and made a 77 his last year when Esposito was it Esposito?
I don't know.
That
It's something like
retired?
that. I don't know.
It was Esposito's night. They were putting him in the rafters. Bork comes out there because he's wearing the same number.
Mm-hmm.
Takes off that jersey and it says 77 now because he wasn't going to wear.
Dude, can you imagine if Cortland Sutton came out on the field Sunday wearing 88?
I think it'd be cool. I don't know if the league would let him, but I think it'd be cool.
You got to buy all your jerseys.
Right. There's that whole thing.
Cortland would have to spend millions of dollars to switch his number.
Even if you were just to do it for one game, you're just not allowed? Not a thing?
To my knowledge.
Well, they put 88 on the practice field out there. It'll be DT's going to it's like celebrating your team and DT at the same time. It's going to be a magical day.
Would it surprise you, because you know how they go out an hour or 2 hours before the game even gets ready and guys go out and warm up, that everyone that goes out and warms up wearing an 88 jersey?
Well, that'd be cool,
now,
too.
That'd be cool, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's going to be a special day, man. It's only a couple days away. And let's beat the stupid, Animal House Giants. I'm feeling more and more like you can't lose this one.
That's how I feel.
Like,
I felt that way from the get-go.
Listen, you've built yourself into 4-2 after giving 2 games away. You can't lose this one. You can't give this one away. Home game. You can't give next week away against Dallas. Home game.
Yeah.
You got to keep. If you truly are an AFC West contender, you can't give these next couple weeks away at all.
A reminder, you can head on to Stoney's on Lincoln tonight to watch Thursday Night Football. It's Pittsburgh and Cincinnati, presented by Tullamore Dew. Grab a Dew and a brew and hang out with Brett Kane and enter to win a Hall of Fame commemorative autograph. TD football, speaking of TD. So we'll see you at Stoney's on Lincoln tonight at 6 o'clock. Let's check out the injury report for the Broncos, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Benito full, Singleton full, so they had something going on, but they're okay. Jonathan Cooper actually limited, despite winning the Defensive Player of the Week. He'll be all right. Jonah Ellis is out. That shoulder injury made him miss the game. I don't know when he's coming back. But the big news for the Broncos, obviously, is that Dre Greenlaw is listed as limited and is off the IR, and we'll see how that goes. What impact will that have, theoretically, with what may already be the best defense in the NFL? If Dre Greenlaw returns, what's the impact?
Well, I mean, good week to get him back. Not necessarily because the Giants' offense is that powerful. They're not. But, the way the Cam Scatboo plays football, Dre Greenlaw is a good counter to that. I mean, you got a downhill thumping linebacker against a thumping running back. That should be a fun matchup to watch.
You got a 235-pound middle linebacker going against a 215-pound fullback / running back?
A dwarf?
To see who can win that right there. I
see
still,
who gets heads up in the Shire.
And Nate said it yesterday. It almost feels like Greenlaw, we don't know, maybe this is the end of his injuries, that you're basically going to have to nurse him through the season anyway, that there's going to be these little things here and there. I'm still not sold he'll play this week, but he'll play in Dallas.
Okay. I mean, he's off the IR. He is, limited.
He's eligible.
He is eligible. And he was participating in at least what the media was allowed to watch yesterday. And, of course, Snarky Sean wasn't going to, tip off anything.
I thought Leggy – was it Leggy this morning? I don't know when I heard him.
He was on this morning.
Was it this morning? Yeah. Wasn't sure that he was in full practice, but was, doing all the team stuff,
By the way, the poll results on my incredible nickname, ABC, always be closing defense. Phenomenal. Against it.
Dumbest nickname ever.
Yes. I mean, it just didn't have any traction as soon as you guys shot it down. If you guys got behind it, it would probably have a chance.
But it's stupid. We'll try to get behind good.
I mean, that's ugly right there.
Oh, boy. 92.5% say dumbest nickname ever. You were really proud of that one, too. You came out with confidence on it. You've been working on it for 2.5 days.
Well, I'm motivated by the scene from Glengarry Glen Ross, Alec Baldwin, Oscar-worthy performance. Comes in, you got to sell the properties. You guys know the movie I'm talking about? Or am I? Yeah, okay.
Nope.
You don't know? Oh, you would love it. It'd be a movie up your alley. Unless you're too big of a meathead to understand it, because there's a lot of dialogue in that one.
Well, I define myself as a gym bro, not a meathead, for the record. But if you want to define me as a meathead, I'll take that too.
It's just like cargo shorts, but you call them tactical pants to make it sound cooler, but they're still tactical.
What's the difference between a meathead and a gym bro?
Sounds cooler, but it's still a meathead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a meathead, and it's maybe that's my chosen vehicle of participating in meatheadness.
Yeah, that's the Mercedes you're driving in on. Yeah.
I saw Steve Nelson out in the kitchenette area, and he goes, what's the difference between a meathead and a gym rat? I go, well, a gym rat is clearly a short white guy who just plays nothing but basketball, and a meathead is aerobic. I think a gym rat is aerobic, and a meathead is amongst the weights.
Yeah.
I think that's basically
There's not many gym rats that are gym bros.
Mm-mm.
Right. The gym rat is the guy who's looking
I think of gym rat as like a dude that loves ball.
Yeah, gym rat's like Vic. Going to the DAC to you get a pickup.
He's looking for his 10th pickup game of the afternoon.
Yeah.
Right. It's something and he takes it way too seriously. Yeah. He's got a poster of Jimmer Fredette on his wall.
Which shows you that if Nelly asked that question, he's neither. Nor has he ever been.
Well, the meatheads they're in the weight room, man. They're come on, and they might be videotaping themselves, and they definitely have barely a shirt on, some spaghetti strap sort of thing going on, and you know them when you see them.
That's gym bro.
Well, okay, but what's the difference then between a gym bro and a meat? It's the same thing.
It's tactical shorts or cargo shorts.
Same thing.
Same thing. It's tactical shorts.
Well, tactical shorts are for like survivalists. Cargo shorts are for
old men who mow their yard.
Yeah.
But now, like he bought a pair of cargo shorts yesterday. Trying to get on people not being hip or Tuesday, And I said, you got to call them tactical pants. They're tactical shorts, and now you're a little cooler.
Now they're cool.
They're a little cooler.
I just think
now you're carrying.
Yeah.
I think if we just hang in there with my nickname for a little bit, it'll catch on.
That's pretty stupid.
Alan Benito Cooper, ABC,
Yeah,
always be closing.
So, like, I think you think we don't understand how you got
Yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah.
Like, I definitely understand Alan Benito Cooper. I get it. ABC. I also understand
And
that
pass
there's
rush.
a business term for always be closing.
Right.
So I understand all of it.
So it all makes sense.
It all makes sense in a terrible way.
To me, I'm thinking how you came up with this. Were you on the bottle or the balm? Because it was one of those two.
I was on the bike. Deep
Well,
thoughts
the
on the deep thoughts.
BBB. Oh, it could be BBB. That's cool.
Well, here's
Bottle,
the
bomb, or bike.
Here's the movie inspiration.
Because we're adding a little something to this month's sales contest.
That's right.
As you all know, first prize is a Cadillac Eldorado. Anybody want to see second prize?
Steak knives.
Second prize, a set of steak knives.
Third prize?
Third prize is you're fired. A, B, C. A, always B, B, C, closing. Always be closing. Always be closing.
Come on, man. Come on. Put a little music under that, little fire. Put some sax in there, Dan. Little montage of the sax.
That movie came out in like 84?
I don't know. It was a play forever, and then it was a movie, and, who knows? It was a long time ago.
What was the one movie about selling siding, and they all drove Cadillacs?
I don't know. I've just got ABC, okay?
Same type of movie.
That's all right. Dude, I'm telling you. You threw some... Dan, if you threw some music behind that, throw that movie clip in, and throw in some sax, it's going to sound like fire.
As Raj and Coach would say, that's cheeks.
Not Chariots of Fire. It's not... You don't put chariot... You put I don't know, Thunderstruck or some other Metallica song whatever. Not Chariots of Fire.
How many dragons did Daenerys have?
What?
Wait, I thought, aren't they only on one? I mean, I know that she was like the dragon lady, but didn't she only ride one?
She was the mother of dragons, but she had three dragons.
She had 3 dragons.
So we got to figure 3 dragons, ABC. How can we incorporate something which sounds a little tougher and a little more BA?
Like, we just need to get off of ABC entirely. Just get rid of that entirely.
Alan Benito Cooper.
Yeah.
This is going to work.
I think
people are going to like this.
A poster of them dressed up in Game of Thrones, warrior garb.
And what's the nickname?
Sitting on dragons.
It doesn't have to be ABC. Like, it could be the Mile High Maulers. It could be I don't know, the Rocky Mountain Reapers.
I'm just saying they're all in business suits like they're in the 50s being salesmen with briefcases, and they're closing in on Jackson Dart to rip off his chain. Always be closing.
Mother of dragons.
They all have suits with skinny ties and old-fashioned Cadillacs with fins and steak knives.
Always be sacking.
And then they come in with a briefcase. They go, Bianchi, are you here? Hey, Ron. Hey, Ron. Yeah, that's what ABC sounds.
Dan, you're going to make this sound awesome, aren't you?
No, get a Game of Thrones.
I'll do my
thing,
best.
Seriously.
It's simple. It's hard-charging music and a couple of sax. You want to do the Game of Thrones thing, you got to think of a nickname, bro. You can't just say, hey, it's a Game of Thrones thing, and they're wearing, chalices. Whatever that is.
Oh, chalice was...
I called
it warrior garb.
Yeah, warrior garb. Okay. Well, what's the nickname?
The mountains.
Okay. All right. It's PhD here on 92.5. A reminder, you can tune in tomorrow night at 7 for our high school football game of the week. Justin Adams and Jake Heaps. Jake Heaps. Okay. Going to have the call for you. Cherokee Trail at Grandview. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Sport Clips. Proud supporters of CHSAA. So Mike's on doing some, and he's a coach. Jake Heaps a coach, and he's doing some. Well, that's kind of interesting. There you go. Who we got? It's a 4. Oh, no, Cherokee Trail at Grandview. Oh, there you go. How'd you used to do against Cherokee Trail and Grandview there, Tyler, Cherry Creek?
Cherokee Trail did not exist when I was in high school. Grandview, I will never forget, my senior year, crushed us because Ryan Walters was playing quarterback and absolutely destroyed us.
Wow. Yeah, Grandview kind of goes in and out of having some good teams. They've definitely had some good teams over the years. And Cherokee Trail, well, how was Eagle Crest back in the day?
Terrible.
Terrible. And they've gotten much better, too, over time.
Football?
Great stadium.
Mm-hmm. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, just the population out there is...
They always had they were like an every other year in basketball team.
Yeah, they've had some really good
about every other
teams.
year they would have a real dangerous team.
They would, yeah, you're right about that. And now it just keeps growing.
It's a beautiful little campus and little stadium and all that.
Cherokee Trail?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, it's out in Kansas. I mean, you get east of 470, man. We're hello. And they're just slightly east of 470, but it is wild like how things grow out there, that's for sure.
Technically north of 470.
Oh my Lord, really? Seriously?
I mean, you guys in your directions.
I am north, south, east,
470,
west.
470 is on the south side of Cherokee Trail.
It bends. 470 bends around.
Oh, really? Didn't that what I just said?
Oh, here we go with the bendies.
Didn't I say that just a week ago that it bends?
If I get on Smoky Hill and I drive east, I will run into Cherokee Trail High School. At what point am I changing direction on Smoky Hill Road? Yes.
To me, that I gotta say something, being real honest with you.
Yeah.
To me, that road runs north to south.
Maybe I'm thinking about the wrong school.
Yeah, you're going to lose on this one. Smoky Hill Road doesn't run north and south. What are you talking about?
To me, I am directionally
impaired.
Impaired.
Okay.
To me, Smoky Hill Road is north-south. Because I'm going 470, and it feels like
What's
I'm
the
going
high school
dead
that's
east.
literally right off of 470 on the north side?
Well, I mean, Cherokee Trail is right there off of 470.
Okay.
But
So
I mean,
you're
it's
wrong.
Okay.
You did say north side, and he agreed with you.
Well, no, because I don't know what point you're talking about, but if you keep driving east, you run into Cherokee Trail High School on Smoky Hill Road. At no
Or
point
north.
are you're not driving.
Mm-hmm.
So how's everybody doing today? Everybody good?
Okay.
How's my poll doing?
Terrible. Oh,
I'm improving. I got a couple of texters, by the way, that don't mind it.
Well, they're your sicko
How's the
fans.
montage coming, Dan?
I'm working on I've got a couple of versions. One is from a texter. We'll get this here in a couple minutes.
Hey, Dan, play a little Game of Thrones. That little button you hit. Can you hit that? Don't you got it on your bar? I want to throw some names out at you. See what they are.
A couple of people on the text line actually like the mountains. But go ahead.
The mountains from Game of Thrones. All right. Oath Keepers.
Nothing to do with football.
Okay. Heart's Bane.
Mm.
I mean, could you tie that into a horse somehow?
Maybe. Ice.
What about Fire and Ice?
Black Fire.
Who's fire and who's ice?
Lightbringer. Like when you hit them, when they hit you, Lightbringer.
Just let me know which one of these is better than ABC.
Heart Eater. These are different sword names from Game of Thrones.
Oh, I got it.
Littlefinger's Dagger.
I like that one. Let's go with that.
Let's roll with that. That's that in no-fly zone. I can see that right next to each other hanging on a wall.
Widow's Wail.
Okay.
They're kind of Widow's Wail would be good for your defensive lineman. What are they? Some of those guys, the Tombstone Jackson.
That's a good one.
I mean, basically, he's ending you. Back when you can have names like that. What was the purple people eaters?
That's a great one. It's an all-timer.
Yeah.
Minnesota.
But you're
back
talking
in the
about
day.
eating people's souls and lives.
Yeah.
You're Mike Tyson before Mike Tyson.
ABC always be closing because you're
That's
sacking
so
the quarterback
stupid.
so much.
What about the Orange Rush? That's a good suggestion. The Orange Rush.
It's too derivative. It's too much of a ripoff. You got to have your own unique thing. Like the no-fly zone was like, its own thing. And, it was derivative of the Orange Crush.
The mountains. Oh, what was the wall called in Game of Thrones? Just the wall?
The Wall.
The wall.
And just winter is coming.
That would be your
The
side
mountains, winter is coming.
Yeah, or the wall. The winter is coming.
Are we close? I guess we're kind of stumbling on this topic, but with these guys doing as well as they are,
another 2-3 games.
Are we in nickname territory with these guys?
No, not until you're having team success.
Another 2 or 3.
I don't think you could nickname any like marginally good football team.
When did the no-fly zone become the no-fly zone?
I don't know.
Actually, that's a good question, isn't it? When did that actually happen?
Probably the middle of the 15-year season.
I literally forget like who came up with it. It stuck.
I thought Chris.
I think it was before that, Scott, because I definitely recall them being the no-fly zone that entire year.
Well, I thought Chris Harris came up with it.
I think they were
Probably.
I think they were definitely the no-fly zone before the 2015 season started. Like it had been kind of established. Well, actually, no, for sure, because TJ Ward wasn't on the 2015 team, and he was definitely part of the no-fly zone.
Was it the year before that they had like 2 or 3 pick sixes? Did it come into that year? So was it the year that the 14? Remember, didn't they come back from like the Raiders or the Chargers with a pick six late that basically iced the game or something? It seemed like they did that.
I forget.
That might have been when they came up. And I thought it was Chris Harris who came up with the no-fly zone.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Boy, he would love to take credit for it, wouldn't he?
Well, if it was his
wasn't.
idea, yeah. He might put a key in there. Well, yeah, listen, fact-finding mission this weekend. You're going to be with all those guys.
Right.
Oh, there's a lot of debate like who's in the no-fly zone and who's not. Lots of debate about that.
There's really not.
Who gets suits and who doesn't?
I think it's pretty simple.
David Bruton in the no-fly zone?
100%.
Oh, you're going to put everybody in there
No,
then.
I'm not.
Who are you not putting in there?
All it is your starters, David Bruton and Bradley Roby.
Yeah, Roby's got to be in there because he was great that year.
Yeah, that's it.
I think a lot of people would not put Bruton or Roby in the no-fly zone.
Why?
They played a lot of nickel now.
Well, I promise you that they're in the crew. They're in the photos.
Okay. Actually, there's somebody else though. There is somebody else.
Kayvon?
Gosh,
Who are you
yes,
thinking of?
Kayvon.
No, Kayvon's not.
Oh, ask Kayvon about that.
I mean, I understand why that would be offensive to him.
He's definitely
And
had.
I love me some Kayvon Webster.
Yeah.
That's a good, solid dude, man.
Great
and
dude.
he's doing a lot of good things in life now.
But you know what? You're a good dude and a good solid dude too. And did you get a suit?
Nope.
I sure did not.
Did not get a suit.
No. Yeah.
Kayvon Webster ain't getting a suit.
Kayvon Webster would tell you he is in the no-fly zone.
He did on an interview.
Yeah. He takes that personal. Bruton's in the no-fly zone?
Absolutely.
Okay.
David played.
David helped win you a game against the Lions that year. Remember that deflection late in that game?
I think most people think of the no-fly zone as 4 dudes.
Probably.
Darian Stewart, TJ Ward, Chris Harris, Aqib Talib.
Oh God!
And
no.
again,
you have to include Bradley Roby.
I would, but I think
if you want to debate Bruton, maybe, but in my mind, that's a no-brainer.
Listen, I'm fine putting everybody in there. It doesn't bother me. I'm just telling you what I've heard over the years. That's all.
I put Jackson,
But I mean,
Wolf.
hold on.
They're in the no-fly zone?
Guys, when we're talking about pass defense, you're gonna have your nickel corner on the field.
I get it, but Scott's throwing in pass rushers. See, this is funny. Like,
because
well, I'm just talking about Bradley Roby.
Well, Bradley Roby's in it.
Yeah.
You don't include.
I'm talking about.
Include Derek and Malik and
dude,
in
I'm
the
telling you
no-fly
what,
zone.
They ain't what they were without them 4 cats.
They helped create the no-fly zone.
What did you say the other
The
day?
whole defense is the no-fly zone?
What did you say?
No, I said they helped create the no-fly zone.
Yeah, I would sit. I mean, I guess you got aces in fighter pilots. You got the aces, but that ground crew's patching that plane up and getting it back in the air, aren't they? And I'm gonna tell you what, how much work is the no-fly zone getting and credit getting if those guys up front, Ward and Jackson, or Ware and Jackson and Vaughn.
No, I get it. I understand what causes chaos. And you know, I understand the concept of defense.
So
you can't have everybody in the no-fly zone.
To me, the no-fly zone. No-fly zone is that whole defense for me.
You've got 6 dudes in it. That's it.
Yeah, okay,
it's not everybody.
No, but he wants to put in defensive linemen.
Yeah, because I care what they do.
No,
see, I
Scott,
care what
Scott.
Hold on.
No,
hold
on.
I care what your stupid ABC does.
Well, but
my
Scott,
ABC.
Scott, the definition in the no-fly zone is the secondary. Like that's it.
No. That means no passing through. You know why? Because that quarterback's scared for his damn life and throwing up things left and right, going crazy.
Listen, I'll give you this. Those pass rushers should have had a nickname. They should have their own nickname.
And they didn't.
No-fly zone.
As it turns out, they did not. No,
there's no such thing as a no-fly zone without those 4 guys.
You think
front.
Von Miller would consider himself part of the no-fly zone?
I think if he went to the party, they'd let him in.
Well, he's Von. He's probably holding the party.
I think DeMarcus Ware went to the party. They let him in.
Yeah, but they're not part of the no. All right, hey, everybody, we're going to photo of the no-fly zone. All right, Kayvon, come on over. Von's coming in here? I mean, come on.
So when the Orange Crush, and I showed you those numbers, 3 years straight, they did it. Not 1, 3 years straight.
Yeah.
Didn't win the Super Bowl, though.
Yeah.
Who's crushing? You think the quarterbacks are crushing in that defense?
I actually think the Orange Crush is like Tom Jackson and Randy Gradishar and, everybody else.
No, the Orange Crush was an entire defense.
It was, but the main guy of it was Randy Gradishar, in my opinion.
Gradishar, Jackson. Who was their big
It was
nose?
a linebacker. See, the Orange Crush to me was a linebacker nickname. But that's when linebackers mattered. That's before you had 6'6" tight ends running 4.7 60s, 40s, and catching balls left and right. You never had that. I mean, who's the big pass catching tight end in the 70s? Russ Francis?
Someone mentions this does kind of ring a bell. Was the defensive front 7 referred to as ground control?
I have no idea.
That does kind of ring a bell.
They might have been desperately coming up with their own nickname because
there was a lot going on that year. I mean, Derek Wolf had a Def Woo. We had no fly zone. There were some phrases.
I'm sure Malik wanted his own. Well, Malik wasn't there.
He was.
Malik, no. I'm sorry, he was there. Then he was gone the next year. That's right. And Danny was gone. Yeah, what was Danny? Where do you put Danny Trevathan on? Where does he go?
Not the no-fly zone.
Is he going to the ground control?
Whole defense.
I never even heard of that. No.
Orange Crush, ready? Randy Gradishar, Tom Jackson.
Yeah.
Lala Zato.
All right.
Barney Chavis.
All right.
Ruben Carter.
Pretty good.
Defensive backs, Louis Wright, who basically
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, should be a Hall of Famer. Steve Foley.
Really good.
Ring of Famer. Billy Thompson. Ring of Famer. And Bernard Jackson.
Okay.
And their coach, by the way, I think Joe Collier's in the defense coordinator. I think he's in the Ring of Fame, isn't he? I think he is. But if he isn't, he should be. I thought he got honored.
It's funny that you can think of a nickname right now. And by the way, I just included the 3 most important guys.
Yeah.
But somebody was like, hey, what about
Von Ware, Jackson?
Well, they didn't have a nickname. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
they probably deserved one.
Scott's right that the no-fly zone probably does not exist without that pass rush group, but they're not a part of the no-fly zone.
They are not.
Well, see, that's why I include them because.
But you're the only one. You're literally going to be the only one that would include that as part of the no-fly zone. I'm just saying ABC because there's just 3 guys that I'm talking about. I'm leaving all sorts of people out. Somebody on the text line was like, well, what about Pat Surtain? I'm like, well, what's the nickname with his crew? Surtain and Riley Moss and who? Brandon Jones and Hufunga?
I pray for the sanity and mental health
of
all those little kids you coach that you didn't sit there and start nicknaming position groups on your team.
Baseball teams?
Yeah. Magnets. You're the magnets.
You're the liabilities.
Yeah.
You're the magnets.
liability.
We had one of them call in earlier this week.
You're the magnets. You're the liabilities. You're swing and miss.
Swing and miss.
You're struck out looking.
Struck out looking.
You're lean into it.
You're backwards K.
Your left bench.
Yeah. Put your elbow in the strike zone. lean in.
Hey, Timmy. Lean into that one. All right, during halftime of tomorrow night's game between Cherokee Trail and Grandview on Altitude AM 950, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week presented by Backus and Shanker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222. We got no dumb questions. Adam Schefter comes up at 1:40. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there in the market for a new vehicle, do yourself a favor. Just go to Phil Long Ford, guys. They've got the best prices, the best service, the best inventory, and the best overall experience. Guys, you're going to love your experience when you go to Phil Long Ford. It's truly one-stop shopping, so don't waste your whole weekend driving all over the state of Colorado. At Phil Long Ford, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices. They're going to treat you with respect. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And you'll probably become a customer for life. Look, relationships matter. That's why I recommend Phil Long Ford. I've been buying cars there since my rookie year, the only car dealership that I ever need to deal with. Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, the Sean Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. We're also out there on Twitch. We're there on YouTube. Make sure you like and subscribe. We would help that. No dumb questions underway, fellas. Open for business here. Anything on your mind? Anything stupid or dumb as I, go through some of these questions?
If your animal steals something from a store, should you be responsible to pay for it?
Yes.
Depends.
So if it doesn't, if your kid steals something, should you go back and?
Well, I don't know. I feel like kid, yes. Yes. That's a human being.
Well, if you're pet smart, your dog walks out with a chew toy, and you get to your car, you realize the chew toy is still in his mouth, then you grab the chew toy, you take it back inside, you say, "Hey, my dog just walked out with this," and scan it, pay for it, and go back to your car.
I took my dog to wagon wash yesterday. Cleaned him up, right? And he's in the car, and all of a sudden he's chewing on something. I'm like, "What are you chewing on?" He stole himself a nice little $13 bone. $13 bone. Yeah. I was kind of proud of him. I was like, I don't know when he pulled that off. I don't know when he found the sucker, but he pulled that thing off. I just don't know if that's my responsibility.
Is your dog wash thing inside a pet store?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you take it back and pay for it.
Well, you can't take it back. He's eating it.
Well, you take it back. There's a wrapper somewhere. Find out when he poops.
Well, you're getting to the ethical question. If you eat a donut in the bakery section in the supermarket, do you have to pay for it?
Yes.
That's different. That's way different.
It's kind of the same to me.
No way. I mean, that you do it. You made the choice to eat that thing. I didn't make the choice for my dog to steal a bone.
I think every grocery store should offer a free donut to you if you're a guy walking around with his
especially
lovely
after
lady.
like 2:00.
Especially
what are you
after
gonna
2
do
o'clock.
with it, right?
What are you going to do with it? What, 3-day-old donuts?
I kind of.
You know what? How about that? How about you just lay out day-old donuts and we'll just eat them for free. The guys will. We'll take care of them. You don't throw them away.
Yeah, and you'll get more guys shopping.
Yeah, to take a donut. It's day-old, but take it. Guys are just doing it anyways. And I get it.
What do they do with those donuts?
I have never done that. Sometimes
wait, hold on. You've never gone to a grocery store and eaten a donut or another thing in the pastry aisle while you're shopping?
No.
Oh, I eat a donut almost every time I go to the store.
Yeah, I never have.
Well, you just think you're better than the rest of us.
I don't think it. I'm just telling you what I do. You can
I
think
got you, but I don't know.
You can think what you want to think. I just don't ever do that.
You're officially it of guys that I know that would go shopping and not at least some point of their lives take a baked goods item and eat it and show up with a cashier with like the paper. Like, I ate this. How much? Or you know what you really do? You just take that paper and you
Have you ever done that?
Of course I have.
Oh my
wow.
God.
Of course I have.
Now that's straight thievery.
All right, fine.
And you're bragging about it.
I'm spending like $200 whatever on groceries. You can't throw me a 10-cent donut. I think I'm leaning into your.
They're more like
probably like $1.75.
Whatever they are, I'm leaning into your economy. I've also walked backwards into movie theaters in the day and just walked in there for free. It used to be in the day when the people would line up for tickets. If you walked in backwards, you could get in for free.
What do you just walk in backwards?
You walk in backwards. You confuse the 17-year-old ticket taker. He thinks you've already been at the movie. You've already taken your ticket. You walk in backwards. You go in for free.
What is walking in backwards doing?
Because you wait for a crowd. You walk in backwards, and it looks like you're just with the crowd that's already in the movie theater. You just wait for like 10 people to walk out. And you walk in backwards. You can't do it anymore because everything's on your phone and the seats are reserved, and it takes all the fun out of walking in backwards. But there used to be a time you could do that. And by the way, who's really going to check you out if you're going to double dip on that movies? I used to time it out, man. I used to have my newspaper. I said, okay, before kids, wife's working. I'm doing a morning show. I'm done at 11. I'm like, what double feature is good old DMac
So
going to look at
you got
today?
a 1 o'clock and a 3:30.
I used to map it out. I got caught one time. It was so humiliating. One time I got caught.
I will tell you, when they first started charging me for bags at the grocery store, I was a bit of a klepto on that. Yeah. I mean, if I got 3 bags, I was paying for 2 out of principle because I was mad that they were charging me for 3 bags.
Go.
If I got 5 bags, I was saying I got 4 bags.
What's the difference between that and a donut?
Yeah, I mean, other than me admitting that I was a klepto.
Well, I don't think I'm not being bashful right now, am I?
Oh, no, you're kind of being.
And I had a principle about mine that you shouldn't be charging me for a plastic bag.
Well, I think you owe us donuts.
Huh?
I haven't done this in a long time, by the way, but I'm still going to hold by the principle that I've, done in the past. My wife just, she's embarrassed and humiliated by me all the time.
Now, I'll grab a soda and drink it on the way, but I always pay for it.
In the grocery store?
What's the difference between
There's
that
no
and a donut?
difference. That's the same thing.
No, but
I'm actually with
pay for it.
DMac. Yeah, there's no difference.
Wait a second.
Yeah, you pay for it.
No, the other day I went and picked up a prescription. Grabbed a soda at the beginning, opened it, took a sip on
Same
Thursday,
thing.
went back, got my prescription, paid for the soda at the time. No, you just said I take a donut, blah, 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 blah.
And you said you
Toss
throw
the
it
paper away.
Yeah, I mean, I've done that, but what, you paid for every soda? So
Yes.
you finished the soda.
I've never finished a soda in a grocery store, and I've always paid for it.
Okay, well, I end up paying for most of the donuts that I eat too.
Most.
But
there's a big difference. Almost.
The question is, can I finish the donut before I see my wife?
So that's what you're doing. You're trying to hide your.
Oh, yeah.
You're being a stealth eater.
Oh, yeah. And if you think I'm going shopping without my wife, you're nuts. No, not doing that.
I do that a lot.
Well, that's a different story. That is what it is. But I wouldn't do that either. I would just order online these days and just have the stuff brought to my house. I'd eat less because it'd be more expensive. Every now and then she's just like, let's do it. I'm like, all right, because I know we're down every aisle of Sam's Club, every freaking aisle, whether we need it or not. You need this, you need that, every freaking aisle.
No, but Costco, Sam's Club, that's fun.
If you go at the right time of
that's
day.
dude shopping. I mean, Sam's Club is definitely dude shopping.
Okay. I see a lot of pained expression on a lot of guys' faces, period.
Well, but not if you go like on a Saturday or when they got the food snacks out, then you just hit all the food snacks.
When was the last time you did that?
A couple of years ago. Last time I was probably in one of those Costco's.
We got any sports no-dumb questions? Are we baseball?
There is no dumb question in sports.
Trying to think.
Other than no dumb question, what's a good nickname for this defense?
ABC.
And B, when do we give it to them?
They're close, aren't they?
They're close.
They're damn close. What do you have to do
You
to
shut
earn that
out
nickname?
the Giants.
Maybe that's the no-dumb question. What do you have to do to earn the nickname?
You gotta start getting some points directly off the defense.
No.
Yeah.
You have to win as a football team.
Win what?
A lot.
What do you have to win?
A lot.
What?
A lot.
Specific.
You know what a lot is when you know what a lot is.
Like porn?
Like when the Broncos went to the Super Bowl but did not win it, you could have given that offense plenty of nicknames. That's winning a lot.
Did that offense not earn a nickname even though they lost in the first round to the Ravens?
Yeah, that year it was ABC. Always be closing.
That was a painful year. Then the next year, I was just thinking about this the other day because it is the 10-year anniversary. I cannot believe, Tyler, 10 years have gone by this fast. I don't know how it is for you, but it's unbelievable.
8 of them just stinking for the playoffs.
Oh, it was awful. I mean, we're in a really good space right now with the Broncos. Ownership, coaching, players. We can be critical of Bo Nix, but, I mean, there's not a lot of questions about do we have the right quarterback. I don't know if we have the right quarterback forever, but nobody is sitting here like, are we going to bench? Wait a second. Is anybody sitting here we're going to bench Bo? Is anybody thinking that?
I guarantee you one more bad game and you will be.
No way.
Because you're such a...
No way.
DMac, you were already... Stop that. You
No,
can't,
it will not happen,
DMac,
I promise you.
Now you're going to make me mad for saying it won't happen because you've already done it this year.
Because he didn't
You've
have...
already done it this year. This year, Scott, tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. You've already called for having Jarrett Stidham playing this year.
But he already got it. He got the comeback of Philadelphia. That's it. It's a wrap. He did it. Bo did it. Yeah, it was touch and go
For
there
the
for
record,
a minute.
no, I don't think that there's any situation that could get him benched.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, not
but you're just riding the wave again.
Well, I'm there with, he was going so bad. You just had to say, you can't waste this defense if your quarterback's going to be so terrible. But he got the win against Philadelphia. You write off England because it's England. And let's have a good game against against the Giants, against Animal House. No, I'm not riding any kind of wave. I'm telling you the way it is. You guys tell me it's lousy in training camp. I believe it's a lousy few games.
If they win this game, 14-6.
Yeah.
Pick 6 and we'll give him one touchdown. But Bo is 12 for 23 for 144 yards.
Yeah.
You happy on Monday?
It's all right. We won?
Yeah.
I'm kind of on the Nate Kreckman school right now. I swear to God, Nate had a big influence on me. When he came in on Monday and was just like, hey, man, that was a great game. Look at the defense. They're amazing. Think of 2015, what happened. The offense was fine. It was good enough. And you had to go through some crazy
All
things
right,
with Peyton
let me ask
and
you
Brock.
this, and maybe here's one thing what I hope we find out this week is that the Jets game was an outlier. That what it was in England. It's just an outlier. But I'll throw this to you. Do you beat the Giants scoring 13 this week?
Let's get to Adam Schefter and ask that question coming up next. Adam Schefter, brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection service and humble savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Adam, we are calling the Giants Animal House. The Delta House is coming with meathead Cam Scattaboo and Anakin Skywalker wannabe Jackson Dart, where Jonathan Cooper, Defensive Player of the Week, is not impressed with his chain that he's wearing. And it's a reunion weekend where Aqib Talib will be on the sideline. So keep your head on a swivel there, Jackson Dart, in terms of getting your chain snatched. But Scott wants to ask you a question about this particular game.
What did I want to ask you?
He wanted to ask you, if you score 13 points, can you beat the Giants?
If the Broncos offense only puts up 13, can they win this game Sunday?
Yeah, I think it's possible. But before we get to that, is Aqib going to be there in memory of Demaryius? Is that the deal?
Yeah, we've got a reunion weekend for the Super Bowl 50 team going on, and I actually don't know for a fact that Aqib will be there, but there's going to be 40 guys of the 53 that are coming. I assume Aqib will be a part of that, and we got festivities going on the whole weekend.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I'm trying to think if Denver typically has fared well in a reunion weekend like this, and there's a lot of emotion and everything like that. I don't know if that's usually a good or bad thing. But I would imagine it can hurt. And could Denver win this game if the offense got 13 points? It could, but I think that you bring a lot into chance if you do that. I think, you want to score 20, Scott, right? Like, I think you want to get 20 here, minimum. Hopefully more for their sake. But 20, I'm more comfortable 20 than 13. Your margin of error at 13, not as good.
It kind of sounds like you've got the same opinion of the Giants as I do. Like Jackson Dart and Cam Scattaboo, exciting players. Cam Scattaboo is football. Like, that's how football is supposed to be played. But are they that good of players? I'm not sure.
It's early, but they look good. Like, Jackson Dart looks like he's got some juice and some swag. And I don't think he realizes, he's not supposed to go into Denver to play a defense that's on track for 85 sacks and kind of lay down. Like, he thinks, like, yeah, I'm going to go in there and win that game. And Cam Scattaboo, Bam Bam Cam Scattaboo, as I like to call him, he's just running over. Like, Zach Vaughn was an all-pro linebacker last year, and he disposed of that guy. Like, he made mincemeat of that guy. Like, just ran right over and through him. Like, I don't know that we've seen anybody like this in John Riggins. Like, that's like he's John Riggins. He's Mike Allstott. I don't know. Like, those two guys, it's a totally different perception and buzz surrounding this team. Like, two guys that were on that team, and I can't believe they weren't playing sooner when they looked like this.
When you look at it, we talked about, DMac and I talked about it earlier in the week, the football fan cities of New York needed this right here.
Oh,
this
God,
almost
they
like
must love 'em.
see like a revelation. These two guys with the energy they've got to have brought to the city of New York, especially the city of New York Giant fans.
Well, I would say this, that New York has been in recent years a football wasteland, and the Giants haven't played seemingly a meaningful game. I mean, I know they went to the playoffs a few years back with Daniel Jones, and I guess there was excitement then, but this just feels like it.
Animal House.
Yeah, we're calling Scattaboo 0.0 like Blutarski for his grade point average. That's where we're going. That's what we see from this side of the pond.
It just feels like they've made this team as interesting and fun as any Giant team since they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
now, I'm not telling you this team's winning the Super Bowl, but they've become relevant again. Like, again, if Russell Wilson were playing quarterback and coming back to Denver, that would have been a storyline. But it almost feels like I'm really intrigued to see if the Giants are going to play with Denver. I don't know the answer to that, right? Are they going to be able to hang with the Broncos on Sunday? Or is Denver going to take these two rookies to the woodshed and show them what it's like to play on the road at altitude? Like, which one is it? And I think these guys can play. So I don't have the clear-cut answer. And we discussed this last Thursday, I believe. Wasn't it here? I said to you, the Jets would have a chance to win that game. Did I not say that to you last Thursday?
I think so.
Yep. So anyway,
all right, but like, are the Jets more bad or are they more dumb? Like, who are the
won
Jets?
that bet, by the way? You guys put a bet on it. There was what was the number you guys did?
Oh yeah, 7. We bet the spread, right? Who made the bet with me?
I don't
That's
recall.
right.
I don't recall a bet.
Yeah.
Adam wants you to deliver some voodoo donuts to,
no
to
memory.
Bristol.
I have no memory of any bets.
DMac remembers. DMac, let's play back the show from last week.
I have no memory
Hold
whatsoever. None.
Hold on. Yeah, I'll just say this. I'm going to say this right now. A great producer produces the video, audio evidence of last week of whatever it was. That we had a friendly wager. I forgot about that.
Wait, did you say a great producer or a producer?
I said a great producer produces the audio and visual evidence.
Thank God we have
from last week's show.
Thank God we have Dan Tanner.
Yeah, I know. Right?
You've never been more happy to have Dan Tanner.
Thank God for Dan. That's all I can say.
Hey, talking about excitement for a town and everything else, Florida, 2/3 of Florida are pretty excited. They got to be really excited in Tampa Bay and Jacksonville, and those two quarterbacks are playing pretty good and different, aren't they?
Baker's unbelievable. Like Baker, right now, Baker and Mahomes are the 2 MVPs of the league. Maybe we'll get Bijan or somebody else to challenge that. But I would say that nobody's been more compelling a figure than Baker Mayfield. Like the guy that was written off in Cleveland, written off in Carolina, written off in LA, became a free agent. Tampa signs him. And by the way, like we've heard a lot of teams missing a lot of players. Like, boy, Baltimore, tough to win there now. And San Francisco missing a lot of guys. And the Chargers, hard to win with. The Bucs are missing 2 starting offensive linemen. Mike Evans, Emeka Ibuka, Chris Godwin, Bucky Irving. They're rolling along because of Baker Mayfield. Now, Jacksonville lost last week to Seattle, but the defense is playing well. It's getting turnovers. And Liam Cohn, you just have to believe and have faith that he's going to make Trevor Lawrence as good as he can be.
Right.
And we'll see what that is over the course of the season. But so far, he's been pretty good.
What about the third team in Florida? What is the prognosis for what's going on in Miami?
Not great so far. They're struggling right now, and we'll see how that goes. But everybody's wondering if Miami's going to trade players. I think their defensive players could be had in time for the right offers. They're having a tough season. They're missing a lot of players to injury. And certainly the teams up north in Florida are enjoying more peaceful, prosperous football than the team down south.
All right, Adam Schefter is our guest here, Adam. Yeah, I don't have any memory of that whatsoever.
The text line is saying you gave Adam 14 points. You've got multiple texters chiming in with 14.
I don't recall.
And but what was I don't even remember.
10 grand. 10
Yeah.
grand.
No, I don't remember.
Yeah,
I certainly don't remember that.
A new BMW.
By the way, if that is the bet, it was 10 grand. If you guys want to collect that Tyler Scooty, there's a commission there.
Okay.
25% commission.
Really?
For collecting whatever. Yeah, whatever it is. You get that money in my hands, in my rightful hands, as it belongs.
That's what you need.
We
more
don't
money.
like that. We don't like that. We don't like to have DMac welch on a bet like that.
10
right
grand
now.
for Adam Schefter is like pocket change lint out of his couch.
Oh my!
Like,
give me a break. Give me a break.
That's what he is.
that's like lint.
Hey, let me tell you something.
I just blew my nose.
Yeah, tell us how poor you are.
10 grand for anyone's pocket matters, okay? I don't care who you are or what you make.
All right, Adam. Who is this Bronco? Who is Bo Nix right now?
Bo Nix is a young quarterback who I still think is one of the better young quarterbacks in the league, who's growing and learning. And look, I think it was about this time last year that he took off when Scott was doubting him, and he didn't think he was going to be great, right? Am I right or not?
What was I? Was a hobo? I'm hopeful for Bo. I'm still a hobo.
You're a hobo.
Yeah, I am not a Bo lever. I am a hobo, hoping for Bo. Hey, listen, you've been talking about it right here in Baker and giving up. when you got a quarterback in this league, you're set. You're set maybe for a decade or more. You're hoping at least a decade. From the 8-year period since the Super Bowl championship till last year, this town is, as your old friend Doug Moe would say, was a no-hoper. The Jets right now, they're no-hopers. That's where Denver was living. This guy gives you some hope now for the first time. Now, he hasn't shown me anything that I'm going to say that 10 years from now, that I'll be still going to games and number 10's your quarterback. I haven't seen that he's a 10-year guy here. I haven't seen that.
That's fair. You could say the jury's still out. Again, I think the hobo is a pretty good expression and pretty apt for this discussion. I think he's going to make it. I think he's going to be a big-time quarterback, but obviously there's still work to do, and he's got to play better than he has so far for them to be the type of team that they want to be and for them to have the kind of season they want to have.
All right, Adam, we'll let you go on that. Who's the best team in the NFL right now, by the way?
Right now, if I was going to pick any team to win the Super Bowl today, and these change week to week, I might go with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, my God. Why would you do that?
They just got two.
Why?
He's not crazy. They just got two wide receivers back too, didn't they?
That's terrible.
Why? Because they're getting Rashee Rice back this weekend. Rashee Rice is a top 10 wide receiver, top 10. And they already were playing at a high level. Mahomes seems a little bit possessed, has a point to prove from last year. The defense is getting better. They're the Chiefs. They have the experience. They have the mettle. I'm not telling you that they will be the best. I'm just telling you, asked me today, one team. They dismantled Detroit last week. It's not the Eagles. It's not Buffalo. I can make an argument for Tampa, but I can make an argument for Tampa. I can make an argument for KC. I can make an argument for the Colts. I don't believe in the Colts as much as I do Tampa and Kansas City.
You're off the Eagles. You're off the Eagles, huh?
They've lost 2 games in a row, DMac.
I noticed.
They've lost one more game than you have in a row, like to me.
Hey, by the way, where you? Hey, we're not in your palatial office back in the homestead. Where are you at right now?
Today actually is kind of an interesting little day. I don't think I've ever done this in my life, but on it's Thursday. My daughter's in 11th grade.
Oh, wow!
And we are in Madison, Wisconsin right now, and yep. And I am showing her to school today.
Wow! Cool. Wow!
And we're in Madison, and we're going to an Alex Warren concert tonight here, and then we'll fly back home. Back to New York.
Are you visiting Michigan with your daughter?
We visited in August.
Okay.
How does a Michigan man go to Wisconsin with their kid? Come on.
My goodness.
Well, Scott, if you want to guarantee me that she's going to gain entry into Michigan and Ann Arbor right now, then we don't have to take the visit. But I don't know that that's going to happen. Yeah. If you want to assure that she's getting into Michigan, great.
Hey, listen, all it takes is Adam Schefter wing to the journalism school, and she'll get in there.
So we're talking about by the way, you keep teasing me about my pockets, but I can't do any of this until DMac pays off his bet. Okay?
On that note,
do you want to share your brilliant nickname with Adam Schefter?
My nickname for the Broncos defense. What
great defense of the line.
Yeah.
The fans are loving this.
It's ABC. Allen, Benito, Cooper always be closing because they have the best pass rush. It's the ABC defense.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, look at his face.
Yeah.
That's all it says right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh?
93% of the people think it's a dumb idea as well.
Always B closing. First place Cadillac, second place steak knives, third place you're fired. ABC.
Mm-mm.
All right.
DMac, look, I'm just telling you, this is a defense that's averaging 5 sacks a game. They're on pace for 85.
Right.
The record is 72.
Correct.
72 by the 84 Bears. They got a little ways to go, but I think you can do much better in the nickname department. Much better in the nickname department.
Try. Anybody try. You think it's so easy. I came up with this name on my bike today, and it was brilliant.
This is why you don't force nicknames. They got to come natural.
I thought Allen Benito.
How about something like
the Wall?
Orange Crushed.
Too derivative.
Like
Too derivative.
We got it. We got the Orange Rush, which is similar to what you're saying.
Too derivative.
I like that even better.
Yeah.
Orange Rush.
Oh, let me tell you something. The Orange Rush. Oh my God, DMac, I can't even believe that you're comparing ABC to Orange Rush.
You know
Like,
what?
give me
You know what
a
I
break.
can't believe? I can't believe your daughter's going to go to Ohio State. That's what I can't believe.
Oh my God.
That's what I can't believe.
That was a sentence that was never uttered. Okay, that was a sentence that was not. And in fact, if she wants to go visit there, Scott's got to take her there to go visit.
Well,
okay?
listen. I had somebody say this. Their daughter, same thing, like a rivalry thing. They go, "Listen, I'll pay anywhere you want to go to college except Ohio State." So that I've heard those statements said before.
All right, we'll let you go. And
Hey, let me tell you what.
What?
I'm just telling you, when I talk about the Broncos pass rush on TV, if I bring it up on Sunday Countdown on
Orange
ESPN
Rush,
Sunday,
baby.
ABC.
The Orange Rush is on pace. The Orange Rush is on pace for 85 sacks. That's all I'm going to tell you.
There it is. That's how it gets started. That's how it gets started.
That would suck if you did that.
No,
you would do that just to be a jerk.
You got to
me.
remember that.
That would he would just be being a
He's going to
personal
say it every
shot.
week until he gets that $10,000 you owe him.
That's right, DMac. If you want to zell it over to me, then we could avoid using Orange Rush on TV. We go with ABC.
Go
but
Buckeyes.
otherwise, until further notice, it is the Orange Rush.
Yeah, besides, ABC stands for the American Broadcast Company, which he's a family of.
Exactly. I'm not going to upstage and step on my own family to come
Dude,
up
if
with
you
your
say Orange Rush on
silly
TV
nickname.
this weekend, we will all die of laughter if you actually put
No,
that out.
I'll
in the
jump
universe.
up and praise.
It's coming. It's coming.
All right,
It's
Adam.
coming.
All right.
All right. All right.
The Orange Rush.
We'll see. Enjoy Madison. It's Adam Schefter.
I love the Orange Rush. That's a great name.
That's a good
Honestly, that's a
nickname.
great name.
And just like that,
That's
it
a
happened.
great
Well,
nickname.
now it's going to happen. If he says it on TV, it's definitely going to, because they'll have graphics for it. They'll have highlights for it. He'll go into a production meeting. He'll get on the phone. Orange Rush defense, give me like 30-second package on it, right?
5 sacks a
Am I
game.
right on that? Yeah. That whole thing. We'll see Benito high-fiving Cooper, back-to-back defensive players of the week, Zach Allen in there, and Adam's going to take credit for naming it the Orange Rush defense.
Exactly.
Adam Schefter, who came up with the nickname for the Broncos, passed away today, but that'll be my name, claim to fame.
All right, Adam. We'll see you later.
Good job, Adam.
We'll keep our eyes out for it. Adam Schefter brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where your bank, CCU, helping Coloradans achieve their financial goals. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Sports, not sports. Let's go, Dan.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
The Utah Mammoth unveiled their rip-off mascot as they continue to rip off the mammoth that we all know and love as they're the Utah Mammoth. It's a 6'5" elephant with tusks named Tusky. I'm asking you guys.
Doesn't the Mammoth lacrosse team, in his nickname Tusk?
I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if it was. I probably should know that. But this is Tusky, who is their mascot. He's 6'5". First of all, they're just ripping things off left and right, and we just gotta have to swallow that because we are the Mammoth, but they're doing all these things. I'm not sure what I'm sorry, I don't know. Andy Lindahl's probably screaming at his car someplace right now, as a matter of fact. But is a 6'5" mascot just a little bit too intimidating for the purpose of being a mascot? You're a 6'5" elephant with tusks, and you're Tusky.
Well, how big is Bernie? Bernie's 6'5".
Bernie? No, he's not.
Oh,
Bernie's like 5'10".
How about the
maybe?
No, you're talking about the person inside. I'm talking about
I don't know how tall. I don't know if there's somebody standing on somebody's shoulders.
No, I mean the person inside's probably 6'2", and then you got to add at least.
You
got
to see Tusky, Dan. If you can
how
find
tall
the
is
video.
the Philly Fanatic?
He's gargantuan.
Yeah. What's wrong
Well,
with
all
that?
right. I mean, he's lovable and all, but 6'5" Tusky. Let me ask you this: what is the point of mascots?
I'm telling you, if you don't have a 2-person mascot for Tusky, something's wrong. You need a guy walking the back end of it the whole time. You need like the double cow for Halloween costume. You need the guy bent over the entire time, holding the hips.
Scott? Do you remember Tyler? Do you remember Howler?
Yeah.
All right, here's the unveiling of Tusky from he breaks out and he's huge.
And he's on skates.
Like I don't know how bigger he gets, but that is one large looking mascot right there. Tusky. All right. To me, that's a little scary looking. If I'm a little kid, am I loving Tusky or am I a little scared of Tusky?
You're walking a fine line.
Right? It's not exactly approachable and comfy, Tusky. Tusky looks like he's about to rob a bank.
I'm just proud of him that he actually knows how to skate.
Yeah, he definitely knows how to skate. Good on him. Bernie knows how to skate too, by the way. Bernie, the guy in the Bernie costume.
What was wrong with Howler, by the way? I liked Howler.
I didn't mind Howler either, but I think Howler was a little scary, in all honesty. And I was told, Dan, you told me Connor McGahey came up with the idea for Bernie. Is that, Dan, is that right?
I believe he was involved in coming up with Bernie.
Connor McGahey is going to be on with us at 2:45 previewing the game against Columbus today, so we'll ask him.
Well, okay.
There's Howler. Hey, I don't mind Howler either, but a little scary? No?
No, Howler's
not scary.
Friendly, good looking.
All right, well, then why did they change from Howler?
Bernie's a stupid
He
dog.
looks like he got electrocuted by sticking his
second.
finger in the outlet. but-
Wait a second. You don't like Bernie?
It's a dog.
Yeah,
And by
Saint
the way,
Bernard,
the Miami Heat mascot has been Bernie since 1988.
I like Howler more than I like Bernie.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but you guys aren't 5-year-olds. I mean, you act like it. But, I mean, you're not a 5-year-old. And that's my question. Aren't mascots at the end of the day
Yes, mascots were created so the parents would be forced to buy their children tickets.
Wait, come on, man. Howler's a little creepy.
No, Howler's good.
You can't see a little weirdness with Howler?
He just looks like he stuck his finger in an outlet and got electrocuted.
He looks like a big, fluffy doll dude.
He's a Yeti. He's like a abominable snowman.
Well, they should have made him tougher and if they'd had a growl on his face.
Like a Bernie doll, the Howler doll. Oh, no, man. Tusky. There you go with the mammoth. Mascots are for kids, though. Where do you guys land on mascots? You pro mascot or anti-mascot?
Are you asking me if I wait in line to take a photo?
No, well, okay. I don't know. I don't know where you are. Dan hates
I don't wait in line. They come to me.
Dan, what? Dan literally hates mascots, period.
I'm anti-mascot.
Yeah, but his college didn't have a mascot.
What was his college?
Dan went to college?
That's the joke.
That's the shot right
It was
there.
It was a guy in a legal pad, and the title and his title was unemployed.
All right, well, welcome to the world, Tusky. It's PhD here on 92.5. Let's go, 2 o'clock. Well, where are the sacks? You going to put sacks in there? Then you got to put the... All right. Well, it's close. What am I even saying? If Adam Schefter goes on ESPN and calls it the Orange Rush, it's
all over.
It's over. I mean,
The Orange Rush is actually a really good name, though. It doesn't matter that it's a derivative.
We've had 2 hours to get used to ABC, and it still sucks 2 hours
It
later.
took 30 seconds with the Orange Rush.
Yeah, and then the Orange Rush, we heard it first time, well, is it too close to Crush? And then when somebody else
what
says
we
out
did
loud,
is we let DMac complain about it, and then we
This
just...
sounds
yeah,
great.
Yeah.
I mean, if he just put some sacks in the montage, it would have been a whole different deal. It doesn't matter. If Adam actually says it on ESPN, it's okay, fine, sell the T-shirt, Orange Rush.
We got to figure out who the texter is that came up with it. We put your name on it. If you're the one that originally sent that in, put your name on it.
It doesn't matter. Adam's
Adam's
just going to take credit for it 100%.
Yeah.
And really, it would be my bad idea that generated the good idea.
The 85, going for 85 sacks and the 84 Bears with 72 lead the NFL, we gave him the stat last Thursday.
Dude, if Orange Rush does take off, though.
Good. That actually is. It's
good for our show.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we can forget about ABC completely.
Just can't wait till one of your 12 podcasts you can talk about how your show came up with it. That'll be great, man. Get it out there.
How long till DMac takes credit for it?
Oh, it's already happening. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
It's going to be, seriously, we're going to have one of those fights between Schefter and DMac someday.
Yeah.
Whose idea it was?
Yeah.
10 years from now, when we have the 10-year anniversary of the Broncos Super Bowl 2025 team
with the Denver Rush.
I mean, I get way more credit than
Orange
you.
Rush.
Orange Rush.
See, you can't even get it right now. You got ABC. ABC's in your head.
Yeah, because it's after school special.
Even people from Arkansas can remember ABC.
EFT. That's all I hear.
Dre Greenlaw's back. Here is Sean Payton about Dre Greenlaw.
How did Dre Greenlaw look today, and what are your thoughts on his status moving forward?
Yeah, he practiced today. It was good.
Coach, when Dre Greenlaw does play, what does he bring to the team?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them. No, I can't say anything about injury. He practiced today. He practiced today. He's been working out, like he's been rehabbing, and today was a good day. Next question.
Next question.
Do you like Sean like that?
I don't mind it.
Spicy Sean.
I mean, I don't mind. You seem to mind it a lot. Whenever we've got guys that get up there and get spicy, it bothers you when Bo Nix does it for whatever reason. I like when guys get up there. Sure.
No, I don't. I think it's kind of fun, actually. I don't mind spicy Sean like that.
Bo bothers you, though.
Listen.
Bo doesn't even say anything. Did you see Bo yesterday? He said it was like a donut talking.
Sean Payton is a scorpion riding on the frog's back. Eventually across that river sometime he's going to sting him.
He is who he is.
It may not happen this press conference.
He is
Sean's like,
is.
hey, boys, I told you 6 months ago I wasn't going to answer this question.
It's going to happen. The sting is happening.
What do you think the relationship is with Bo and Sean right now?
I don't have any reason to think it's bad. You guys were talking about this when I was gone, I think, but what evidence do we have of a bad relationship?
Poor offensive performance on the field right now. Bo was asked yesterday, do you bring plays or what do you suggest to Sean? And if you could find that, Dan, I forget what cut it is, but he was very hesitant about maybe sometimes, maybe not, that sort of thing. But I don't know how common that is in the NFL. I don't know how common it is for quarterbacks to really go into a coach and be like, here you go. We famously know that Belichick and Tom Brady used to meet on their own because it was in the documentary.
Well,
and they've talked
all
about
coaches and quarterbacks are going to do that. So every play caller and quarterback is going to meet one-on-one. They're going to have conversations. Hey, what do you like on third and long? What do you like on third and medium? More times than not with a young quarterback, it's not a young quarterback going in there and being like, hey, here's a list of plays that after studying film, I really like. It's more so, hey, coach has already given me what he wants to put in this week, and I'm going to highlight 3 or 4 that I really like.
I think Bo wants to feel his oats, and he's not being able to feel his oats yet.
All right. What gives you that impression?
Well, let me ask you this. What was Dan Reeves and John Elway's relationship?
Not good.
When did we learn that?
But I don't know. Yeah.
But when did we learn that, and how long into the relationship did we learn that?
That's such a good question because I don't know the answer. I'm going to guess it probably took the failed Super Bowl before it really went south. But I'll tell you this. I watched that Cowboys documentary. Troy Aikman was actively trying to get Barry Switzer fired when Barry Switzer was there. So even if a team is having success, it doesn't necessarily mean the quarterback and the coach are getting along.
Now, Elway
and Reeves are a great example, too.
Aikman and Oklahoma won a national championship, right? They won a national championship, and then he still transferred out. I think to UCLA. Was it UCLA where I think he did?
I know he transferred to UCLA, but I don't remember if there was a national championship.
I thought I read in Troy Aikman's bio that he won a national championship. The only one I could think of would be with Oklahoma.
Wow. That's pretty nuts.
Yeah.
All right, here's Tommy Maddox was drafted in 1992. Elway was traded the whole thing in 83. So my guess is sometime before that 92 draft, things were bad.
But are we not sure
been to a couple Super Bowls during that time?
That we weren't sure they wasn't bad in the mid 80s.
I don't know.
That you had regular season success. You got to 3 Super Bowls.
Well, that's a remarkable amount of success together to have a bad relationship. I mean, if you go from 83 to 92, I mean, all right, guys, Bronco history here. What were the years of the Super Bowl with Reeves and Elway?
84, 85, 80. 8?
Okay, so all before 92.
I believe so.
All before 92. Well, I don't know, man. I mean, where did it go south with those two? I mean, you're still winning.
Well,
you're going
being,
to Super Bowls.
The point being, by the time Atlanta and Denver played in that one Super Bowl, Super Bowl 33, everybody knew that Reeves and Elway had a crappy relationship.
All right, so we're going back a little bit more.
He coached him for 8-9 years. How soon in that relationship did we ever learn during that time that him and Reeves were sideways before the Tommy Maddox? Because when that happened, we knew there was some stuff going on.
Right. If you had any doubts about it, drafting Tommy Maddox would certainly be here we go. I mean, certainly you knew then. I don't know. It's a good question. Here is Bo yesterday about the whole taking place of the coaches thing.
Yeah, I think I got to pick my spots and definitely, I mean, they've been doing this for a long time. They know how to game plan, and sometimes I'm sure I haven't been a coach yet, but I'm sure it's irritating if your quarterback just continuously brings you plays. So I just try to pick my spots and make sure that I can back it up with the film that I'm watching, and it's not just the play that I like because I've repped it before and it's a cool play, but it's got to be able to fit with what we do and got to fit against what the opposing team is doing. So usually it just goes with film study. Just kind of look at certain plays, what we're doing, see how we can find plays that we like off of plays that we're already doing. And, so I just don't necessarily push them, but, definitely every once in a while I'll have something that, hey, I remember this was in. You think we can put this back in or something? And they're very receptive to it. Usually, it happens, but I definitely don't want to be too pushy.
Okay. Do you think Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Josh Allen, do you think they picked their spots? Or
well, ask the question differently. In year 2.
I don't know.
Because we can't compare him to dudes that are in year 10, 12, 15.
Do you think Peyton Manning was shy in year 2?
Aaron Gordon still wasn't playing in year 2. I'm not Aaron Gordon.
Aaron Rodgers?
Rodgers still wasn't even playing in year 2.
But Peyton Manning, do you think he was hesitant in year 2?
I think, yes. I mean, if you were to compare and contrast where he was in control of everything by years 6, 7, and 8, I'm sure it was radically different, yeah.
How about the fact that Bo actually is admitting right there, I got to watch myself a little bit? What do you think that says? You think that's just natural? He's a young player. Of course he does.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, all I hear in that is I'm still a young dude, and it's probably not my role yet.
Yeah, and I heard that it might not be my role, but he ain't going to listen to me anyway.
I hear a little frustration, and what's the point of me doing this? Because
you guys are reading too much into that. Where do you hear that? I mean, because
we don't want to give our sources on there. We'll tell you during the break.
Okay, yeah, you got sources on it. You guys are reading between the lines.
We have sources.
Oh, I don't. Scott may have sources. I don't have sources on that. But I'm reading between some serious lines here. Yes.
Well,
yes.
I mean, sometimes I think it's clear. It's easy to read between the lines. I just don't see it on that one. I hear that as a dude that I'm in year 2, man. I'm just trying to figure this thing out.
Do you know what? I read this today. This is going to be crazy. Justin Fields has the highest in the pocket passing rate of any quarterback in the NFL.
Here we go.
What? Oh, I'm just saying they're not utilizing him the way they should be utilizing him, and it's failing miserably. Well, they're not.
Such a broken record.
Do you think they're utilizing Bo Nix the best way they can right now? Seriously. Or do you think they've got an idea of offense and they want him to fit into their idea?
Well, let me ask you this before I answer the question. What's the best way to utilize Bo Nix?
Get him moving more.
Okay, well, go back and watch the Jets game. And you're going to see in the first quarter, they ran about 6 or 7 naked bootlegs and variations off a naked bootleg that is not a traditional naked. So they got him out on the run 6 or 7 times within the first quarter. So how do you feel about the answer to that?
Hey, they got to keep going.
The 3 or 4 naked
to
boots they ran were well played defensively.
They were, but they were calling the plays. I watched the film again last night, and I was actually surprised. There was actually a lot of decent stuff on the offensive side within the first quarter in particular, but the first half, there were some really productive plays. And matter of fact, I looked at it like, you know what? Sean was calling plays beautifully for his quarterback.
Sean, nobody gives up.
It changed.
Nobody gives up on an offensive game plan quicker than the Denver Broncos coaching staff. And as a little bit of proof, Sean Payton has forced himself to write "run it" on his call sheet so he won't forget it, so he won't get off of it. So I don't know what to say about that. I think they feel things are icky and they move off from it. And I don't know. You think this offense is suiting Bo Nix right now? It doesn't look like it. That's for sure. And unless you just think he's, hey, man, this ain't going anywhere with this guy. Nice kid and all, but this ain't it. Okay. I sense there's frustration that he's got with what's going on. Now, whether or not that frustration is justified, I don't know. Who knows? But I think he just told you right there that I'm hesitant to bring things up.
Or I'm respectful of my role.
What's the difference?
I think there's a big difference. When you've earned the right to bring things up, when you've earned the right to tell a coach what you want to run.
Does he got a C on his jersey?
He sure does.
Doesn't that kind of signify a right?
No.
Ooh.
I don't think so.
It means something different than when I.
I mean, certainly it gives you a right to have open dialogue with a coach. Yes. Does it give him the right to dictate or go in there with a game plan that is counter to what Sean wants to run? I'd say no.
So what's a fair expectation then?
Well, a fair expectation for me would be by years 4 and 5. Now all of a sudden I've got a lot more say.
Well, years 4 and 5. That means you've already paid him $70 million a year.
Okay, and that's about right.
Is that the guy?
Do finances not usually dictate those sort of things?
I would think it would go a long way once you're making $70 million a year.
Exactly right.
I'm sure there was a moment when Nicole...
How many years did it take Andy Reid to listen closer to Mahomes?
That's a great question. Don't know. Fun question, though.
Because they were winning Super Bowls when he was still getting rookie salaried.
Well, they were doing great with Alex Smith as quarterback when Pat Mahomes was sitting on the bench. I mean, they weren't winning championships, but they were a good team.
Well, last year, Alex Smith played, they didn't make the playoffs, though, did they?
Oh, I think they did. I believe they did, yeah, because Mahomes started against the Broncos. That was like a throwaway
Week
game
16.
for them. Yeah. No, I don't know what they did in the playoffs. They made the playoffs then. I don't know. That's a great question. At what point was Tom Brady a little bit more honest with Bill Belichick about what he wanted? But again, in fairness to Bo, Brady sat on the bench his rookie year.
But here's also the difference with Tom Brady. One, Tom could bring him stuff, and Bill, as a defensive guy, could go, let me tell you how I'd beat you. And now that's going to be a good dialogue.
Yeah.
Problem with Bo's going to bring you offense to a guy that everybody's coined offensive genius.
Can I just say this also? I don't think Bo Nix is ready to know what plays are good and not. So he probably knows that also. Like I'm just learning this sucker. So is it surprising to me? I don't think he's offended. I don't think he's mad. He's looking at this like, I don't know. Well, you tell me. You're the coach. You tell me what I'm supposed to run.
All right. Well, we'll go deeper when we get back with Let's Football Go. Connor McGahey in about a half hour from Columbus, previewing the Avs back in action after a couple of days off. It's PhD here on 92.5. You know what it is? Now nobody goes to the cash register. Everybody just scans it. So how do you scan a piece of paper that has no barcode on it? Like
You look up item.
You could do that. You could do that.
That's how you would have to do it even if Donut was there.
You're probably right. Yeah. Nobody's doing that. That's for sure. All right. Before we get into this, brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, and I know, Dan, you're ready to rock and roll. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance, the absolute best. When did the no-fly zone end? Because somebody just sent me a photo. It's Mile High Sports Magazine, and they do great artwork. And they've got a photo of the no-fly zone previewing the 2017 season.
That's not no-fly.
When did the no-fly zone end?
Somebody just told Mile High Sports Magazine, hey, by the way, what?
Did the no-fly zone?
It ended after the 16 season.
I mean,
after the 16 season?
We gave him a little courtesy for 16, but it was not the same.
Would you agree with that, Tyler?
Because Malik Jackson was gone.
Shut up.
Okay. Would you agree?
Marcus Ware was hurt most of that year.
Does it?
Well, everyone was still here in 2016, right?
No, they were not.
Who was not?
Well, TJ Ward wasn't here, but he wasn't here.
Was.
Not in 2016, he wasn't.
Yes, he was. Because he was here with Vance.
Did he get traded? He got traded. He got traded with VJ. You're right. Is Justin Simmons part of the no-fly zone?
No.
No, hell no.
He was
I don't mean to say it like that, like Justin isn't good enough. Justin's plenty good enough to be in the no-fly zone, but he is not a part of the no-fly zone.
Okay, because this photo for Mile High Sports has Justin Simmons no-fly zone as part of it. But TJ's gone. TJ is gone by before 2017.
Yeah, that was just trying to hold on and see if they could sell T-shirts.
So the next year when Justin Simmons was on the team, he's not part of the no-fly. He won't be at the reunion, obviously.
No, definitely not.
So the no-fly zone ended after the Super Bowl.
Well, I thought 2016 they were all still there.
Except that's when they traded Ward.
Ward got traded, I believe.
Ward got released, by the way, didn't he?
Yeah, actually, he was there the whole 2016 season. It was because
2017.
He got dumped with VJ.
Well, Stewart.
Stewart, I think, was still there, but you added Justin Simmons in. Like, Justin Simmons became part of the team. He was a rookie in 16.
Well, here's why it wasn't the no-fly zone, because DeMarcus Ware was hurt most of the year. Okay. And Malik Jackson had already taken a free agency to Jacksonville.
Right.
So that the no-fly zone ended when all of a sudden you started losing all those pass rushers.
Let's go, Dan. Let's football go.
All right, guys. Sean Payton was asked yesterday if he believes in the old adage that up-tempo offense helps lessen penalties. Here's what he had to say.
That's not the reason we're in tempo to settle penalties down. I think penalties come from, look, we've got to obviously be more disciplined, more focused, but I think it can calm down what you're seeing sometimes defensively, but I've never heard or thought about it calming down penalties.
What is the best strategy to use an up-tempo offense? Because you don't want to do it all the time. So when is the best spots to run the up-tempo offense to have it be most effective?
Well, I mean, it depends on who your quarterback is. Sometimes you'll love doing it all the time. I mean, Peyton Manning wants to do it all the time, although he really wasn't up-tempo. He was on the ball, which is a difference. Like Peyton Manning, he'd be at the line of scrimmage and use the entire play clock, even though they didn't actually huddle.
But that's to keep the defense from being able to substitute, right?
Yeah, and gives them plenty of time to audible and all those sorts of things. I don't know, man. I mean, everybody looks at 2-minute offense. And they're like, well, why don't you just do that all the time? Because it's a different type of defense that you're looking at. Of course, it's going to look different. I think for Bo Nix, the best way to utilize it with him is not necessarily stay on the ball for an entire drive, but every other series say, hey, Bo, we're going to call 2 plays, okay? So here's our first play, then you're going to stay on the ball, and then there's our second play. And it's not even giving Bo the freedom at the line of scrimmage to do what he wants. You're predetermining it for him. You're telling him what to do, and then just toss in a few up-tempo plays here and there.
Well, the program that follows us, ABC, because they always be closing.
Andy.
And basically, they talked about yesterday, the one touchdown drive they had was in a no huddle. Was more of a hurry up offense.
Okay.
So I think that where this is all stemming from, the only touchdown scored in the game last weekend was when you came out straight to the line of scrimmage. And I don't know if they snapped it quick or anything like that, or did more like what you said, get the play call in, be able to pick the defense up.
I can tell what's going on. Everybody's nervous that if this offense doesn't really snap out of it, right, get to attention, you're going to waste an unbelievable defense.
Yep.
And it's just not. So this is all based on incredible potential and high hopes, by the way. So it's, again, as Nate Kreckman would say, that game was awesome. Look at the defense. But you just don't want to spoil it. I'm actually a little bit more paranoid that something dumb will happen on special teams than the offense isn't going to produce. I'm actually a little bit more paranoid about that this week. But Sean wasn't asked.
Well, the good thing is you'll only have to, maybe cover one, like last week, two entire returns, right? Start the game and then your one touchdown you score.
Would you guys just do that? One touchdown. Yeah. You're not going to have to worry about it. No field goals? We're not worried about kicking off after field goals?
About the 3 field goals.
Would you guys just kick it through the end zone at this point?
No.
Not yet.
Not yet. It's close, though. I'm telling you, it's close.
Well, they're giving up the 32 is what they've averaged in 6 games.
Real quick, Dan, I don't mean to steal your thunder if you've got this, but we do have a little update on Drake Greenlaw. Vance Joseph said whether inside linebacker Drake Greenlaw returns to play in game this week or next week, so they have not officially announced whether he's going to play in either one. It will be in a limited role, whether it's this week or next week.
Pitch count, then. Whatever he's going to do in the beginning.
Yeah.
All right, that sounds smart. Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper. Nick,
part of the ABC dynasty.
Yeah, that's right. Nick Rothschild.
Part of the Orange Rush.
The Orange Rush. Nick Rothschild from Channel 7 was in the Broncos locker room yesterday, and he asked these guys to describe Cam Scadaboo's rushing style.
Nick, how can you describe Cam Scadaboo's running style after watching it on film?
Boy, crazy as hell, man. He just be trying to run everybody over. And it's not just DBs, linebackers, it's D tackles too. So, man, you got to give him credit. He's a tough guy.
John, after watching film, how can you describe Cam Scadaboo's running style?
I mean, outrageous. Physical. He's a physical player. He's looking for contact. Young running back. So you see it a lot in the younger guys. The older you get, you realize that you probably shouldn't be ducking your head. You might want to run out of bounds every now and again. But
how do you guys? How would you guys describe his running style? And do you think the Broncos end his hot streak coming up on Sunday?
He's a young man running physically who likely will have a very short career. That's who he is. But boy, it's a little bit of linsanity here, probably with Cam Scadaboo. It's probably not going to go all that long, but it's going to be damn exciting while it lasts. And right now, he's just kind of blossoming.
I would put the over-under at like 55 yards for Cam Scadaboo, and I hope it's the under. I think it should be the under. This is a hell of a defense. Cam is not that explosive, but he's going to pick up 3 or 4 yards every single time he runs the football. So, what's the running style? CT.
Yeah, probably. They were the worst red zone offense in the league, and it has been better since he's been there. Because he is that type of guy who,
Well, you also
he'll
got a
get you those yards.
You got a quarterback that can keep things alive.
You do.
Russ wasn't going to do that either.
You do. How do you think Russell Wilson will be received in a, sort of standing on the sideline backup role by the crowd?
I think it's hard to receive a dude that's not on the field.
I think he just gets polite applause and hey Russ, how you doing?
You'll have a couple of the Ryder Cup knuckleheads that throws beers at players' wives. That's what Russ is right now. He's a player's wife.
He's a player's
wife. He's a player's wife right now. So they'll have a couple knuckleheads busting him.
Does Sierra still get some private security for games?
Sierra will not be at the game.
Oh, you don't think so?
Oh, not even close.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. This went pretty viral yesterday, guys. He was asked, when did he learn to take the emotions out of coaching when handling injuries and off-the-field stuff with his players?
Coach, how early in your career did you have to start trying to figure out how to take the emotion out of coaching, as far as when you have all these injuries and you have all these different pieces? When's the first time that you can recall that?
2007, when our quarterback went to jail.
Coach, thank you.
It's a good answer.
Well, that had to be Michael Vick, right?
It was Michael Vick. He was the quality control assistant with the Falcons in 2007.
When did you learn something? My quarterback went to jail.
How many quarterbacks have ever gone to jail?
I think while they're a quarterback, I think he's the only one. I'm not saying there isn't a quarterback or two that ended up in a jail cell, but like
I think
going
there's
to
been
jail.
a few that have been in jail. There's probably been only one.
Like Big Ben had some interesting
prison.
times, didn't he? And but
he said, Denny McClain, hold my beer.
But Michael Vick actually went to jail. Like, I'm in jail.
Prison, we call that.
Okay. Yeah, I can't imagine there's that many. So, funny answer. Is there a question there or just
Nope, no question.
Just like, look at this?
Yeah.
Little Gannon just reflecting on when things
After
did
he
become...
hit one of his players.
Yeah, that Eagles team, man. Who are they playing this weekend? Anybody know off the top of their head?
No, I don't.
I got the schedule. Boy, this thing could really sink like a stone for them, couldn't it? The Eagles. Where are you? Where are you, Eagles? They got a bye week? I don't even see them. Dan, you got them? Anybody?
Yeah,
Bueller?
Well,
not doing good. They're playing Minnesota. Oh, at Minnesota.
And J.J. McCarthy may be back this week.
I don't know with Philadelphia. That win may, by the end of the season, not look that great. We'll see. They're favored, though, against Minnesota. All right, Dan, anything else? Is that it?
Yeah, I got one more quick one.
Right.
So if you guys were watching Monday Night Football, there were a lot of people saying that Troy Aikman was being really hard on Caleb Williams, and we might know why that was the case.
Did you meet with Troy last week leading up to the game?
I did not.
Stuff, or?
I did not. I didn't get to meet with him. Tried to meet with him, and then reached out and tried to meet, and that didn't happen. And so, moved on from it. Went and played the game and came out 3-2.
Why did you not meet with him?
I was here late and timings didn't meet up, lifting or whatever the case may have been, and then tried to call him after the game or not after the game, after the day, that day that I was supposed to meet with him, and it didn't get through.
So Aikman didn't pick up the phone. Caleb was late doing whatever he was doing. He calls Aikman back for his meeting with him before the game. Aikman doesn't pick up. Do you think Troy Aikman was being a little petty on the broadcast?
Now you're playing with Troy Aikman?
I'm just asking you guys.
Heard. This is Caleb Williams. It's his fault. He's got these guys. This is part of their deal. They meet with all the national broadcast team all the time. He got something else he's going to do. He's going to get his lift in. He purposefully didn't meet with those guys. Didn't want to. And so now you think in his phone, Troy Aikman has a number pops up and says Caleb Williams, or do you think it's just a number?
Right.
So how many of just numbers do you, I just had two here on the show. How many numbers do you guys pick up on that you don't recognize?
Zero.
So, and you're going to turn that on Troy Aikman?
Yeah, I actually agree with Scott on this. I mean, these production meetings, it's about the same time, the same place every single week. You know the routine. It's probably the one meeting with the media that you, under no circumstance, miss. There's really no excuse.
So you think Caleb Williams was big time in Troy Aikman?
I just think. Listen, I thought he played great. I think he's going to be okay. He's had 3 games in a row.
Yeah, but this is the nature of this story, though. Did you big time him or not?
I think this is Caleb Williams.
All right. Is it petty for Aikman, who felt like he was big timed reasonably?
Do we know that for a fact, or just because he didn't answer the phone?
Well, I mean, isn't this the direction we're going right now? That Caleb Williams had something better to do?
Caleb Williams did big timing.
Okay, so he big timed him.
All right, so now what?
So Aikman's like, well, pound sand, I'm not picking the phone up now. You already big timed me.
But again, how do you know it's him?
I don't think that gives Troy Aikman the right on a national broadcast to be petty.
Okay, that's where I'm going.
Did you think he was petty in that game?
That's not what I'm implying, but I'm just answering the question.
Now, the history of Troy Aikman is Troy Aikman has a history of being a petty dude.
Ask his 2 wives.
Ask them. Ask Barry Switzer. Ask a lot of people in Troy Aikman's life.
He hated Barry Switzer since college. So
okay.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he actively was trying to get him fired while he was a quarterback of the Cowboys and he was the head coach. Through the media.
Hold on. You ain't ever done that?
I've not on that level. I've never. What? Are you kidding me? You've heard of other quarterbacks through the media trying to get a head coach fired?
Oh, I'm sure that has happened.
Okay, fine. But who? Where?
Elway, Dan Reeves.
Did Elway go through the media to try to get Dan Reeves fired?
Oh, I don't know. I probably would assume that he has put people in there that he talked to.
Okay. I mean, I know it was bitter between them, and there's been bitterness between star players and coaches. I'm not saying it's never happened.
Who was how many coaches did Peyton Manning go through in Indianapolis?
Didn't he just have one?
Not many. Tony Dungy was there forever.
Dungy, Mora was there. I think he had at least three early.
Gosh,
I don't know. You think Manning was getting rid of
Well,
coaches?
I think Manning is pretty good, and he says, I'm going to do this. Then this is going to happen.
I would agree with you on that.
Listen, I don't think Peyton. Listen, do I think Kreckman Petty? Yeah. Do I think he's as 30 years of national broadcaster, and this meeting happens this time, and you blow him off that he feels obligated to talk to you? Do I think he has his number? No.
Oh, good one on the text line. Russell Wilson, Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll.
There you go. Hey, Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL.
Magic Johnson, Paul Westhead.
You and Paul Westhead. Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One, including Thursday Night Football. Don't miss the Steelers and Bengals starting at 5:30 on AM 950 tonight. On Altitude Sports Radio, we have Columbus taking on your Avalanche. Connor McGahey will join us from Columbus next.
All right, Bruce, which teams impressed you in the early goings?
Well, I mean, with me, it's been the Colorado Avalanche. I know they're a good team. They're 3-0-1, but Nathan McKinnon, Martin Nekash, Kel McCarr, they've come out and they've been gangbusters. They still haven't got goals from Landeskog and Brock Nelson and Nikushin, and they're still 3-0-1. Scott Wedgwood in net has got a goals against average under 2. It just looks like they're saying, I'm on a mission this year. We're not going to start off slow. I think they were 0-4 last year or something to start off with, and they're coming on, and I think they want to end up in first place, and I think they've started off the way they want to start off.
Hey, a reminder, kick off the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packaged with powerful new features. Enjoy a free 7-day trial with the promo code AVS7FREE! Claim the code at altitudeplus.com, then download the app and start streaming today. We go to Columbus, Ohio, where it is the Eastern time zone. For those who are deficient in understanding the nature of time zones in this country, where Connor McGahey is standing by. Connor, we saw the unveiling of Tusky, the Utah Mammoth mascot, and I understand you were instrumental in changing from Howler to Bernie. Is that story true?
It is, and that's a new descriptor for me, by the way. You can just call me Tusky. But yeah, so back in 2009, we unveiled Bernie, October at home. I think it was like the second or third game of the season versus the Vancouver Canucks. And, we had there was a big gap in between when Howler left and when Bernie began. I think about 7 years. I think it was 2002 to 2009. But I just think that a mascot is a big part of a team's identity, especially in the community for kids. I think people forget all the time that a lot of sports is for kids. And I think a mascot is a big part of that. So when I was working in game operations, for the Avalanche, which I started back in 2009, we got with a company called Street Characters in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and we did all the drawings, and then they had these little animations, and came up with, instead of the Bigfoot on the shoulder, we had a dog paw, so that was kind of Bernie's logo, right? And then instead of having a number, it was a dog bone. So we had, and obviously the barrel underneath, which a St. Bernard uses to help avalanche victims in pop culture and in real life, I guess. So yeah, I was proud to be a big part of that. A long time ago now.
Why was Howler? I didn't realize it was Howler nothing Bernie. Why was Howler not around?
I don't know. That was kind of in between. The only thing that I did in that time period, I started backing up Roach as a PA announcer back in 2005. So I had no idea what was going on with the Howler thing. I just knew that it sort of fell to us in 2009 to bring a mascot back. And I think, design-wise and everything, we've done a pretty darn good job at that. So I'm very proud of Bernie to this day.
It's a dog.
I'm just throwing it out there. I liked Howler. I like Bernie too, but I liked Howler.
All right. Well, he also scared the living dickens out of kids.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Yeah. I mean,
kids got to
Tyler,
grow
you
up.
can like him all you want, but like a mascot is for children, and Howler was terrifying.
I mean, so he looked like a Sasquatch.
He had a big smile on his face.
He looked psychotic.
No, he just looked like a Sasquatch that stuck his finger in the outlet and got electrocuted.
Okay, how old are your kids, Tyler?
I got a 14-year-old, a 13-year-old,
okay.
and a 10.
Okay, so when they were 7, try explaining an irrational fear to them in a logical way. It's just not going to happen. So you need something more friendly. You don't need a Sasquatch, this mythical, terrifying creature that, I'm still scared of Harry and the Hendersons to this day because of what it did to me as a kid.
That right there should, if anything, made you feel kinder to Sasquatches.
All right, we'll turn our attention.
But when he first was introduced,
yes.
I mean, that's a terrifying scene in the house. John, let's go. Okay. Anyhow, a dog.
Hey, I want to know who was that soundbite that we just heard before, Connor?
That was Bruce Boudreau.
Yeah, who's knee case?
Well, so one thing I've learned over the years is you don't go to general managers and head coaches for pronunciation advice. And Bedsy will do this sometimes, is he'll call Marty Natchez Neckash.
Yeah, he does.
I don't know if it's a Canadian thing,
yeah.
but yeah, it's happened a couple times now. So we have Nikushin and Marty Nekash on our team.
I thought that guy said Nekash.
Every time Bedsy says it, I'm like,
Yeah, I
oh
think
my
you
God,
did
are we all getting it wrong with well, I'm hesitant to even
Martin
say it.
Nekash.
How do you say Natchez?
Marty Natchez.
You say
Martin
Natchez.
Nekash.
Okay.
Nekash. Yeah, see, seriously,
Nekash.
it literally
it
took me about 45 seconds, and I'm going, wait a minute, do we got a new player I don't know about?
Martin Nekash.
Connor, bigger issue: second line point production or power play?
I don't think either are issues. I mean, we're 4 games into the season, and numbers-wise and eye test-wise, I mean, given who's on the second line, I was a little kind of where you are today going into that game Monday versus Buffalo, but watching them play, like, it's coming, right? The points there are coming, and so I don't think there's a huge worry there. If we get all these issues need to be addressed at the 10-game point of the season. Coaches judge their season and their team in 10-game segments. And so we're only at number 4. So when we get to game number 10,
we'll look at it.
We will revisit both the second line and the power play. But early on, eye test-wise, even though the production isn't there, the makings are there for success for both.
Connor Wedgwood has been great, but what is the stat? When are we getting Blackwood back?
Close.
He's real close because he's on his conditioning stint up with the Eagles right now, and anytime you go down to the AHL for a conditioning stint, the next stop is the National Hockey League. So, I mean, remember Gabe played 2 games, I think, with the Eagles before he came back last spring. Before he wore the cowboy hat, all that stuff. So, I mean, it could be as early as Saturday versus Boston. That's a very strong possibility. Blackwood feeling good. He's going to play some pro hockey here, and so he'll be back and reuniting the lumberyard sooner than later.
And I just want to say also, we saw the news on Eric Johnson, national broadcast.
Well,
Good
Connor
job.
already lost him.
Well, I'm just saying.
He had him for like 2 games, and now he's gone.
But it shows you just what the leadership of Connor can do for certain
for
color analysts, where he takes one of them and gets them a national bone. The other one's still doing midday radio.
I think Connor's having some audio issues.
We got a little silence on Connor there. Connor, we can't hear you, unfortunately.
Yeah, he couldn't hear us.
Well,
I just
nobody can hear. Nobody can hear anybody.
Yeah, it just was real funny.
It
you
was
took your
hysterical.
headphones off.
Scott was saying that he's
Scott
was saying he's in the same category as Eric Johnson, and he was overlooked by ESPN to be a hockey commentator.
Sure.
Whereas Eric Johnson is now flourishing.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Hockey. Just on the radio.
Are we gone with Connor? Are we, Dan?
We'll be here now. You hear me now?
Oh, there you go.
Barely. Well, listen, we got to run because we got Nate and Andy, but we want to say thank you for Bernie. We love you. You're the best. And we got pregame coming up at 4:30, and we'll hear your call all by yourself because Eric Johnson has already left.
Yeah, because you got him promoted, and I'm still doing noon to 3 on radio.
I'm all about everybody else's success. Thanks, boys.
That's a good line.
The great
You
Connor
know what?
McGahey.
Has he ever been on the show without a great line to like end or?
He's the best.
Yeah,
he's the best. He is the absolute best. He's an old soul. He's
Listen, I do agree with him. I mean, numbers are what the numbers are, and they can say they're starting to look good. And here we go. They're still 3-19 on the power play so far. That would 6 of 38 through 8 games. That would not be good. But let's wait till 10 before you start looking and crunching numbers and say good or bad.
It's just interesting that you've had so much production from Kneecaps and from McKinnon, and you've had like nothing from Nelson, Landeskog, and Chushkin. Well, I think Val's got a couple, but like Gabe hasn't. It's 4 games in. Not freaking out about anything. And Gabe Nate is encouraging the fans to continue to boo them on the power play.
And obviously the NFL's a different season. Andy's walking in here, so I can ask him this too. If we're going to wait 10 games for the NHL to, let's decide the numbers and what's good and what's not been good. Probably the same, the NBA, I always like to give them 20.
Oh, yeah, 20 was your number.
But what's the number with football? When do you sit there and go
2?
Yeah, but I don't know. I'll go
5?
off what Rod Smith used to tell us. You remember he used to break it down into quarters because he said the season was so long. I remember him. I used to, when I was his producer, back to the whole pineapple on the door thing. When I was his producer And we'd have to, during Broncos season, you would record the Rod Smith show, which is how I got to know him, which was always cool because it'd be a little bit later, and he would talk to us after we were done. And so you were asking him, I don't know, it was one of the rougher seasons, and he just said, is this going to change? But Rod put it more as they broke it down into quarters, and you got to watch how you play over those 4 because, again, injuries change things. An NFL season is ever evolving. We had the promo running a while. I am a firm believer, and Ray Crockett confirmed this to me a couple of years ago. Nothing lies to you more than September football because you get, especially now, you got teams that don't tackle well. There's a myriad of reasons why it's the way that it is right now. They don't tackle during camp, blah, 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 whatever. But injuries change a team, and it changes, again, how much different are the Ravens going to look possibly in the next 4-game stretch?
Maybe, but their
when they get
season's
Lamar
over.
back.
I mean, 1-5 though. What are you
It
doing?
could be, but remember that division ain't great.
Tough hill to climb.
I don't disagree with you, but they've got the Steelers twice first, which is something John Harbaugh is banking on. I heard him talking this week.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. Let you do your deal.
Foxy always told me, DMac, you're always a 2-game losing streak away from being fired. And he's being a little facetious, but it starts.
Was he?
Well, I think 2 games, the heat gets turned up after 2 losses. 3, you're in trouble. 4, your season's over.
Listen, here's the problem with this team. As far as this offense goes, we've all said it. None of this has looked any different from training camp. And what I'm disappointed in right now is I thought when they were not going against a defense proving to be as good as we now thought they might be, that they would look better, that they would get open, that they would complete passes, that Bo would find a rhythm, that the offensive line wouldn't give up snap pressure. Now, the offensive line by the numbers is playing all right, but we'll see about this, the Ben Powers injury. It just is, this has looked the same way the entire time we've been assembled for this football season.
And I would agree with you. And let's go the defense side. The defense dominated training camp.
They did.
So guess what? It still looks the same way from training camp with the defense too. And by the way, and you mentioned injuries, you're about to get Dre Greenlaw back either this week or next.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. The poll results, Andy. What do you think of my...
I voted against it. I hate you, Nick.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm part of the 93.6%.
All right.
This is called 94.
I do like the Orange Rush. And if Adam Schefter's going to push it, why? I mean, get the promos ready.
The game, set, match. I mean, if he actually says it and they've got a little highlight package and there's a graphic for it, that's it.
Let's talk dad to dad, okay? Let's talk old guy to old guy.
Okay.
You trying to push that ABC, I feel like you're trying to 6-7 me into something. And I still don't know what the hell it means.
What does that mean?
It means that you're trying to be cool.
Yeah, it's just a cool
Trying
thing.
to be too cool.
I'm using a reference from Glenn Ross. I don't know how cool that actually is.
Let's do it.
I mean, where's that on the cool meter?
D-Mac, we're going to get you in modern times, right? ABC.
Yeah.
I got that for my daughter last night, by the way.
Oh, my God.
11-year-old.
All right, but listen, it's not trying to be too hip. It's Alan Benito and Cooper, and it's Glenn Ross. First place is a Cadillac. Second place is steak knives. Third place, you're fired. I don't think that's too hip for the room.
I still think it sucks.
All right, I get it. Nobody liked it. There was like 3 people that liked it, and that's about the right
and
ratio.
And your mom listens to the show every day on Twitch, so there's a good chance. YouTube, it's a good chance she voted.
I guarantee your mom's at home going, I really thought Darren had a good idea.
I guarantee you she said that.
Oh, your mom put on YouTube yesterday that you're a superstar.
Oh, by the way, she does that all the time. By the way, my mom watches every day on the YouTube.
We love Eileen McKee. She's a P1.
This is her favorite part of the show. She says the crossover is her favorite part of every show. She says, I look forward to it every single day.
Here's what you got to hear now.
I swear to God.
I think you'll get a laugh out of this. Hey, Nate, tell the guys what Sammy dropped on you the other day, which brought immediate pushback from Dad. About you and I's relationship.
Oh. So Sammy was discussing who his best friends are.
Okay.
Now explain who Sammy is.
His son.
Sammy is 4.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
4-year-old perspective.
Yeah. His best friends are Remy, Gio, and Marley. Shout out to the crew.
All right.
Those
squad.
ABC.
Exactly. Those are his best friends.
Okay.
And then he looks at me and he goes, "Your best friend is Andy."
Well, that makes logical sense.
Which, to be fair to him, he listens every day.
Yeah.
He is also a P1.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he hears it, and he's like, I hear you having a good time with Andy every single day.
Must be your best friend.
Right.
But tell him how we are running the board and demographics from 4 to 94. I mean, we are crushing it right there.
Yeah, he's not even 12 plus.
But what I had to tell him was, Sammy, Andy is my coworker.
No.
He immediately had to come back. No.
Were you like, hey, bud, you ever see Andy in the house?
Yeah. Has Andy set foot over here?
Andy's what we call a work acquaintance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
Wait, hold on a second. Who's Springer then?
Yeah. Listen.
Where does Springer fit in there?
Springer's just the guy that gets to talk 0.0001% of the time.
Hey, hold on. Did you have to explain to your son why you were going to see a coworker jog from Taco Bell to Taco Bell?
He didn't even ask any questions.
Daddy's not spending time with you because I got to go watch the Chalupa King, jog.
So I'll give you this. Cool. The warden calls Andy. In fact, he's in my phone as Wifey 2.
Oh, wow.
You guys do talk a lot.
Yeah, Wifey 2.
Oh,
yeah.
My wife has never been more jealous of any female I've ever encountered than she
Scott?
has Schlereth and Scott.
Oh, Lord.
So, yeah.
Oh, what does that
What
say?
are you going to do?
Nothing.
Tells you I'm not a looker. That's for sure.
I think we know that part, though. Also, I want to say, I don't think ABC's that bad.
Thank you, Nate.
I don't think it's that bad.
Thank you, Nate.
What other, for everybody that's saying it sucks, what's your idea?
Thank you.
Not always be closing.
The
orange. Brennan running this thing?
We're sacking guys. We're closing. We're finishing.
It's
the orange rush.
Dual meaning.
We got Alan Benito Cooper.
It's got a classic movie reference in it. I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah,
Thank
but again,
you, Nate.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
that
too.
right there.
Step
That
in
right
the hall
there.
and talk some
baseball.
Can I tell you, though, who has a better nickname for the Denver Broncos currently?
Who?
Have you guys heard that Brandon Perna refers to him as Boverthrows?
Oh,
well.
Very negative. Very negative. Very negative.
Is he wrong?
No,
about
he's not wrong.
Such things.
Well, but hold on. I told everybody I'm influenced by you, who came in on Monday, and you said, "How was the game?" Because we had just spent 3 hours clutching our pearls and wringing our hands. And Nate Kreckman, like a bolt of sunshine and puppy dogs and rainbows, said that was an amazing game. Look at the defense.
Yeah.
Look, dude, we've been telling you
okay.
since camp the defense is amazing.
No, now we see it.
And we can also point out the part where the quarterback always throws too deep on the long ball.
Look, this offense has got to figure some stuff out, but
they do. But the defense rules.
As Mike Sanford rules in.
And Sandman's here, seriously. And DMac, I want you to chime on this as well. And I know what the game situation is, okay? I know what the Broncos are at the moment after the road trip, coming back, all of that. I know that the Giants haven't played since Thursday. How the hell is Jackson Dart going to complete passes to Wan'Dale Robinson and Lil Jordan Humphrey against this man-to-man defense?
Do not forget about Darius Slayton.
Yeah.
Well, he's got is he all right? Because he had a hamstring injury. He wasn't doing okay.
I don't think any.
Even then,
really
he's not
really.
Are we looking past Jalen Hyatt?
I mean, Cam Scadaboo is a fun running back. Jackson Dart's the second leading rusher on this team. By the way, Jalen Hurts couldn't do anything against them. Justin Fields couldn't do anything against them. And by the way, I will argue both of those guys are more athletic and more dynamic with the football in their hands than Jackson Dart is.
Yeah, now I think you're just. I think
you think I'm profiling?
I think you're big time profiling now.
You know, we may
think he's being hard on the white quarterback.
Are you trying to
say? I think he's being a little self-deprecating right now.
Jackson Dart has surprising athleticism. Is that what I'm doing right now? Okay,
I'll tell you this.
That's fair.
His ability to scramble around and just get a first down, and he puts himself in a whole heck of a lot of danger too. But that's
there
who they are.
There needs to be an investigation. Are you talking, dude? The guy's been in the tent every game he's played.
I got you.
He's cleared concussion.
By the
protocol.
way,
he's been in the tent like 4 times.
They got a 6'6" tight end, Theo Johnson, I believe.
Good player. Penn
Yes.
Stater loved him at the Senior Bowl, wanted him to be a Denver Bronco, but the Broncos continue to say, yeah, we don't really need to go get one of those guys.
No,
in the draft.
I understand, but don't sleep on that guy as a target for Jackson Dart as well.
Good player.
Listen.
You know what's interesting? You go back to the profiling piece of Jackson Dart, the runner. One of my least favorite lazy takes on a weekly basis is when people watch Arch Manning play football and they go, so surprisingly, this Arch Manning can kind of run the football a little bit.
Right?
And I'm sitting there like, have you watched him? He can't throw it.
Yeah.
And about all he can do is run the football.
And he's a really good basketball player, and that was his profile coming out of Newman anyway. It was like, look at this kid run with the ball.
How did that defensive end, number 70 from that high school team, not catch him? You know when he's rolling around the edge?
It's so bad.
That high school film.
Oh, man.
You know what is funny? It's looking at the high school film of Arch Manning now. Like, we really didn't pay attention to who he was playing against, did we?
In all seriousness, though, like Jackson Dart, he has the Mahomes thing. Like that touchdown that he scored against the Eagles, it was he's not fast. He's a 1/10 of a second faster in his 40 than whoever's chasing him.
Yeah, that's fair. And he's not scared either. He's got a lot of confidence.
Which give him credit.
We'll see how that goes.
Yeah,
after
I mean,
this
well,
weekend.
he's going to get hurt eventually. I mean,
you're about to find something else out. This is
Slightly
different.
better Drew Lock.
Here's the deal.
All right.
Mark my words.
That's what people said. That was a profile.
So why is this game then, like, am I stupid to just look at this game and go, Jackson Dart can't beat this
No,
defense?
I don't think you're dumb.
They have a good offensive line.
But again, some stupid things could happen. Again, I read you the numbers from the game in 2017 that was the end of that Broncos season when Ben McAdoo and his psycho haircut whirled in here and decided to elevate Eli Manning to 120 passing yards again, and they beat the Broncos.
Yeah.
Nothing the rest of the year was the same. I am surprised, Coach, to hear Sean Payton, and you guys played a great cut today. When Bo feels like he's got to dance around telling his coach what he wants, bro, who's out on the field? If you're Sean, like, we're not going away from tempo. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are not doing what you did a year ago. And Jeff Legwold says it all the time. You got to coach the team you got, not the team you want. I know you desperately want him to be Drew Brees. He's not Drew Brees yet. And you might coach him there.
Right.
You might not. He may never be Drew Brees. But we saw the formula for winning with this offense last year, and you're not doing it, and I don't get it.
Is that the glow up that you're talking about from Ben McAdoo?
Bro.
Wow.
He looks like, do you remember Bill Paxton in True Lies? That's kind of what he's got going on there, right there.
Are you talking about the old butt part right down the middle?
Hey, I know that Widow's Creek. You better shut up.
I was a butt part guy for about a decade myself.
Do you think the main issue with the Broncos offense is the relationship between Sean Payton and Bo Nix?
I don't know if it's about the relationship. I just think Sean's asking him to do things he's not comfortable doing, period.
That's not the same thing?
Well, no, I don't think they're like at each other yet.
You don't have to be at each other to be at odds with each other.
But there were hints in what was said yesterday of the, Sean poo-pooed the tempo thing. And I think Sean's reasoning is sound, by the way. And Bo kind of talking about, I kind of like it. And McGlinchey kind of being like, it kind of helps us get in a little bit of a rhythm. And I think that Sean is, to his credit, he is doing a more holistic version of football coaching, and he's looking at it and he's saying, how do I end up so that my defense, my ABC defense, that when this thing ends,
go, Nate, go.
We have more points than the other guys do. And it's going to happen on the defensive side of the football. That's how they're going to get it done. And it means that some of these games they're going to be snug. But that's how I think this team wins games this year.
More than the relationship with Bo and Sean, is it just the reality for everybody settling in on the fact that Bo Nix is right about at the median in terms of talent at the quarterback position in the National Football League?
Yeah,
and
we knew that.
So when he's not playing well, he's well below the median, right?
And when he has his good games,
he's just slightly above the median.
And that's it goes back to my take that everyone got big mad at me for. What was it, Andy? After the Indy game or after the Charger game, Bo Nix is fine. He is a perfectly fine NFL quarterback. There are going to be quarters that look like the fourth quarter against Philadelphia, and then there's going to be stretches of poo. And that is what you get out of middling professional quarterback play. And that's what the Denver Broncos have. Sean Payton's job is to say, number one, it's to help him not always be a middling NFL quarterback. And I think that that's going to be a process. And number two, I think Sean's other job is to say, how do I win games with that player as my quarterback? I can set him up for success in specific ways, but more importantly, I can play to the clock, play to my team, and that's how we come out on top.
Well, if that's what you're doing, then I agree with it. But I just don't think – I feel like there's stubbornness in the first half. I feel like if Sean gets the points he needs, and Philly's the good example of it.
Yeah.
If I've got the points I need, and even Cincinnati spoke to it, then yeah, we'll run the ball. We'll eat some clock. We'll do some things we haven't seen Sean do too often. But in the first half of games, he's still trying to do – look, he's trying to make Bo throw passes. I don't think Bo's totally comfortable with it, and the defenses are adding to that too.
At halftime the other night, they were averaging like 2 yards a carry when they were giving the ball to the back. Like, there was no run game to speak
Oh, no,
of.
I get that. But again,
The
I
other
just
night,
think –
the other morning, whatever.
But you got to –
What is time?
Depending on when you got home. You've got to let him have the pace. What's been amazing to me is cocky, old rookie year Bo shows up when you go with pace.
Yeah.
So can you get to it a little quicker is my question. All right. Just why wait so long to go to the pace? You know, I don't know. But and look, guys have got to make plays. We're all hyper focused on Bo, but we all knew all along if they don't get guys making plays, breaking tackles, doing some extra stuff on plays, this is how it was going to look, and this is how it looks.
Chad talked about it right here on the show, though, of there does have to be a consideration of what are you doing to your defense.
You can't gas him, but
yeah,
I'm excited. By the way, Paul Chesky looks like he's going to go. I
saw this.
Everybody's talking about that.
Reported by the Denver Gazette from practice.
Yeah.
Kind of semi. I think it was Garrett Bowles that said it.
You thought we had Spicy Sean yesterday? We may get Ghost Pepper Sean today. I don't know.
Fresno chili Sean?
He's not going to like that at all. So does that make Throckmorton the extra guy? Does Throckmorton get to be the new hero? What's Throckmorton's number?
Hey, can we go with Frank Crum as the jumbo tight end?
You just want to do it?
No, I think
just a Wyoming. He's done it before.
He did it a little bit last year. I think that's going to be his
he becomes the new hero?
Yeah.
I think I'm in on it.
I think he becomes the guy. I think
the albino rhino
going to have to go wild every time they announce Frank Crum.
By the way, can I show you the saddest sandwich ever? I'll show it to Twitch and YouTube.
I was going to say, even Trump thinks that's a little too much Diet Coke. What do you got going on over there?
I got one Diet Coke.
What's the matter with that sandwich?
2.
I would destroy that thing right now.
It was cool, and then I put it on top of my stupid roof of my car to get out, and it rolled over and ate face in the parking lot. And now all the tomatoes, the pickles, the cheese, the things that make it good are lying next to my car in the parking lot, and I'm left. I don't even know if I can eat it.
The things that make the Denver Nuggets good, well, that's having an awesome starting five. Is that bench unit coming along? Preseason closes out tomorrow against the Thunder. Chris Dempsey, Sandman's old pal, Chris Dempsey, answers basketball questions for us next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Hey, Andy Lindahl. You can make your own Subway if you go to roller.bid right now and check out their latest auction, which is available to bid. That is right, equipment from a former Subway location. You can get yourself some walk-in refrigerators. You can get yourself a deli slicer. Look at this deli slicer right there.
You have a bread maker?
That's a Nemco manual slicer with base plate, Andy. That thing ain't rolling off your car. Currently, $0.00.
You know, I've sliced a few digits lately. I don't think I should buy that.
It's not a mandolin. It's even. I think even you could do this thing. Get to roller.bid and check out this auction. Equipment from a former Subway location. Go full Kramer and slice your own deli meat. And by the way, make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. It's roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to bid right there because you can win tickets, Nuggets Heat tickets for November 5th, and an autographed Jokic photo. You get on the email list, you find out when the new auctions are opening up, and then you're all set and ready to bid. Go to roller.bid/altitude, and one of our lucky listeners will get Nuggets Heat tickets and a signed Jokic picture. That's right, Roller Auction. K&L with you, along with Mike Sanford here today. Happy Thursday afternoon. We got a lot to do and not a lot of time to do it. Avalanche Blue Jackets, the Avs and the BJs in Columbus tonight. Pre-game at 4:30. Puck drops at 5 o'clock. Connor McGahey has the call on that one. We do have Thursday night football. Bengals Steelers. Pre-game starts at 5:30 over on AM 950. That's right. You get Westwood One's coverage of the NFL right here on Altitude Sports Radio. 4 o'clock, Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports. We got to get Frank on the show because Frank was the dude that said the Broncos are the 5th best team in the NFL.
He's even one better than Brady.
He is. He's in his most recent power rankings, highest ranking on the board, Frank Schwab with Denver at number 5. I want to dive into it because I want to talk to him about the teams that I think right now are in the Broncos zip code, the likes of the Colts and the Chargers and the Steelers, and where does this team actually sit in the AFC pecking order here at the moment? Sandman, where do you come down on it right now? Like, in this present AFC, I know the Bills have stubbed their toe, but they still got Josh Allen pretty good.
Josh Allen?
Thank you, Vance.
Kansas City,
Allen?
as much as
Allen.
Josh Allen.
You did this to yourself.
I know, right? As much as the Chiefs are in my estimation a mediocre team, they're still the defending AFC champions.
Do you also feel like they're trending a little bit?
Still got the guy.
A little bit.
They're loving
little
him.
bit.
They're loving him.
Not really.
That's all ESPN was about.
I don't know.
No,
I think the numbers are starting to change just a hair.
Yeah, Travis
Offensively.
Kelce had his first game in 18 months. I'm not that worked up over it. The getting Rashee Rice thing back.
Patrick Mahomes is
going to help.
Well, he is becoming
He's carrying that team.
Yes.
He is
But he has been.
carrying them. It's, I mean, they've always
he's
had
back to being terrifying.
Exactly.
In my opinion.
Spags is excellent with that defense. I do think, as much as I rip their offensive line moves in the offseason, I do think they've kind of solved a couple of things. They still don't have much run game to speak of, but the getting Rashee Rice thing kind of puts everybody back in the correct pecking order for them. I can at least acknowledge that they're a playoff team.
Can I tell you what Dan Orlovsky had to say?
What did he say?
He said, and this fits in with your topic,
Mm-hmm.
that he's not ready because they were asking, are the Chiefs in the driver's seat yet again for the AFC? Does the road to the Super Bowl still go through Kansas City? And I'm not getting comfortable saying that it won't, especially with what's happened to Baltimore. But Orlovsky said with Denver's defense, you can't even hand over the AFC West title to him just yet. So Orlovsky's still buying.
And here's why I'm buying, because they're going to be one-score games when they play Denver this year. All right? Which is it's a win in and of itself for the Broncos, because that means it's a fourth quarter game and a coin flip, and you can go and win that thing. You just need Bo to move the offense into Will Lutz territory. He banged a 57-yarder in London, and you can beat that team.
How'd that go last year?
It can't happen
Too soon.
again,
Too soon.
right?
Too soon. Oh, you can't focus in on a weak link in the field goal block and go attack it?
It can't happen again, right? You wouldn't think.
Until this Denver Broncos team beats Jim Harbaugh's Los Angeles Chargers, you're beneath the Chargers, and you're clearly beneath the Chiefs as a result of just what they've been able to do for how many years? 8?
Yeah, the Chargers they've owned the Broncos over the last couple of years.
And then the Chiefs.
You're
How many
right
years have
about
they? What's the streak now for AFC West regular season
Was
championships?
it 8 or 9 or
It's 8
whatever
or 9,
it is?
right?
Yeah. I've lost track.
I mean, I've always said that you're going to measure this season being a wild success or a failure based on if you can be the next team up in the AFC West between yourself and the Chargers. And right now, you're over. But if you win the division and you beat them once,
that's how you define this year?
Yes.
Is become the second best team in the AFC West?
Just, I don't know about become the second best team in the AFC West.
Uh-huh.
I think that you are Sean Payton in year 3 versus Jim Harbaugh in year 2. Both have Oregon quarterbacks that still have a lot to prove. Even though Justin Herbert doesn't have a lot of regular season statistics to prove, he's got a lot to prove in just are you the guy that you're supposed to be?
Yeah, he's got to go win a playoff game.
Yep.
Like he doesn't have it on the resume right now.
I think that my take has been it's not necessarily about being number 2 in the AFC West. It's about overtaking the Chargers. And if you get swept by the Chargers in back-to-back years,
can't really make that argument.
And I think that will also coincide with being a outside looking in wild card team that gets beat in the first round.
So currently, and again, Frank Schwab's going to join us at 4:00, and we're just using his rankings as a for instance because he's rating Denver higher than anybody else right now. He's got Indy at number 3, Buffalo at number 4, and the Broncos at number 5. This is the entire NFL. This isn't just the AFC, but he ranks the Bills and the Colts right now above the Broncos. That means Denver is over Kansas City, who is at number 8, over New England, who he's got at number 10 right now, which the way Drake May is playing, I mean, let's see a little bit more of it, but he's playing out of his mind. The Chargers at number 12, which they needed a miracle out of Justin Herbert and Ladd McConkey to be able to beat Miami last week. Jacksonville at number 14, and the 4-1 Steelers at number 15. As we're talking about the class of the AFC.
Okay. 5 is too high.
Okay.
Are you comfortable at 5?
It's the highest ranking on the board. I do like the part where he's ranking the Broncos over the Chiefs.
Okay. Well, by record, okay.
Yeah. And they beat the Lions, which that's a good win.
Sure.
The Broncos beat the Eagles. That's a good win. 2-game losing streak be damned. That's a really good win to go into their place and give those guys a loss. They had won, 20 of 21 games? You go into their building and beat them?
If you're doing your rankings, Nate, where do you think you got them? If we're doing the Nate Kreckman power rankings to join everybody else we throw into the fold on Tuesdays.
Sure.
Because I got to tell you, yeah. That's your Moser out of nowhere.
My new favorite thing on this station is Moser just interrupting
just any kind of Moser.
Interrupting shows that he's not even. I mean, Moser's probably so far mentally and emotionally removed from anything around the station. He's yet still here.
No,
he's omnipresent.
He's emotionally invested in his anger at Andy.
This is true.
That's what he's got going right now.
He did break a computer.
Is he still wearing the pants?
Did you not see him break his computer?
That had nothing to do with you, though.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Well,
it was an internal
it was about
frustration.
a day after. Listen.
What was the beef?
There wasn't really a beef. They put the picture out of him in his pants. And I took a look at the pants, and I've been around. I've got friends that like to buy a cow and slaughter it and save the meat for later on. He looked vacuum sealed to me because there are the little wrinkles at the perfect spot.
Baby.
So I said,
you see that Saturday Night Live skit?
Yeah,
yeah. It's got my tap pants on.
Oh yeah, it's a viral skit.
It's a good one.
So I tweeted, he looks vacuum sealed, and
he didn't like it.
They revisited the tweet a few times, and then he said I lived on a certain street named for anatomy,
Richard Street.
Yeah. He said I lived on Montfort Street, but not Montfort.
And not Charlie.
And so then, of course, here's the thing about me. Do I feel bad a little bit? Sure. But if you're going to keep coming, we're going to keep the joke going, right? That's what guys do, right? Just the silence. So whatever. Then someone, matter of fact, Rycroft put something else. I can't remember what it is. Rycroft found an even better one against him. Don't put the pants on. Don't bring the pants on the trip.
Let's find out tonight.
Should we just call Moj and find out
if he's still wearing the pants with the Avalanche playing Columbus here?
Should we call him and let him have a little retribution?
In 90 minutes here. Phone lines are open, man.
Hey, give Moj a call. Just see what happens.
Just see if he
Don't
picks
text
up.
him. Just call him on the station.
Call him out of the blue.
See if he'll pick it up.
By the way, Andy, I'll put Colts, Chargers, Bills as my 3 AFC teams above Denver right now.
Okay, but how about overall?
Okay.
I'm going to ask you the question. Let me just go get a little
You're
look
going
at
to make me
this
get all
myself.
the way into the NFC?
No, I just want to know.
All right, I gotta
top
put
10. Give me where's the grouping Denver's in.
I got to put Tampa over them. I got to put Detroit over them because the Lions scored too many points. Am I putting the Packers above them right now? Jordan Love is playing out of his mind.
Who do you trust more offensively? I'd say the Packers. So I'm slipping the Packers in there ahead of Denver.
And that's not a bad defense.
Am I putting Sam Darnold in Seattle
Playing
right
good
now?
ball, man.
They are. I can't be that mad at him. Like Sam Darnold has gotten to the point where it's like we can overlook our priors on Sam Darnold, and he's just a good quarterback. And also, like, that's another team where really the way that, if you look at it, I think the way McDonald is coaching Sam Darnold at the moment is much the same way that Sean is coaching Bo Nix, of just like, you know what, man, go out, be efficient. I have no problem punting the football away. I trust my defense. I trust my game plan, and we're going to win games that way.
When you look at
they
this,
like their run game a lot in Seattle, and that's how they're winning football games. Darnold is not being asked to do too much, but what he does really well.
So let me ask both of you this. If they were to play a game, who you got?
Oh,
Denver,
it's a battle.
Seattle, who you playing? Who you picking?
It's a battle.
I'm taking Denver because of the D, so I'm putting them ahead of Seattle in the power ranking.
Hold on. No.
What you no.
More interesting question.
Oh, don't you dare.
On a neutral field, what's the point spread?
That is a good question.
What? Seattle minus a half a point.
So essentially a pick 'em.
It's a pick 'em.
We're back inside the New York Stadium.
On a neutral field.
On a neutral field. You got a half point to Seattle?
Are we at MetLife?
Yeah.
Well, that's tough for old
Everyone's
Sammy
going
Darnold.
to leave. Yeah, none of them are
He's
going
got
to have their.
That was a Rocky
some
Horror
demons.
Picture Show there.
Ghosts
for
of
old
his
Sam.
own.
Yeah.
Can we play in Calgary?
Sure.
For the Stampeders play?
Isn't that where they had the game?
Isn't the field too wide?
They called it off because they were trying to play a preseason game and they called it off because the field sucked.
I always have to give the edge to Seattle in this particular matchup right now because Seattle Seahawks, the way they're currently playing, reminds you a lot of just a Doobie Brothers song where it's...
Which one?
It's good. You listen to it, but it's not.
But you're not buying the track. You're not throwing it in Spotify.
And it's almost
you're
like
not changing the channel.
It's
you're
like
going to get through the song.
Kreckman just,
replacement level tune.
But you're not adding it to your playlist.
It's almost
it's
as
the
if
Steve Miller
Seahawks,
band again.
It's almost as if the Seahawks are led by a guy named Michael McDonald.
Listen, we got to get to Dempsey because he called in. But seriously, I'm taking the Denver D over the Seahawks D, so I'm taking Denver over Seattle, and so I'm putting them ahead in the power rankings. We can keep doing this.
Okay, let's talk to Chris Dempsey right now because we got basketball conversation we got to have.
Hey,
Dempsey.
when I think of the Doobie Brothers,
I think of Chris.
I think
Dempsey.
of Chris Dempsey and his basketball analysis.
By the way, Demps, if you and your fellow media brethren suited up against the Nuggets coaching staff, could you guys keep it closer than 57-4?
Yeah, I mean, we would, but let me just tell you something. I saw that, and I couldn't have been like the competitor to me. I was so mad when I saw that because, see, Joe Mazzulla. Like, if you know Joe Mazzulla and you've seen his interactions with the Boston media, you know he's kind of a jerk,
right?
And so, not even kind of, he is a full-on jerk. And for him to stand up, first of all, in the run up to that, there's the emails and all this kind of stuff. Hey, media, you're going to play against each other. It's going to be a lot of fun for media day or whatever. And then for him to stand up in front of them and go, no, you're playing against us, and then immediately leave, and then they're full court pressing those. You couldn't have. I would have sought that dude out and been like, you come over, guard me then, guard me.
Well,
and let's just see how this goes. I thought that was one of the most low class things I've ever seen.
Pressed him
in that scenario, and I was just like, I wish I was there. I promise you, I would. The physicality,
Demps would have galoolied him.
I would have. Give me the ball, get Joe Mazzulla over here, and then let's just see what happens. It just was so bad.
I mean, based on what I saw out of the warm bodies that were out there for the Boston media, they didn't have a Chris Dempsey on the floor.
They didn't have, I know that. Also that.
Nope.
Which was like, ooh, you guys really didn't have any. I will say this: the media here, we would have a fighting chance.
There's some ballers.
Mahrez is good.
Yep.
Harrison's good. Duvalier's good. Like, everybody's good.
Mm-hmm.
So
you're talking yourself into a matchup, don't you, Chris? This is, I don't know, the Denver Nuggets station. This will probably get heard by a few Nuggets coaches. So.
Yeah, Demps, you're gonna have to slap the floor against JJ Barea.
Yeah,
Listen,
I'll coach.
That guy.
I'm gonna be out there coaching. I'll promise you that. I'll be the media coach.
You're like, pick and roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody do something, Demps.
Correct. You know what? I ever tell you guys? So do you guys remember the Colorado explosion? The the ABL team, the women's team that was here a long time ago.
Yeah. What was that, late 90s?
Yeah, And so I was a beat writer I was on that beat for the few years that they were in existence. And one of the things they actually did do was the Explosion versus the Media basketball game. And I'll never forget the one where like Drew Goodman was on our team. It was like 30 people in the media. But Debbie Black, and I'll never forget Debbie Black, we couldn't even get the ball past it. Like Drew was getting the ball stolen from him so many times. And it was just right off the top, it was like steal, layup, 10-0. Like, okay. And so it's funny. I flash back to that a little bit, but at least they weren't being malicious about it. They were just much better. And I think so if that would happen here in the Nuggets coaches staff wouldn't act like that. So like it would be.
Well, now that you've talked, it may be a different deal.
I know. Now
you
can have Jared Dudley backing you down, Dems.
By the way, one time one of those Explosion players rolled into Bennigan's.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd shoot my shot from behind the
How'd it
bar.
go?
She stood up. I was like, never mind. I am half your size. We're good. She was quite attractive, though.
Dems, man, I do have to ask you one Nuggets question, and this is something that Andy and I were debating a little bit yesterday. How big is the rotation on this team? What is it going to look like, and what's the regular season version of it look like, and what does the postseason version of it look like? What is the depth of this current version of the Denver Nuggets?
Well, I think in the regular season, you'll see them probably get down to 11 or 12 on many nights. I think they can do that, especially if those 11 and 12 players are you're talking about Deron Holmes and Spencer Jones, getting those guys in on any particular night to be able to alleviate some of the wear and tear on your regular rotation players. So I think we'll see that a lot. And then in the postseason, I think we'll go 9 or 10 deep. I just do. I think, I think that the old adage of your rotation must shrink down to 6, I think that is over. I think it's been quite honestly, I think it's been going away for a few years now. But what Oklahoma City showed you last year is that it's over. If you have the depth to be able to play players, not that you won't play your main guys a little bit more, but you won't just relegate everybody else to just fan mode, sitting on the bench, just watching everybody else play. Players will have a role to play in different parts of different series. So I think we'll see that out of the Nuggets. It's just an incredible looking basketball team, guys. I got to tell you, and the depth will allow them to be able to withstand a lot of things in the regular season and then in the postseason as well.
All right, Chris, Nate makes fun of me for this because, again, I don't know. I got a little hockey anger like you were describing for that media game for every time Minnesota rolls into town and they jump Joker with 3 big dudes and all that stuff. Is there a time and a place? Will there be an occasion? Because I saw a tweet about this happening the other night where we could see Joker, Valanciunas, and AG all out there at the same time.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's 100% chance we'll see that. I think we'll see that multiple times. One of the things that's been very interesting watching this team in the preseason is already they have. I am going to put this on my IG. Already they have a full series of actions when Jokic and Valanciunas are on the court. And that's not going to change at all if AG is on the court because the role of ball handler is an abstract thing with the Nuggets. This is not a normal basketball team in terms of we're going to slot this guy as a ball handler and this guy as the shooter and this guy. That does not exist with this basketball team. So AG can bring the ball up. You can set, one of my favorite plays of their entire preseason was the cross screen pin. It was a pin down and then a cross screen to get Valanciunas on the block, and then Jokic kind of pops to the free throw line, and now you got everything you want right there. You can dump it back down to Valanciunas headed to the rim, or you can do what Jokic did, which was he just took the free throw line jumper. So let's say Thursday.
Yes.
I'm not going to call this overreaction Thursday.
Okay.
But I'm gonna just say a couple things here that I think we're about to see. One, I think we're about to see the best Nuggets team we've ever seen. One. Two, I think we're going to see the most efficient one of the most efficient basketball teams we've ever seen, period, because of what the Nuggets possess in terms of everybody possessing all the skills and then their ability to be able to do anything down the court. And when you're watching this team play right now, it's these two possessions, Christian Brown brings the ball up the court. These two possessions, AG brings the ball up the court. These two possessions, Jokic, and then Murray, and then Peyton Watson. And it really doesn't matter anymore who brings the ball up the court. And the reason, look, it makes them dynamic in a way that now the defense that you remember the Lakers came in here last year and they junked up the defense. They fronted Jokic and it looked really good. And they
as
won
Chris
the
Marlowe
game.
would say, the hugger mugger.
Exactly right. It doesn't matter if they come in and do that because the Nuggets already have answers to be able to counteract that and any other defense. And then you're doing it with high level. You're doing it with the best player in the world, Jamal Murray, who looks the best I've seen him in many years. And then AG, who's reaching. He talked about reaching this peak level of his career on Media Day, where the intersection of basketball IQ and athleticism are the best he's ever had it. And then everybody else. I mean, it's just I couldn't be more impressed with this team offensively. Defensively, they do have a ways to go. There's no doubt about that. But I think we're on the precipice of watching one of the great Nuggets teams, if not the greatest Nuggets team we've ever seen.
Can the starting five hit a offensive rating of 140 this year?
Ooh,
big number.
It is.
Because if they do,
threes?
man,
are they making threes?
Because if they do, look out, Golden State Warriors and 74 wins. If they do, it doesn't matter what you're throwing in off the bench, quite honestly. But like that's where you get to that place that Adelman talked about, though, right? Dems, like they got to blow teams out. They have to start blowing teams out. They've got to end these games, and that is going to perpetuate a fresher basketball team as the season goes along.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And look, if they're going to make three-point shots, it's always been kind of an issue with this team. They've tried to get different shooters in here. It just hasn't worked to a consistent level. So we'll see if that can be very consistent. If they're hanging around, let's call it 37% as a team from the three-point line, then yeah, they can threaten that. There's no doubt about it.
I'll tell you this too, Dems. You know we got to run. We're getting an email about this, but I'm really curious to see how many threes they're taking every single night. That's
Nate, I think that's going to be different every night. I think we saw a 43 3-point night already in this preseason. They're so very good at getting the ball to the second side of the court. Now that they're going to generate a lot of open threes. There was somebody texted me about that game, and I think it was the Clippers game. And they said, "Oh my gosh, look how many threes they took." I said, "I don't think I saw a bad three in the bunch." And so if that's going to be the case, and they're going to put up 43 threes, if they're not going to get those kind of quality looks, then that back down to, I believe it was 33. This is just the other night. So I just think we're going to see that wild variance in their three-point attempts based on the quality of the looks that they get.
74 wins. Chris Dempsey says it right there on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
That's my guy Nate. That is my guy Nate. And he predicts that 74 wins after the Nuggets get whooped by the media.
Demps, man, excellent stuff as always. We appreciate it, pal.
Sorry, guys, for me being so late. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, there he goes. That's Chris Dempsey with us there on a beautiful Thursday afternoon.
Late, you fit right in.
Exactly. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to play some jazz flute. You know what that means.
We're beefing.
There's beef. Keep it here.
All right, guys, you got to get some energy going this fall. You need energy to stay up and watch all this is an early game tonight, but we'll have some late games. CU games late on Friday. You want energy for that. Just saw there's a frost warning for tomorrow morning. That means you got to get those pipes blown out. You got to get the sprinklers picked up, the yard raked. All this kind of stuff takes energy. What about gains in the gym? Are they looking the same as they used to? All this could be signs of low testosterone if you're dragging, if you got the brain fog, if you just feel tired a couple hours after you wake up. Certainly sexual side effects are a sign. And if you want to get your testosterone levels tested and think about getting your energy back, gains in the gym back, and just getting back to feeling like your old self, then it's time to get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and talk with them today. There are a host of problems that low testosterone can cause. We've already mentioned a few of them. And if you want to know more about it, well, first off, there's a low T quiz right there on the Rocky Mountain Men's website. 10 questions, yes or no answers. Doesn't take very long for you to get that done if you'd like to talk to them about that at all. Then what you do is you schedule your first appointment. You head on in there. It's $99. You're going to talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll get your blood taken and tested for the T results. It's a T and a PSA test, and then they'll go over those results with you and discuss the options of testosterone treatment, what it can do for you, and how that would look in the different ways that maybe you could apply it. So get on in there and talk to them. You decide to get on testosterone the day of your appointment, then that visit is free. You don't have to worry about that one. So head on in there and get back your higher energy for the fall. I mean, again, it's just the leaves now. It'll be holiday stuff later. All the reason in the world to start feeling like your old self. No need to wait any longer. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs, and a great revamp location in Castle Rock. Call them 720-440-7900 or call them find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, there is beef, and we're going to dive right into it here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, in this case, we got media versus player beef. The beef, it's happening. We'll start with Chicago beef. Love an Italian beef. Caleb Williams and Troy Aikman are beefing, Andy.
Are they both beefing?
They are. Well, Troy.
One guy's definitely beefing.
Basically, Troy was just like, I didn't talk to him. You know? Which he revealed, and then Caleb got asked about it. But Caleb Williams he's big mad at Troy. Okay? So, I watched that game on Monday night.
Sure.
I heard what Troy Aikman had to say about Caleb Williams and the Bears during the game. I got to be honest with you, Andy. I didn't think anything of it. Okay?
Yeah, I didn't either, quite honestly.
I guess I haven't had my Bears fanboy hat on since I was like in middle school or whatever, but I didn't hear it. Okay?
Let me ask you this real quick, too, because I can say no.
Yeah.
Had we known about the missed phone call before the game's comments?
No, we didn't.
I know, but would you have heard him any differently? I'm not sure I would have. Been like, oh, he's just picking on Caleb.
I think Troy Aikman's awesome. And
you and I agree.
And Troy Aikman is a vastly improved broadcaster who is fully comfortable in his own skin being critical of players, which I'll raise my hand and say that's what I want out of my analyst. Be honest with it. And Aikman was critical of Williams' play and basically echoed a lot of what we know about him. And then he also pointed out the part where the DeAndre Swift touchdown was lucky, which it was a lucky missed tackle. That was why he was able to break away and go and score that thing. But Caleb Williams was asked about it in a press conference, and this is what Caleb had to say.
Or how do you differentiate between kind of fair criticism and something that maybe you don't think is?
Yeah, I could care less. It's kind of how I think I've said multiple times over my time being here. Fair, not. Life isn't fair. People are going to say what they have to say. We win, we lose. People have stuff to say. It was lucky. It was not lucky. People have stuff to say. Have a bad game, have a good game. People have stuff to say. So it doesn't matter. We're only worried about what's going on here within this building and with these guys. So that's all I can say about that.
Okay, so he said he could care less, which I think he meant he couldn't care less. But okay, fine. But then he took to Instagram and posted a bunch of pictures from the game and quoted Troy Aikman on his Instagram and said it was lucky and added whoop-de-doo. So clearly you do care.
Yeah, it bothered you to some extent.
It bothered you what he said, which, again, he is a game analyst telling it like it is as he's broadcasting a game. So this is what I would say for Caleb Williams, okay? If it bothers you, if that's your fuel or whatever, fine. But then don't stand up there and say, I don't care, and then take to Instagram and make it clear to everybody, you care.
You care quite a bit.
Yeah, his skin seems a little thin on that one. By the way, his head coach, Ben Johnson, you know what he said? If you want respect, go earn it.
Yeah.
Perfect answer.
Yep. Troy had to do it his way, too.
Yep, sure
Look,
did.
Troy's been through some of the stuff that Caleb Williams has been through. They were both top picks. Troy won one lousy game his rookie year.
He stunk when he was a rookie.
He did.
And then he got really good, which is what Caleb Williams is trying to do right now. Yeah, I was watching that game. I didn't hear it.
I didn't either, nor did it strike me he was going in hard on him. Now, again, was I completely locked in? I'm not going to tell you that.
Well, no, I heard all the words that he said, but at no point did I think, wow, he's being hard on him.
Well, you're really going after him.
As we came to find out later, Caleb Williams missed his scheduled meeting with the broadcast crew from ESPN for Monday Night Football. Said he tried to call Troy later. They were not able to connect. So, I don't know. Did Aikman take a grudge into the booth because he was annoyed with Caleb for skipping the production meeting? Maybe. Here's my other piece of advice to Caleb Williams. Go to the meeting.
Yeah, don't miss that call.
Yeah.
But don't call him later on.
Right.
Because I got news for you. Most of the crews around the country are going to give you the same treatment.
And if you miss the meeting, then what you are saying is, I don't care about them. So in that instance, when he's calling the game, you can't get worked up about what he's saying.
Well, and the other thing, too, is, look, every guy has to deal with this. The quarterback, this is like Every game, we talk about it. Tony Romo, when Tony Romo was telling you whatever he's saying on the broadcast, because he met with Sean Payton.
Right.
Then he gets to talk to Bo right after. Then he talked to somebody on the defense. Yeah. It's standard procedure.
They'll probably like you more.
Yeah, and as a quarterback, you got to know this. You're signing up for this weekly.
Absolutely. The other little piece of media player beef we got to hit here. So Skip Bayless got big mad at Travis Hunter for going to get baptized on Sunday before the Jags played Seattle. Said that Travis's focus isn't on football, that his priorities are out of whack. He's showing the world he didn't care about football because he got baptized on Sunday before they played the Seahawks. Let's listen to Travis Hunter once he got to London because they have a game there this week. Travis Hunter got asked about the whole thing.
Did you get baptized this morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
It's a crazy question. Why did I get baptized?
Why did you choose to go to the church this morning?
Sunday. It's God's day, and I've been planning to get baptized for a minute. You know, I want to change my life over, become a better man.
What does it mean to you?
It means a lot. You know, becoming a better man, leaving my old flesh, and just becoming the new Travis.
What kind of question is that? Why'd you get baptized?
Yeah, it makes me uncomfortable. Frankly.
God.
Yeah,
That's
Sunday's
why.
church day, and that's when they do it.
Right.
And I'm not asking for special treatment, so I
Yeah.
showed up, got baptized, made the game, by the way, wasn't late to anything.
Also,
I was on the field.
They didn't hold my head under the water for an hour.
Yeah.
It's called a quick dunk, and I'm on with my day. Yeah. Why'd you get baptized? What are you doing that for?
What's the question?
I really don't know, frankly.
Religious dude?
Yeah.
Me and JC are bros?
I think it's pretty obvious why he did it. You know?
I mean, the Skip Bayless thing is almost like, okay, that guy's we know that he's what he's about.
Skip, why did you get hair implants?
But that question.
Yeah.
Why'd you do it?
Yeah, we meant to talk about Skip and then just the direct nature of that. Why'd you do that? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay, why didn't you do it? It's a fair reversal, I guess.
I dig the Bible. Good
Yeah.
read. I don't know.
You didn't do it because it's not your thing? Well, okay, it's my thing. Can we go about our days?
I like a nice wafer and a swig of Cabernet,
I guess if...
Leave me alone. My God.
I guess if, I don't know. He missed the game. I don't know. It's
played.
what his priority is.
He didn't play great, but he played.
I did not realize somebody was that direct.
That was a weird question. Anyway.
And now he's in London.
That's today's beef. We'll talk to our friend Frank Schwab, who ranked the Broncos as the 5th best team in the NFL. That's coming up next. All right, let's dive into it right now. So every Tuesday, we do the power rankings here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, and we peruse 8 different power rankings from around the NFL. This week, of our 8 rankings, the average, by the way, for the Broncos was 8 in the rankings that we look at this week, up from 10 a week ago. But the highest ranking on the board... from our next guest, our friend Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports, who has the Broncos at number 5. Frank, how you doing, man?
Good. And you know what a Broncos homer I am, so that's all that's wrapped up into that. You know, it's clearly.
It's Mike Shanahan's first Christmas card every single year is sent directly to Frank Schwab, I believe.
Right.
Yeah. So Frank, and it's fun because Ringer's got Denver down at 14. Wow. ESPN had him at 10. NFL actually dropped him this week. NFL.com. You were the highest ranking on the board. But the reason why we wanted to ask you about that is because, we're looking at this AFC pecking order right now, and I would say, the teams in Denver's kind of zip code at the moment, I'd probably say it's Indianapolis, it's the Chargers, it's the Steelers, and it's the Broncos. And I'm putting the Bills and the Chiefs in a different stratosphere right now just because they've been at the top of the mountain. Is that kind of how you view this current AFC pecking order? Or, you're the guy that put the Broncos at number 5. Explain kind of what you're thinking there.
Yeah, and to me, wow, at 14 is just bananas. I don't know how you justify that. I don't look at anybody else's power rankings because I don't want it to influence me. I don't want to get into groupthink. So when you tell me something like that, I had no idea. I had no idea I was even high on the Broncos because, to me, Denver's 4-2, right? Their 2 losses were with 0 time remaining at the Colts, who are 5-1, should be 6-0, and 0 time remaining at the Chargers, who we all respect too. What more do you want? They won at Philly. They were the first team in a calendar year to beat Philadelphia with a healthy Jalen Hurts from beginning to end. The Jets game was ugly. It was not pretty in any way. But, defense is part of the game, and the defense was really good. I had a tough time doing power rankings this week. And, I think when you look around, everybody's all over the place because none of us know who's good. None of us. I don't know who's in the circle of trust right now. I have the Buccaneers number 1. And for the first look, I've been at Yahoo 13 seasons. This is my 13th season. I've been doing power rankings 13 seasons. This might have been the first time I've ever given the power rankings to my editors and said to myself, I 0% believe that the Buccaneers are the best team in football. I can't even argue it. And I picked the Buccaneers to win the NFC before the season. I should be doing a victory lap, but I know the Buccaneers aren't that good. They're fine. They're winning games unlike everybody else, and that's why they're number 1. So it's just, when you look at the landscape, you say, well, who do I think is good? Well, I think the Broncos are good. I think their defense is good. I think they can win the AFC. If I'm being honest, I probably should have had the Chiefs ahead of the Broncos, but at the same time, they won at Philly. How do you dismiss that? How do you have a 4-2 team with last play losses at 2 playoff teams who beat Philly? How do you have them down at 14? That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, the 4 team seems a little rough. Now, look, we all know each other. 5 feels a little high to me, frankly. Frank,
I was going to say, I bet Deontay Lee over at the Ringer thinks 5 is insane too.
Wait, no, explain it. Why do you think? Because again, I'm in a bubble. I do not listen to other power rankings. I try to keep it very, I don't want groupthink. Why do you think 5 is too high? Is it
because I don't think the offense is the 5th. I don't think this is a team that plays complementary football right now, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah,
I think Sean does it once he thinks he has the lead. But again, we started our show where I was saying, look, I find it weird that Bo Nix admitted yesterday he still feels a little intimidated to go and tell Sean what he wants in the playbook. And we all know that Bo plays better with tempo, and Sean's kind of pushing back on should they have tempo or not. Now, Chad Brown gave us a very good explanation Tuesday, and you and I have seen a lot of defensive football in our time. You cannot wear your defense out by going out there, throwing 3 passes, trying to play with tempo, and giving them about 30 seconds to get a drink. I get that. But there's just something. Here's my concern, Frank. My concern is I keep seeing week after week. Well, it's a 2-part answer to your question, even though I was the one asking you the question. But A, it feels like the defenses have figured out their new plan for Bo, and it's being effective, right? And not just Bo. What the Sean Payton offense is with Bo. And they saw it last year. They saw that it's quick throws, behind the line of scrimmage stuff. They're trying to take that away. And they're not hitting the pop plays downfield for whatever reason, overthrows, guys not diving, whatever it is. They're not hitting the pop plays, so they've not played the defenses out of what they're trying to do to stop it. And frankly, Nate and I will tell you, Frank, this offense has looked how it's looked since we got together for training camp. And I'm starting to wonder, is this going to evolve the way we hoped?
Yeah, and part of, I guess, optimism, if you want to call it that, is Bo Nix started slow last year. We all forget that because the rookie season was so good and they made the playoffs and all that. I just wonder if he's one of those guys that just isn't very good in September. Now we're not in September anymore. It is mid-October. And, yes, I was watching the game from London like everybody else and just saying, all right, you can put together a drive at any time you want. Like this Jets team is dying to just be blown out right now, and you're not doing anything. And the offense was just non-existent. And so you do wonder, have they, you're right, Bo has got to stretch the field. They've got to have some success. They've got to make defenses respect that at least. And there has been very, very little of that. And maybe they're just they have a lot of good receivers. And that's why I think you see these receivers playing like, oh, this guy's going to play 40%, and this guy's going to play 42%. The only guy on the field all the time is Cortland Sutton, because maybe they just got a bunch of good receivers and nobody great. Who do you fear? Do you fear Troy Franklin if you're a defensive coordinator? Does Marvin Mims keep you up at night? No, not really. So maybe that's the fatal flaw. But I kind of just figure that the way Bo Nix came along last season, the way Sean Payton has always devised a great offense, I just kind of have faith. I have this blind faith that we're going to look up in a month and be like, okay, the Broncos offense is fine, and we know the defense is unbelievable. Offensive line's great, but everything is – I just have this faith that we're going to see rookie year at least Bo Nix, and not fairly soon in the next couple weeks or so.
Frank's doing the thing like a Rockies announcer in May of, they're going to hit.
Yeah. See, that's just it, Frank. It's funny because had you been at training camp, and this is not a call out anyway, had you been at training camp with us, I really would, because you covered so many with us, I really would be fascinated to see how you feel about this thing.
Interesting. No, that's fair. And that is very fair. But I would have looked at it like, okay, he's facing maybe the best defense in the NFL.
So did we, Frank. So did we. It's like you're on the sideline talking with us.
Yeah. Okay, so along those very lines, and Frank Schwab is our guest. He's with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports. Frank, I posed this earlier in the week. Broncos defense, best unit in the NFL. Is there a single individual unit, offense or defense, or I suppose special teams, that you would take over Denver's defense right now?
Probably not. Lions offense is really good. I think the Texans defense is really good.
Really good.
12.2 points. 12.2 points a game is fairly ridiculous. I mean, that is really, really ridiculous. I can't sit here and tell you you're wrong, though. Like, there might be, like, I could just sit here and do that thing wherever you say something online, you're like, I always say Urban Meyer's the worst NFL coach of all time. There'll be 50 people that tell me other bad coaches. Well, that doesn't mean yes, Rich Kotite was bad. I remember him. He's not worse than Urban Meyer. I could do this. I could do the same thing where I'm like, well, what about the Seattle Seahawks defense? Yeah, they're really good too, but are we really saying that? Probably not. So
Jim Tom Sula would like a spot at the table right now.
Do you remember Nathaniel Hackett? I do love a deep pull of Rich Kotite, but maybe go some Wayne Fonts if you want, but
I didn't want to give any of your listeners any PTSD by bringing up Hackett. I was going to leave him alone. But anyway, so if the Broncos aren't the best unit in the NFL, they're up there.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason I really, really like them. They do everything well. Benito should be Defensive Player of the Year right now if you're doing the dumb thing where you vote after 6 weeks. Surtain won Defensive Player of the Year. They have guys everywhere on that defense, and that's why I don't think this offense needs to be great. I think it needs to be good.
Yeah,
and I think they're going to get there. Like, why won't it get there? You have Sean Payton as your coach. This offense should be – if this offense is the 13th, 14th best in the NFL, I think they win the AFC West. Why wouldn't they?
They should be able to. And again, it's Frank, we sit here and we overanalyze the Denver Broncos like you wouldn't believe. I thought that was a great win in London on Sunday, okay? I really did. 13-11. That's a marvelous victory given the situation and everything that they were up against and how putrid they played on the offensive side of the ball. I'll tell you the game that interests me, not this one against the Giants. I just think the Broncos defense is going to be too much for Jackson Dart to be able to deal with. The Dallas game in 2 weeks, because the Cowboys offense is absolutely humming right now. And what does a game look like? And we've kind of seen it in week 2 against Indianapolis and week 3 against the Chargers when the offense has to go out and score points.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, CeeDee Lamb should be back to 100% by
They're
that
saying
game.
this
and
weekend,
that
my friend.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be. I don't think he'll be 100%, but he'll be back. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how good CeeDee Lamb is. But by that point, him against Surtain, like, yes, please. Like, let's go. No, you're right. Like, at some point, the offense is going to have to score, and it just hasn't happened yet. I don't. Maybe it just won't. And you could call me in 2 months and be like, remember, we talked in mid-October, and you said the offense was going to get good, and it's still sitting here in 22nd in DVOA or whatever you want to say. Like, it's totally possible because we haven't seen it yet, but. You're right. They're going to have – Bo Nix has to play better, and that's the whole thing. Offensive line is fine. I think our running backs are competent. I think Cortland Sutton's a fine number one if you have to. Evan Ingram, you brought him in for a reason. This is all about Bo Nix. This is all about – I mean, and you know, you guys, there were some people out at training camp who were like, oh, my God, Bo Nix is taking the sophomore leap, and he's just going to go into the Hall of Fame later this year. I mean, I was like, okay, well, that kind of tracks. Like, Bo Nix was really good by the end of his rookie year. I don't know that you need to improve upon what he did as a rookie. Just be rookie year Bo Nix. Can you repeat that? I don't see any reason why not. I really don't. But you're right. Like, at some point, it has to show. You're probably not. You probably make the playoffs, I guess, but you're definitely not winning the AFC West if Bo Nix doesn't show up.
Frank Schwab, everybody, Yahoo Sports. He says the Broncos are the 5th best team in the NFL. It's a fun debate to have. By the way, Frank, your Brewers going to hit tonight?
No, tonight. What are you talking about? I've been watching the game the whole time I'm talking.
Right now? You didn't swear while you were on with us. Yeah,
I know. I have a lot of restraint not swearing when they had 2 guys on and grounded out to end the inning. So yeah, I'm showing a lot of restraint with you guys right now. Like, trust me, if the Brewers had won one of the first 2 games in Milwaukee, when your producer texted me today, I would have said, "Are those guys crazy?" No, but I'm like, they're down 0-2, whatever. We're going to get beat by the $350 million Dodgers. What does it matter?
Oh, poor small market Milwaukee. Oh, we all feel so bad for you.
Nate pointed out you could have had Blake Snell.
Anybody could have had him. Anybody could have had him.
There.
Nate shouldn't be the one talking about baseball. I'm just saying. I want to talk about baseball. We could talk about baseball. We could talk about baseball, my friend, if you wish to go there.
Stupid Craig Counsell.
Hey,
anyway.
Welcome back to the Broncos locker room, circa early 2000s.
All right, Frank.
This is what it was.
Get off the show. Thank you.
Appreciate y'all.
All right, there
Thanks,
it goes.
Frank.
Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports is with us right there. Yeah, no score right now. Bottom first, Brewers and Dodgers. Will the Crew finally hit? They're going up against Tyler Glasnow tonight of the L.A. Dodgers. Also, anybody could have had Blake Snell. Anybody could have had him. They all have money, Andy.
Yeah.
They all have money, okay?
You pointed out the Rockies are paying a contract similar to that.
$182 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guess what? All those poor little teams, they all get their revenue sharing dollars. It's what do you want to do with them? Okay. Anyway, don't get me off on that tangent right now. Thursday night football tonight, Andy.
On 950.
On 950.
Because the Avs are here, baby.
Bungles and Steelers. Looks like Trey Hendrickson is not going to be able to go. Is Mike Tomlin's fear of Joe Flacco justified?
I'm going to laugh my little rear end off if it is. Because, my God.
Yes. You guys should be able to go and handle that thing right now. Really, like in a lot of ways, and I know like DK's hit a couple of splash plays, but like the Steelers are, in some ways, they're kind of mirroring what Denver's doing a little bit.
Sure.
Like everything with Aaron Rodgers it's quick out and it's around the line of scrimmage. It's just, I will say this for 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers, is he like general? I think he has a general idea, pre and post snap, what he's doing with the football a little bit better than Bo Nix. But that's just that's how the Steelers are doing this thing, and that's how Tomlin's going to try and get through this thing. And right now he's got the Ravens at 1-5 in his division. Like, it's there for the taking for the Pittsburgh Steelers right now to win that division and get back into the postseason. And it all just kind of worked out for those guys. The Avalanche are on the road at Columbus tonight. Andy, what about the Avalanche currently has your hackles up? Anything at the moment?
Not really. Moser's pants is all we got.
Do you have power play consternation?
I mean, look, I'd like to see it get going.
It hasn't been
to
awesome
say that it
yet.
isn't,
Right.
But I'd like to see Gabe get a point. Butcher Gross had some interesting takes on Twitter after watching Gabe opening night, and I know he was driving us all crazy to begin with, but he did say, I'm just kind of curious if he's going to be able to, how many games he'll be able to play this year. And he thought after the hit he took a pretty good hit entering the zone. He thought maybe, it just looked a little different, shook up. I don't know what the term would be. Now, Gabe's been fine. They gave him the day off during the skate yesterday, and I think all will be fine. But no, excited to get Mackenzie Blackwood back. I think Wedgwood has been fantastic. I hope our guy Colton gets on the board. And I mean, what are you going to complain about right now, man? It's so much better than a year ago. Here's what I hope. Remember a year ago, they started, 0-4, 0-5, and then ripped off.
I think they were 0-4,
I pray they're not as streaky as they were a year ago. Let's just avoid that.
Yeah. And I think one of the things...
And I don't think they will be.
I don't think they will be, and I think the biggest reason why is the goaltending is stabilized. And
there's no doubt.
You haven't even had Blackwood yet, and Wedgwood has played really well.
He stole you a couple, frankly. He's got you a couple points on his own.
He's absolutely been terrific, so he has been good to go. So we're going to toss it out to Columbus. We got the Avalanche and the Blue Jackets coming up right here. And again, if you're looking for Thursday night football tonight, that is over on the AM side of the radio dial, as you will have Pittsburgh and Cincinnati. The Kreckman and Lindahl Show, we are back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We get the boot early sometimes at this time of year. That's just how it goes. But man, what a good night, by the way. It's October, man. We have an Avalanche game. We have a Thursday night football game. We have 2 League Championship Series games in baseball tonight.
The Blue Jays, holy cow!
Yeah, bats woke up. Who knew? Can a home team win a game in the League Championship Series? We're going to find out. But the Avalanche and the Blue Jackets, Connor McGahey on the call. That is next right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mark Bertinoli's got your pregame show. For Mark Springer and Andy Lindahl, I am Nate Kreckman. Have a great night, everybody. Drive safely. Enjoy the hockey. We'll see ya.